less stable as it expanded beyond his direct control. Chapter 65. The Formal Integration. Director Park called Jinho into her office 3 days before the Sakcho Gate emergence was scheduled to begin, calling him in person rather than through official channels, which itself was a signal that this was significant. "I've received the council's formal decision on your departmental status," she said. "They're creating an expanded position for you. You'll move from department director to executive advisor for disaster prevention operations. You'll have authority over resource allocation, personnel decisions, and strategic planning for all association disaster response initiatives. You'll have a seat on the council's operational committee. You'll have a salary increase to 180 million won annually, plus operational budgets that will total approximately 2.3 billion won in the first year." Jinho understood exactly what this meant. The council was integrating him fully into the institutional power structure. They were giving him significant authority and resources. They were also placing him under their direct control and making him fully visible as an institutional asset. "The authorization doesn't take effect for 2 weeks, Park continued, "which gives us time to handle the Sakcho situation before your new role begins. The system is flagging that gate as unstable and unpredictable." "There is a Sakcho situation," Jinho said. "It wasn't a question. You predicted it." An emergency report came through the association's monitoring system this morning. "A gate emergence is occurring in Sakcho. The emergence pattern is unusual. It doesn't match the standard classifications. It's something new, and it's something your original timeline data doesn't cover." Jinho nodded. The regression system had flagged it days ago as a new disaster type. This would be the moment where his foreknowledge became less reliable. This would be a disaster he would have to handle based on analytical capability and real-time problem-solving rather than predictive certainty. "What are you asking me to do?" he said. "I'm asking you to be honest about what you can and can't handle. If this is a disaster type that your predictive system isn't equipped to manage, I need to know that before we deploy resources based on your recommendations. The council is about to give you enormous authority. I need to verify that you can handle disasters that aren't in your prediction database. I need to see you managing unknown situations." This was Park testing him. She was asking him to demonstrate capability that extended beyond his original foreknowledge. She was asking him to prove that his value wasn't just in prediction, but in problem-solving. "The Sakcho emergence is a new gate type," Jinho said. "I don't have original timeline data on it, but I can analyze the emergence pattern in real time and develop response protocols based on structural mechanics and historical gate behavior. It will take longer than a predicted disaster. The response will be less precise, but I can handle it." "Can you prevent catastrophic loss of life?" "Yes, I can prevent catastrophic loss of life, but I may not be able to prevent all loss of life. The casualty rate will be higher than in a disaster I predicted because I don't have the foreknowledge advantage." Park nodded. "That's acceptable. Develop your response plan. I'll authorize whatever resources you need." "And Mr. Park? This is the moment I need to see. I need to see you handling something you didn't predict. Because in your new position, most of what you'll face will be situations that your original predictive data doesn't cover." Chapter 66. The Sakcho Emergence. The gate emerged at 4:23 a.m. in the coastal area outside Sakcho, in a location approximately 3 kilometers from the major city center, exactly where Jinho had positioned his network assets the previous evening. He didn't know what specific form the disaster would take, but he had positioned teams to respond to several possible emergence patterns based on his analytical models. He had staged equipment at key locations throughout the region. He had stationed experienced hunters at positions that would give them reaction time regardless of how the gate manifested. The emergence itself was remarkable and fundamentally different from anything in the standard gate emergence classification system. The gate tore open in a spiral pattern rather than the standard radial expansion he had expected. Energy discharge from the gate was occurring in rotating waves rather than the concentric blast patterns documented in historical records. The dimensional rifts were forming in nested structures that created cascading zones of instability. It was unlike anything in the standard gate emergence classification system. It was also unlike anything in his original timeline's records. Jinho watched the real-time monitoring data from the association's command center, receiving continuous feeds from multiple observation points. The gate was expanding. The emergence rate was accelerating beyond his projections. Within minutes, the cascading rift zones would destabilize the geological structure in a radius of approximately 2 kilometers, potentially affecting the city itself. He accessed the monitoring systems and began updating his response calculations in real time. His team leaders at the site were feeding him continuous updates on the actual emergence behavior, moment by moment. He was matching their reports against his mathematical models, adjusting predictions based on new data, and recommending tactical responses that evolved as the situation changed. This was different from his predicted disasters in fundamental ways. With predicted disasters, he had perfect knowledge of the disaster sequence. He could position resources with absolute precision. He could execute operations with calculated certainty. With xianxia, he was responding to an emerging situation. He was analyzing data in real time. He was making decisions based on incomplete information and adaptive models. He was operating as a problem solver rather than as a predictor. It was harder. It was also, he realized, more engaging. There was uncertainty. There was the possibility of failure, which made success more meaningful. His first critical decision came at 5:17 a.m., when the rift's rotation pattern intensified beyond his projections. The rotating energy waves were creating a secondary discharge phenomenon that his models hadn't anticipated. The discharge was ejecting concentrated dimensional energy that would reach the city center at approximately 6:15 a.m. if it maintained its current trajectory. Jinho calculated the projected impact zone. Approximately 340 people would be in the direct impact area if they remained in their residential locations. The association could issue an emergency evacuation order, but evacuation would take 45 minutes to execute completely. The discharge would arrive in 58 minutes. The evacuation would be incomplete, leaving civilians in the impact area. He had another option. He could position a strategic team directly in the discharge path and use their combined gate disruption ability to deflect or absorb the energy wave. It would require deploying rank A hunters to a location with potentially lethal exposure. The probability of survival for those hunters was calculated at 32%. Jinho made the decision. He deployed the strategic team. He gave them specific positioning instructions based on his calculations of where the energy wave would peak. He gave them instructions to execute coordinated disruption patterns designed to fragment rather than absorb the discharge. He was asking them to risk their lives based on his calculations. They were following his instructions because they didn't question the reasoning. They were rank A hunters who had worked with him before. They trusted his recommendations. At 6:14 a.m., the discharge wave arrived. The strategic team executed the disruption pattern. The energy wave fragmented. The concentrated discharge split into distributed waves that dissipated across a wider area. Damage radius expanded, but impact intensity decreased. Casualties in the impact zone dropped from projected 340 to actual 47. 3 of the rank A hunters suffered serious injuries. 2 required immediate hospitalization. 1 would likely suffer permanent ability degradation from the gate energy exposure. Jinho had prevented approximately 290 deaths. He had caused permanent harm to 3 hunters. He had calculated the trade-off and made the decision anyway. By 7:30 a.m., the gate emergence had stabilized. The rotating pattern was slowing. The dimensional rift was beginning to collapse inward. Within hours, the gate would dissipate naturally. The xianxia incident would be contained. The casualty count, 47 dead, 234 injured, 3 hunters permanently disabled, 2 hunters hospitalized. The tactical complexity of xianxia was unprecedented in Jinho's experience. He had managed disasters before, had coordinated responses across multiple teams, had made life-and-death decisions under extreme time pressure. But xianxia was fundamentally different because it was a disaster he didn't understand. The gate mechanics were alien to his comprehension. The energy discharge patterns didn't match any historical precedent. The stability curves of the dimensional rift were following mathematical progressions that his models had never encountered. This was what the future felt like. This was what every disaster would look like once his original timeline's foreknowledge became less relevant. Uncertainty, incomplete information, decisions made on the foundation of probability rather than certainty. Part of Jinho understood that this was actually preferable to perfect foreknowledge. Foreknowledge had been elegant, allowing him to position resources with mathematical precision and execute operations with calculated certainty. But it had also been sterile. There was no genuine decision-making and prevention when you knew exactly what would happen. There was only execution of predetermined plans. xianxia forced genuine decision-making. Real choice. Real consequences. The 3 hunters who suffered permanent injury, that was real cost. That was the price of operating without perfect knowledge. That was the weight of institutional authority. He had made a calculation that 290 civilian deaths prevented was worth 3 hunters permanently disabled. He had run the numbers coldly, without hesitation. The math was simple and elegant. The human cost was different. The haunting weight of knowing that 3 people would suffer permanent limitation for the rest of their lives because of his decision was something no probability calculation could capture. But he had made the decision anyway. That was the cost of power. It was not a successful prevention. It was a damage mitigation operation. It was the first time Jinho had faced a disaster he couldn't prevent, only manage. And he discovered something unexpected about himself. Managing a disaster that he hadn't predicted was actually more satisfying than preventing a disaster he had perfect knowledge of. There was agency in the decision-making. There was uncertainty. There was the possibility of failure, which made success more meaningful. Director Park was waiting for him at the command center when he arrived. "You didn't have a prediction for this," she said. It was a statement. "No. I handled it as a real-time analytical problem. You put 3 rank A hunters in lethal position to prevent 290 civilian deaths. You made a calculation. You traded professional lives for civilian lives. On your own authority, without consultation, you made a strategic decision that resulted in permanent harm to association personnel." "Yes," Jinho said. "That's exactly what I did. And I would do it again. The casualty rate is acceptable." Park was quiet for a very long moment. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, less impressed, more contemplative. "Welcome to the council, Mr. Park. Saksho has given me exactly what I needed to present your expansion to them. You've proven that you can handle situations beyond your prediction database. You've proven that you can make difficult decisions. You've proven that you understand the actual requirements of disaster management, not just theoretical prevention." She paused. "You've also proven that you're willing to make decisions that harm people under your command in service of your operational objectives. That's a quality the council values highly, but it's also dangerous. Don't forget that you're now managing people who will follow your instructions even when those instructions are lethal." Chapter 67. The council integration. The formal integration ceremony took place in the main council chamber 3 days later. Jinho was appointed to the operational committee with full voting authority. He was given an official office in the council building, administrative staff, and direct access to the association's resources. The ceremony included formal acknowledgement from Councillor Huang, who presented Jinho's position as a major institutional advancement. Huang's speech was carefully calculated to emphasize Jinho's disaster prevention achievements, while downplaying his actual methodology and decision-making processes. To the assembled council members, Jinho appeared to be a brilliant analytics specialist whose predictive models had revolutionized disaster response. To Councillor Huang, Jinho was clearly something more, something whose actual nature Huang had deduced, but was choosing to leverage rather than expose. After the ceremony, Huang invited Jinho to a private conversation in a secure room within the council building. "Your position is now politically powerful," Huang said. "You have authority that extends across the entire association. You have resources that would previously have required council approval to access. You have visibility that makes you an essential asset to anyone seeking to advance their position within the institutional structure. This creates dangers you haven't experienced yet." "What dangers?" Jinho asked, though he understood them already. "People will try to use your position for their own objectives. They'll ask you to deploy resources toward disasters that benefit them specifically. They'll try to corrupt your decision-making toward specific outcomes. They'll attempt to leverage your authority for personal gain. You'll face pressure that's both more sophisticated and more dangerous than the offer-based corruption you encountered 3 weeks ago. Institutional corruption is more subtle than direct bribery. It's woven into normal policymaking. You'll barely notice it happening. How do you suggest I manage it? Use me as a buffer. When someone approaches you with an inappropriate request, refer them to me. I'll handle the political management. I'll explain why their request is impossible or inappropriate. I'll redirect their expectations toward appropriate channels. In exchange, you'll occasionally consult with me on strategic positioning around specific disaster events. Nothing that compromises your analytical integrity, just perspective on how your decisions intersect with broader institutional politics." Jinho understood what Huang was proposing. The council member wanted unofficial advisory access to his decision-making in exchange for political protection. It was a reasonable trade, but it was also the first formal corruption of his operational independence. "Agreed," Jinho said, "with the condition that your requests don't override my primary objective of disaster prevention." "Disaster prevention is my objective too," Huang replied. "I simply understand that preventing disasters often intersects with political outcomes. I want to ensure that when they do intersect, you're aware of what those political outcomes are." Chapter 68. The boundary tests. Within a week of his council integration, Jinho received his first politically motivated request from within the institutional structure. A council member named Park Dong-soo approached him about a gate emergence predicted to occur near a major government facility in Busan. The emergence was scheduled for approximately 8 days away. Dong-soo wanted Jinho to delay the public notification of the emergence until specific business arrangements could be finalized at the facility. The delay would be 3 days, Dong-soo explained carefully. We need time to move certain assets to secure locations before evacuation protocols begin. The gate emergence date is firm. It won't accelerate. We just need the institutional notification to be delayed. Jinho refused directly. I provide accurate information to Director Park. Director Park makes the decision about public notification timing. I don't manipulate disaster notifications for financial purposes. That would be institutional fraud. Dong-Su wasn't surprised by the refusal. He nodded as if Jinho's response had been expected and left without further comment. The next day, Huang appeared at Jinho's office. I handled the Dong-Su situation, Huang said. I explained to him that the institutional notification timeline is determined by the director's office, not by individual council members. I also suggested that requesting manipulation of disaster protocols would be career-limiting for him. He won't approach you again. Thank you, Jinho said. That's what our arrangement is for. Now, I have a legitimate question for you. The Busan emergence, do you actually have foreknowledge of it, or is it a prediction based on your analytical model? Jinho had been expecting this question. Huang was testing the boundaries of what he actually knew about Jinho's capabilities. It's a prediction based on analytical models. I have foreknowledge of certain disasters, but many of my predictions are actually sophisticated pattern recognition applied to gate behavior data and probability modeling. Huang leaned back. That's a more honest answer than I expected. So you don't actually know everything that's going to happen. You have genuine foreknowledge of certain events and analytical capability for others. That explains why the Saksho emergence was a problem. It was a disaster type that didn't fit your foreknowledge profile and your analytical models hadn't anticipated. Yes, that's actually more impressive than if you had perfect prediction. It means you're adapting to situations. It means you have genuine problem-solving capability beyond just foreknowledge. It also means you're increasingly vulnerable to surprises as timeline divergence accumulates. Jinho didn't respond. Huang was more perceptive than most people, and his statement was accurate. Here's what I want to propose, Huang said. As your position expands, you'll have increasing pressure to make decisions that are politically motivated rather than analytically motivated. You'll have requests from people at every level trying to use your authority for their benefit. Some of them will be subtle. Some will be explicit. Some will be from people with enough power to make refusal genuinely dangerous. Are you suggesting I should accept politically motivated requests? I'm suggesting you should understand that some requests will have political weight behind them that makes refusal costly. When that happens, refer them to me. I'll evaluate the request politically and determine whether there's a way to execute it that doesn't compromise your core operational integrity. If there is, I'll help you find it. If there isn't, I'll help you refuse in a way that doesn't create political enemies. It was sophisticated institutional politics. It was also the process through which Jinho's decision-making independence would be gradually compromised without him explicitly agreeing to that compromise. But he also understood that this was how institutional power actually worked. Isolated independence was impossible in hierarchical structures. Influence required accepting constraints. Authority required building alliances. Understood, Jinho said. I'll refer requests to you. Chapter 69. The unknown disaster. The alert came from the Daegu regional office on a Wednesday afternoon, with urgent priority status flagging it as requiring immediate attention. Gate emergence detected in the southwestern industrial district of Daegu. The emergence pattern was unlike any documented gate type in the association's records. The initial energy discharge was significantly higher than standard emergence profiles. The dimensional rift was forming in a pattern that didn't match any of the association's classification categories. Jinho was at the council building when the alert arrived. He immediately requested transportation to Daegu and access to the regional monitoring systems. Within 2 hours, he was in the Daegu command center reviewing the real-time emergence data. The gate was different from Sakcho in significant ways. The emergence pattern was not rotating. It was pulsating with a rhythmic energy wave pattern. The energy discharge was occurring in wave patterns that seemed to have a defined frequency and intensity curve. The dimensional rift was forming in concentric circles rather than cascading zones. And critically, the gate was expanding rapidly, much faster than Sakcho had expanded. At the emergence rate observed at Sakcho, the gate was expanding to a dangerous radius within approximately 4 hours. This gate was expanding to the same dangerous radius in less than 60 minutes. Jinho's analytical models were reaching confidence levels below operational thresholds. He couldn't predict the exact emergence sequence. He couldn't calculate precise impact zones. He could calculate general danger profiles and recommend broad tactical approaches. But the specific guidance that had made his previous operations successful was unavailable. This was a disaster type that his foreknowledge didn't cover and his analytical models couldn't adequately process. Director Park was accessing the same monitoring systems from Seoul. She connected to the Taegu command center remotely. What are we looking at? She asked Jinho. A new gate emergence type that I don't have foreknowledge of. The emergence is too rapid to respond to with conventional disaster prevention protocols. The emergence pattern suggests the gate will reach critical expansion radius within 45 minutes. Civilian evacuation cannot be completed in that time frame. What are your recommendations? Deploy all available Rank A hunters to the impact zone. Establish a containment perimeter. Position evacuation teams for civilians outside the impact area. Prepare for either gate collapse or catastrophic environmental damage, depending on how the emergence stabilizes. That's not a prevention strategy, Park said. That's a damage mitigation strategy. Yes, because I can't prevent this disaster. I can only manage its consequences. There was a pause. Park was processing the significance of that statement. Then manage it, Park said. Do whatever is necessary to minimize casualties. Jinho spent the next 40 minutes making tactical decisions based on incomplete information and analytical models that were pushing beyond their confidence limits. He deployed hunters to positions based on calculations that had significant uncertainty margins. He positioned evacuation teams based on projections that might be incorrect. He made decisions that could result in large casualty rates if his calculations failed. At minute 43, the gate reached its critical expansion radius. The pulsating energy discharge intensified. The dimensional rift began forming secondary rents in the spatial structure around the primary rift. Then something unexpected happened. The gate began contracting. The expansion reversed. The pulsating frequency decreased. Within minutes, the dimensional rift collapsed inward completely. The gate destabilized and dissipated without producing the catastrophic environmental effects that Jinho had been preparing for. The total casualties were 34 dead and 127 injured. All deaths were peripheral, people who couldn't reach evacuation zones in time, not people caught in the direct gate impact. It was a successful disaster mitigation. It was also completely accidental. Jinho had prepared for catastrophic emergence. The gate had self-destabilized instead. His preparation had created the perception of control when in reality the outcome had been determined by factors he hadn't understood. Park was silent when she received the final casualty count. What happened? She asked. Your projections predicted a catastrophic impact. Instead, the gate self-destabilized. I don't know, Jinho said. The emergence pattern changed in ways my models didn't predict. The gate should have created environmental cascade effects. Instead, it contracted. Either my model is fundamentally flawed, or the gate emergence type has characteristics I don't understand. Either way, you just experienced a disaster where you didn't actually have adequate analytical capability to handle it. You prepared for catastrophe and got lucky instead. Yes, that's the moment where institutional authority becomes dangerous, Mr. Park. You have authority based on an assumption of reliability. You just demonstrated that your reliability doesn't extend to this category of disaster. What do you recommend we do about that? Jinho considered the question. I recommend we establish protocols for situations where I don't have adequate analytical confidence. The protocols should include secondary decision-makers who can override my recommendations if the confidence thresholds drop below operational minimums. That will require removing significant authority from your position. Yes, but it's more reliable than maintaining authority I can't adequately execute. Park took a long moment before responding. That's an unusually honest assessment, Mr. Park. It's also not how institutional power typically works. But I'll implement it. We'll establish a secondary review authority for decisions where your confidence falls below 70%. It will slow your response time, but it will prevent you from making critical decisions on analytical ground where you're essentially operating blind. Chapter 70. The secondary emergence 3 days after the Taegu self-stabilization. Another gate emergence occurred in Incheon that demonstrated the same unpredictable patterns with variations that suggested a new category of gate phenomena. This emergence also didn't match any documented gate classification. The emergence pattern was similar to Taegu, but with distinct variations in the pulsating frequency and energy discharge timing. The dimensional rift was forming in a pattern that suggested some kind of structured energy organization rather than chaotic emergence. This time, Jinho's analytical models provided slightly better confidence thresholds, approximately 68% confidence rather than 45% confidence, but still insufficient for reliable tactical planning by his standards. He recommended activation of the Secondary Review Authority. A committee of experienced Rank A hunters reviewed his recommendations and modified the tactical approach to include more conservative positioning, which reduced the positioning flexibility that might have allowed faster evacuation. The gate emergence was rapid, similar to Taegu. But this time, instead of self-destabilizing, the gate remained stable. It created a dimensional rift that established a semi-permanent connection to the underlying dimensional structure. The casualty count was 156 dead and 287 injured, significantly higher than Taegu, partly because the tactical modifications made by the secondary authority had reduced the positioning flexibility. Jinho was reviewing the casualty data when Park called again. "Your confidence thresholds were correct," Park said, "but the secondary authority's modifications reduced effectiveness. We need to find a balance between ensuring adequate decision-making oversight and maintaining operational flexibility. I recommend a hybrid approach," Jinho said. "For decisions where my confidence is between 60 and 75%, the secondary authority provides advisory recommendations only, not veto authority. They review my decisions and can flag concerns, but I retain operational control. For decisions where my confidence falls below 60%, the secondary authority has full veto authority. That creates tiers of decision-making authority based on your analytical confidence. It's more nuanced than I expected. It's more accurate to the reality of how my decision-making actually works." Park approved the hybrid approach. The institutional framework adjusted to accommodate the new understanding of Jinho's analytical capabilities. The council accepted the restructuring without significant objection. They understood that building appropriate oversight structures was preferable to operating under false assumptions about his reliability. But the implications were significant. Jinho's position had shifted from being the authoritative decision-maker on disaster response to being one voice in a multi-layered decision-making structure. His authority was large, but no longer absolute. His reliability was demonstrated, but no longer assumed to be universal. The regression system flagged the change. Timeline divergence at 17.3%. The new disaster types were becoming more frequent. The timeline was diverging rapidly from the original timeline. The disasters he could predict with foreknowledge were becoming increasingly rare. New patterns were emerging faster than his analytical models could adapt to them. Chapter 71. The network expansion 3 weeks into the new disaster emergence pattern. Jinho received contact from an international source that indicated the problem was not limited to Korea. A hunter organization in Japan, the Tokyo Metropolitan Gate Response Agency, had monitored the Taegu and Incheon emergence patterns through international intelligence sharing. They wanted to understand what the emerging disaster types meant. They wanted to know if similar patterns were occurring in other countries. They wanted to establish coordination protocols with the Korean Association to respond to this new category of gate phenomena that appeared to be emerging globally. Jinho requested approval from Director Park to conduct international consultation. "They want to understand what we've discovered about the new gate emergence patterns," Jinho explained. "More importantly, they want to know if this is a regional phenomenon or a global phenomenon. If gates worldwide are beginning to produce these new emergence types, the problem is larger than just Korean disaster response." Park approved the consultation. Jinho traveled to Tokyo to meet with representatives from the Tokyo Agency and from similar organizations in other East Asian countries. What he discovered was alarming in its implications. Every country monitoring gate activity had detected new emergence patterns in the past month. China had observed 5 distinct new gate types. South Korea had observed 3. Japan had observed 4. Singapore had observed 2. Vietnam had observed 1. The new patterns weren't regional variations. They were appearing simultaneously across the continent with striking correlation. "This suggests a systematic change in gate behavior," a Chinese analyst explained. "Not just random variation, but actual alteration of how gates emerge and manifest. Something fundamental has changed about gate physics." Jinho had a hypothesis, but he couldn't share it directly. The hypothesis was that his prevention work, combined with the work of other agents in the regression system, had altered the timeline sufficiently that gate emergence mechanics themselves were changing. The original timeline's gate behavior was becoming impossible. New behaviors were emerging to replace it. But explaining that would require discussing the regression system, which would require explaining his access to foreknowledge, which would require revealing the temporal mechanics of the entire situation. Instead, Jinho said, "The new emergence patterns suggest we need to develop new analytical frameworks to understand gate behavior. I recommend establishing an international coordination group focused on analyzing these new patterns. If gates worldwide are changing their behavior, we need international cooperation to develop response protocols." The recommendation was accepted. Within 2 weeks, an international gate emergence study group was established, with Jinho as one of the primary advisors. Representatives from 6 countries committed to sharing monitoring data, analytical findings, and response experience as the new gate emergence patterns became better understood. Jinho's network was expanding internationally. His decision-making authority was extending across country borders. His institutional position was becoming increasingly visible and increasingly powerful. But the visible power masked an underlying uncertainty. He was no longer relying on foreknowledge of specific disasters. He was relying increasingly on analytical capability and institutional coordination. He was becoming less a person with special knowledge and more a person with special ability to manage complex systems and coordinate between organizations. The regression system notified him of the shift, primary prediction phase ending. Timeline divergence at 18.8%. Secondary analytical phases initiating. System adjustments processing. He was entering a new phase of the regression system's operation. The foreknowledge that had defined his early work was becoming less relevant. The analytical and coordinative capabilities that had seemed secondary were becoming primary. He was evolving from a person who knew the future into a person who could shape it. Chapter 72. The International Conference. The International Gate Emergence Study Group held its first formal conference in Seoul, hosted by the Korean Hunters Association in its main conference facility. The venue was the largest auditorium at association headquarters, capable of holding 300 people. Representatives from 8 countries participated: Korea, China, Japan, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, and Malaysia. The delegation included analysts, hunters, association officials, government delegates. The conference agenda included presentations on the new gate emergence patterns, discussion of analytical frameworks, and negotiation of international cooperation protocols. Jinho was invited to provide the keynote address to the assembled international delegation. He stood before the assembled international delegation and presented an analysis of the new emergence patterns. He showed data from all participating countries, highlighting the similarities in the new emergence types. He proposed a unified analytical framework that could be applied across all countries to study the new patterns. And he carefully avoided any suggestion that the new patterns were connected to prevention work or timeline divergence. What we're seeing, he said, is evidence that gate emergence mechanics are more complex than our previous analytical framework suggested. The new patterns suggest gate behavior is responsive to environmental conditions, temporal factors, and possibly to previous gate emergence activity. This means our previous approach of static gate classification may be fundamentally inadequate. He proposed a new model, dynamic gate emergence theory. The model suggested that gates weren't fixed phenomena with predictable behavior. They were systems that adapted to their environment. Previous gate emergence activity in a region affected subsequent gate emergence patterns. Environmental changes affected gate stability. Temporal accumulation of gate events created cascade effects that produced new emergence types. It was an analytical framework that could explain all the new emergence patterns without requiring explanation of the actual cause, that the timeline itself was diverging from the original pattern because of Jinho's prevention work. The framework was well received. By the conference's end, all participating countries had committed to adopting the dynamic gate emergence theory as the basis for their analytical approaches. Jinho had effectively reshaped how international organizations understood gate phenomena. But more importantly, he had positioned himself as the architect of that understanding. He had become not just someone who responded to disasters, but someone who provided the analytical framework through which all countries understood disasters. After his keynote, an analyst from Singapore approached him privately in a secluded area of the conference facility. "That framework you presented," the analyst said, "dynamic gate emergence theory. It's not actually explaining what's happening. It's describing the symptoms while avoiding the actual cause." Jinho considered how to respond. The analyst was intelligent enough to see through the framework to the deeper reality. "What do you think the actual cause is?" Jinho asked. "I think something fundamental changed about gate behavior approximately 1 month ago. I think that change is correlated with disaster prevention activities in multiple countries. I think people like you, people with unusual predictive capability, are doing something that's changing how gates manifest. And I think that change is accelerating, which means the gates are adapting to whatever you're doing." It was the most direct articulation of the actual situation that Jinho had heard from someone outside the regression system's knowledge. "If I told you that you're correct in all the essential details, what would you do with that information?" Jinho asked. The analyst smiled. "I would do exactly what I'm doing now, continue studying the patterns and trying to understand the mechanism. I wouldn't expose you because that would accomplish nothing. And I would occasionally ask you if my analysis is on the right track, so I can adjust my framework accordingly." Jinho extended his hand. "We have an agreement." Chapter 73. The assassination attempt. Jinho was returning from the international conference when the first assassination attempt occurred with sudden and professional execution. He was walking through Seoul Station at 7:43 p.m., moving toward his vehicle in the underground parking structure. A woman approached him from the food court area, moving with the precise confidence of someone trained in combat and professional killing. She drew a concealed blade and struck toward his major brachial artery with the kind of speed and accuracy that suggested significant experience. Jinho moved. His awakening level had increased significantly since his early prevention work. He was now rank C1, verging on C level entirely. The speed of his reaction was beyond normal human capability. He sidestepped the blade strike, moved into the woman's space, and disabled her with precise pressure point technique that left her gasping but conscious. The woman was retained by security forces within minutes. She was identified as a professional hunter with rank E2 rating, currently unemployed and financially unstable. She had been hired by someone. She had received payment through cryptocurrency channels to execute a specific contract on a specific date. Director Park called Jinho immediately after the incident report reached her. You were targeted by a professional contractor. That's different from simple violence. That's organized intent. Someone wants you dead. I need to understand why. Jinho understood exactly why, but he couldn't explain it without revealing aspects of his operation that needed to remain hidden. I've prevented catastrophes that people profit from, Jinho said. My prevention work has disrupted specific economic interests. Someone has decided that eliminating me is more valuable than maintaining the current operational arrangement. Who would profit from gate disasters? Many people. Construction companies that profit from reconstruction. Insurance companies that speculate on disaster events. Crime organizations that expand operations in the chaos following disasters. Corrupt government officials who divert rescue funding. People in every sector who have financial incentive for gate disasters to occur. Park was quiet for a moment. You've prevented approximately 8,000 deaths by your own estimates. That's 8,000 people who are now alive because you did your work. But it's also 8,000 people whose deaths would have generated specific economic value for specific actors. You've created enemies by being effective. Yes, Counselor Huang needs to understand this. I'm going to inform him that you've become a target. He'll provide security, which will involve visibility you probably don't want. But the alternative is allowing assassination attempts to continue. Jinho accepted the security assignment. Huang arranged for protection teams to accompany him. Personal security was provided by specialized association hunters. His daily schedule became known to security officers and protection coordinators. The regression system flagged the change. Assassination attempts detected. Timeline divergence 19.2%. Recommend activation of counterintelligence protocols. The woman had probably not expected Jinho to react so quickly. Professional assassins develop confidence based on success patterns. If their target was someone who relied on institutional protection, who was used to operating in office settings surrounded by other people, then moving in a public location might seem safe. The attacker could strike quickly and disappear before security could respond. What the consortium had failed to account for was that Jinho was rank C1 in awakening. He had been through multiple gate emergencies. He had personally managed disaster prevention operations that required faster reaction times than almost any combat situation would impose. His neural pathways for rapid decision-making and physical response were optimized in ways that normal combat training couldn't achieve. The woman had been fast. By any normal standard of combat speed, she had been extremely fast. But Jinho's reaction time had been faster. That asymmetry was crucial to understanding how the counterintelligence phase would unfold. The consortium thought they were employing professional resources. But Jinho had access to resources that were significantly more capable than normal professional standards. The gap wasn't small. It was catastrophic. By the time the consortium realized that their assassination attempts were not succeeding due to luck, but due to Jinho's actual capability advantage, the pattern of failure would have become established. Future assassination attempts would be planned with the assumption that Jinho was a difficult target. That caution would create hesitation. That hesitation would create windows where Jinho's security could intercept and capture. The dynamic was actually in Jinho's favor. The more assassination attempts the consortium made, the more data they would generate about Jinho's capabilities. And all of that data would feed back into Jinho's counterintelligence operations, allowing him to predict where the next attempt would come from. The consortium was locked into a dynamic where their continued efforts would inevitably lead to their own discovery and dismantling. Chapter 74. The counterintelligence phase. Over the next 2 weeks, Jinho's protection teams identified 3 additional assassination attempts using progressively more sophisticated methods and resources. The first was a poisoning attempt at an association restaurant where Jinho held a regular meeting with his analytical staff. The second was an explosive device placed in his vehicle by someone with access to the association's parking facility. The third was a coordinated attack by two professional hunters attempting to overwhelm his security at a public event in Seoul Station. None of them came close to success, but their frequency was concerning. The assassination attempts were accelerating, becoming more resourced, becoming more sophisticated. Jinho requested access to the association's intelligence division. With Park's authorization, he began investigating who was contracting the assassinations. The investigation revealed a complex structure. The actual contractors were low-level operatives hired through cryptocurrency intermediaries. The payment sources traced back to shell corporations registered in multiple countries. The corporate structures were designed to be untraceable. Money moved through dozens of entities before reaching the actual contractors. But the investigation also revealed patterns. The assassination attempts were being coordinated through a specific financial network. The money was coming from a single consolidated source that was splitting payments across multiple contractors to avoid creating obvious patterns. Jinho traced the source to a consortium of business interests that profited from gate disasters. Construction, reconstruction, insurance, salvage operations, black market equipment dealers. They had formed a coordinated organization to maintain the profitability of catastrophes. They called themselves the Stabilization Consortium. The assassination attempts were not random acts of violence. They were coordinated, systematic, and escalating. That pattern itself was informative. It suggested an organization with resources, with decision-making authority, with the ability to reach out and contract professional killers. Not a single desperate person or a small group of people. An actual organization with institutional structure. The Stabilization Consortium was the obvious logical conclusion. Who profited most directly from gate disasters? Who had the strongest incentive to eliminate someone preventing those disasters? The answer was clear. The people who made money when catastrophes happened. The people whose profit margins were directly tied to death and destruction. Jinho had always known intellectually that his prevention work would create enemies. Preventing disasters was preventing deaths. Preventing deaths was preventing someone else's income. It was simple math. For every 290 civilian deaths prevented, there were construction companies not getting reconstruction contracts, insurance companies not paying out claims, salvage teams not getting lucrative extraction work, corrupt officials not diverting rescue funding. He had prevented hundreds of such disasters. He had diverted hundreds of billions of won in economic value away from the people who profited from catastrophe. He had created enemies who measured his cost in lost profit and lost opportunity. The fact that they had moved to assassination was actually in some ways predictable. When normal political and economic pressure failed to stop him, when institutional integration gave him authority that made him resistant to conventional corruption attempts, assassination became the rational choice for a sufficiently determined opponent. He should have anticipated it faster. He should have recognized the pattern earlier. His failure to do so was a measure of how thoroughly the institutional framework had absorbed his thinking. He had started to believe in institutions. He had started to rely on their protection. He had started to assume that operating within formal structures made him safe. The assassination attempts were a correction to that dangerous misunderstanding. The consortium had understood that Jinho was the critical element preventing their profit structure. By eliminating him, they could return to the previous timeline where disasters generated significant economic value. Huang wanted to move against the consortium directly. We identify the members, arrest them for conspiracy to commit murder, and dismantle the organization, Huang proposed. That will turn them into public enemies, Jinho said. Right now, they're operating covertly. Most of them have plausible deniability. Once we expose them publicly, they'll have nothing to lose. They'll escalate assassination attempts. They'll try to use public pressure and political influence to discredit both of us. So what's your alternative? Let me handle it. How? Jinho had already calculated the approach. I'll allow them to believe they can succeed. I'll position myself where an assassination attempt seems feasible. I'll ensure that whoever attacks me is captured or killed. The repeated failure will begin eroding their confidence. Eventually, they'll either abandon the contract or make a final mistake that allows me to identify the actual decision-makers. Huang considered the approach. You're suggesting using yourself as bait. I'm suggesting I have better control over the situation than they do. I can predict their behavior more accurately than they can predict mine. I can position the situation in ways that increase my advantage. That requires accepting risk you normally avoid. Yes, but the risk is manageable. Huang approved the approach, with the condition that Park maintained oversight of Jinho's positioning and security protocols. The counterintelligence phase began. Jinho created a schedule that appeared to offer vulnerable positioning moments. He reduced his visible security presence in specific locations. He created the appearance of patterns that assassination planners would find exploitable. And when the consortium attempted to capitalize on those apparent vulnerabilities, Jinho's actual security teams were positioned to capture or eliminate the contractors. The Busan emergence prediction was interesting from an analytical perspective. It was a genuine prediction based on his analytical models rather than foreknowledge from the original timeline. This made it slightly less reliable than predictions he had made about disasters he knew were coming. It also made it more vulnerable to being wrong. If the Busan emergence didn't occur as he predicted, if the gate failed to manifest at the location he had calculated, the entire institutional support structure would come into question. Why had Park so confidently promoted him to executive advisor based on a prediction model that might not be accurate? The pressure was beginning to feel less like the exhilaration of institutional integration and more like the weight of increasingly fragile institutional dependence. Each decision, each prediction, each recommendation would be scrutinized. Each failure would undermine his credibility. Each success would be viewed as increasingly likely to be luck or fraud rather than genuine capability. The thing about reaching the ceiling of probability was that it didn't just affect your institutional credibility. It affected your fundamental understanding of yourself. Jinho had built his entire identity around being someone with special knowledge, around being someone who could see patterns that others couldn't, around being someone who was right when everyone else was wrong. If that ceased to be true, if his special knowledge ran out, if his pattern recognition became just another analytical tool among many, who was he? What value did he have? What justification remained for the decisions he had made? Chapter 75. The network assassination. The breakthrough came when the consortium committed their most significant resources in a final attempt. Rather than hiring individual contractors, they deployed one of their own members, a high-level operative within the black market hunter community. The operative had rank B2 ability and significant combat experience developed in actual gate operations. The operative was tasked with a direct physical elimination operation. No subtlety, no secondary contractors, just direct action by someone capable of defeating Jinho in direct combat. This was the moment Jinho had been waiting for. A high-level operative meant someone with identifiable connections to the actual consortium leadership. The operative struck at a transportation hub where Jinho appeared to be in a vulnerable positioning moment. The protection teams allowed the operative to approach, then moved to intercept. The operative was skilled. The combat lasted 4 minutes. An extended encounter because the operative was trying to kill Jinho, while Jinho was trying to disable and capture the operative without lethal response. Jinho won the engagement. The operative was captured alive, seriously injured but capable of being interrogated. Under controlled interrogation, the operative provided information about the consortium's structure, its leadership, its financial flows, and its operational objectives. Within hours, Jinho had enough information to identify the consortium's primary leadership. Within a day, those individuals had been arrested on conspiracy to commit murder charges. Within a week, the consortium's financial infrastructure was dismantled. The assassination attempt stopped. But the implications of the consortium's response had shifted something in Jinho's understanding of his situation. He wasn't just preventing disasters anymore. He was engaging in active opposition against economic interests that profited from disaster. He was becoming a target for organizations that viewed prevention as a threat to their profit structure. His visibility had become inescapable. Chapter 76. The integration complete 3 weeks after dismantling the stabilization consortium. Jinho was formally recognized by the Hunters Association Council as the primary architectural authority for the association's international disaster response coordination. The recognition came with significant authority. He was given oversight of the association's international relationships with other countries' hunter organizations. He was given decision-making authority on resource allocation for international disaster prevention initiatives. He was given a seat on the Council's Strategic Planning Committee. He was also given a private estate in Seoul to serve as his residence, with full association security provided. He was given a security detail of rank B hunters. He was given institutional protection that acknowledged the assassination threats were ongoing, if currently suppressed. Director Park met with him in his new estate to discuss the implications of the expanded role. The estate was in the Gangbuk district, a secure location that had been selected for its defensibility. "You're now fully integrated into the institutional power structure," Park said. "Your visibility is complete. Your operational independence is constrained. Your authority is significant, but it comes with institutional accountability. This is what institutional power actually looks like." "I understand," Jinho said. "Do you?" "Because I don't think you fully comprehend what you've become. You're no longer a disaster prevention specialist operating covertly. You're a political figure. You're someone whose decisions intersect with international diplomacy, association politics, and economic interests across multiple countries. Your next decision won't be purely analytical, it will be political. Jinho understood her point. His world had shifted fundamentally. The era where he could operate in relative obscurity was over. The era where he could maintain distance from institutional politics was finished. What would you recommend? He asked. I would recommend you build alliances with institutional leaders who understand the value of prevention work. I would recommend you develop political sophistication that matches your analytical capability. And I would recommend you accept that the cost of institutional authority is that you're no longer isolated from institutional compromise. Chapter 77. The deeper network. The regression system's notification came at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday morning with significant priority flagging. Primary prediction phase complete. Timeline divergence, 20.5%. Secondary coordination phase active. New intelligence incoming. The new intelligence was significant. The regression system was providing Jinho with information about other regression agents operating globally. 9 total agents were confirmed active, each with foreknowledge of specific timeline disasters, each working toward prevention or structural alteration of their original timeline. The agents were Wei Chun, China 15, 000 plus lives saved. Tanaka Kenji, Japan 8, 000 plus lives saved. Yoonmin Jun, South Korea, separate from Jinho's Operation 6, 000 plus lives saved. Rajesh Kumar, India 12, 000 plus lives saved. Elena Volkov, Russia 10, 000 plus lives saved. Hassan Al-Rashid, Middle East 7, 000 plus lives saved. Carlos Mendez, Latin America 9, 000 plus lives saved. And 2 more agents in Europe and Africa with lower confirmed casualty prevention numbers. All 9 agents were doing exactly what Jinho was doing, preventing disasters from their original timelines, creating new possibilities in the process, and gradually reshaping the global timeline through intervention. The system was providing their names, their locations, their primary prevention objectives, and their contact information. The implication was clear. The regression system wanted Jinho to coordinate with the other agents. The system wanted global coordination of prevention efforts. The question was whether Jinho should accept that coordination. He spent the next week analyzing the system's recommendation. He reviewed the other agents' operational profiles. He calculated the potential benefits of global coordination versus the risks of expanding his operational network to include people he'd never met and couldn't fully trust. By the end of the week, he made his decision. He would contact Wei Chun and arrange an in-person meeting. If global coordination was going to happen, it needed to begin with someone whose operational capabilities and decision-making processes were most similar to his own. Chapter 78. The Shanghai meeting. Wei Chun agreed to a meeting in Shanghai within 48 hours, suggesting a location away from both China and Korea to minimize institutional monitoring. Jinho informed Director Park that he was traveling internationally for consultation purposes. She approved the trip, with the assumption that he was meeting with the International Hunter Organization representatives. He didn't tell her that he was meeting with another regression agent. Wei Chun's operation was more sophisticated than Jinho's in some ways and less developed in others. She had restructured Chinese gate response systems to be significantly more effective. She had prevented disasters with precision and care. But she was also operating with more institutional constraint than Jinho. The Chinese government was more directly involved in her operational oversight, which limited her flexibility. They met in a private restaurant on the Shanghai waterfront. The location was carefully selected for privacy and security. The regression system wants us to coordinate, Wei Chun said without preamble. I assume you received the same notification I did. Yes, Jinho said. What did you decide? The knowledge that other agents existed fundamentally changed Jinho's understanding of what he was doing. He had been operating under the assumption that he was unique, that only he had access to the regression system. Only he could see the pattern of upcoming disasters. Only he was trying to prevent the timeline from destroying itself. The reality was different. There were at least 9 people with access to similar systems, similar foreknowledge, similar capabilities. They were all operating simultaneously, all trying to prevent their respective timelines' disasters, all reshaping the global probability landscape through their interventions. What did that mean for the concept of prevention? If 9 different agents were all preventing their own timelines' disasters, then what was the actual timeline that was emerging? It wasn't the original timeline. It was some kind of hybrid, some superposition of 9 different timeline prevention operations, all happening simultaneously. Jinho's models couldn't quite capture that complexity. The probability mathematics became recursive and self-referential. Each agent's prevention created new scenarios. Those new scenarios created new divergences. Those divergences created new disaster types that other agents had to respond to. It was like watching 9 people trying to solve 9 different jigsaw puzzles simultaneously while they were all being forced into the same frame. The regression system's notification came at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday morning with significant priority flagging. Primary prediction phase complete. Timeline divergence, 20.5%. Secondary coordination phase active. New intelligence incoming. The new intelligence was significant. The regression system was providing Jinho with information about other regression agents operating globally. 9 total agents were confirmed active, each with foreknowledge of specific timeline disasters, each working toward prevention or structural alteration of their original timeline. The agents were Wei Chun, China 15, 000 plus lives saved, Tanaka Kenji, Japan 8, 000 plus lives saved, Yoonmin Jun, South Korea, separate from Jinho's Operation 6, 000 plus lives saved, Rajesh Kumar, India 12, 000 plus lives saved, Elena Volkov, Russia 10, 000 plus lives saved, Hassan al-Rashid, Middle East 7, 000 plus lives saved, Carlos Mendez, Latin America 9, 000 plus lives saved, and 2 more agents in Europe and Africa with lower confirmed casualty prevention numbers. All 9 agents were doing exactly what Jinho was doing, preventing disasters from their original timelines, creating new possibilities in the process, and gradually reshaping the global timeline through intervention. The system was providing their names, their locations, their primary prevention objectives, and their contact information. The implication was clear. The regression system wanted Jinho to coordinate with the other agents. The system wanted global coordination of prevention efforts. The question was whether Jinho should accept that coordination. He spent the next week analyzing the system's recommendation. He reviewed the other agents' operational profiles. He calculated the potential benefits of global coordination versus the risks of expanding his operational network to include people he'd never met and couldn't fully trust. By the end of the week, he made his decision. He would contact Wei Chun and arrange an in-person meeting. If global coordination was going to happen, it needed to begin with someone whose operational capabilities and decision-making processes were most similar to his own. Wei Chun agreed to a meeting in Shanghai within 48 hours, suggesting a location away from both China and Korea to minimize institutional monitoring. Jinho informed Director Park that he was traveling internationally for consultation purposes. She approved the trip, with the assumption that he was meeting with the International Hunter Organization representatives. He didn't tell her that he was meeting with another regression agent. Wei Chun's operation was more sophisticated than Jinho's in some ways and less developed in others. She had restructured Chinese gate response systems to be significantly more effective. She had prevented disasters with precision and care. But she was also operating with more institutional constraint than Jinho. The Chinese government was more directly involved in her operational oversight, which limited her flexibility. They met in a private restaurant on the Shanghai waterfront. The location was carefully selected for privacy and security. The regression system wants us to coordinate, Wei Chun said without preamble. I assume you received the same notification I did. Yes, Jinho said. What did you decide? I'm here to understand what coordination would mean. I'm here to understand your objectives and whether they align with mine. Wei Chun smiled. My objective is simple. Prevent the disasters that destroyed my original timeline. I calculate that I've saved approximately 15,000 lives so far. I'm willing to save more if it doesn't conflict with Chinese national interests. I'm not willing to sacrifice Chinese lives to prevent disasters in other countries. That's my limitation. That's a reasonable limitation. What's yours? I prevent disasters wherever I have foreknowledge of them. I don't prioritize regional interest over global lives saved. But I'm constrained by institutional and political pressures that limit my flexibility. Wei Chun nodded. Which means we're actually not fundamentally compatible in terms of operational approach. I operate to benefit China. You operate to benefit the global population. Those goals will eventually conflict. Maybe not, Jinho said. Maybe we can establish coordination protocols that don't require either of us to sacrifice our primary objectives. That's what the regression system is hoping. But I think the system is optimistic. Eventually, the 9 of us will be in direct competition for resources and decision-making authority over specific disasters. That competition will be managed, but it won't disappear. They spent the next 8 hours discussing coordination frameworks, establishing communication protocols, and negotiating the boundaries of their respective operational regions. By the end, they had established the beginning of a global network of regression agents. It wasn't perfect coordination, but it was functional cooperation between people who understood the actual nature of what they were doing in ways that institutional actors never could. Chapter 79. The hidden structure. Over the next month, Jinho coordinated with 5 of the other regression agents. He established communication protocols, negotiated operational boundaries, and created frameworks for sharing information about disasters that crossed regional boundaries. The global regression network that emerged was sophisticated, compartmentalized, and designed to prevent any single agent from understanding the full scope of what all 9 agents were collectively accomplishing. But Jinho could calculate it. 9 agents, approximately 85,000 combined lives saved, spanning 150-plus major disasters prevented. The timeline was being systematically restructured toward a state where catastrophic loss of life was becoming structurally impossible. And yet, something was still wrong. Jinho's analysis suggested that the prevention work should be reaching asymptotic levels. Each additional prevention should prevent fewer new disasters, because fewer disasters should be emerging. But instead, the opposite was happening. As he prevented more disasters, more new disaster types were emerging. The timeline divergence was accelerating rather than stabilizing. He was creating a paradox where prevention itself was generating new problems faster than he could solve them. He raised the concern in a communication with Wei Chun. "We're not converging toward a stable prevention state," Jinho said. "We're diverging toward increasingly complex disaster patterns. Every prevention creates 2 new vulnerabilities. Every intervention creates new failure modes. We're creating a world that's simultaneously safer and more fragile." Wei Chun's response took 2 days. "That's the actual problem the regression system was trying to solve," she wrote. "Not prevention, but stabilization. The system thinks that if all 9 of us prevent our original timeline's disasters simultaneously, we'll reach a superposition state where all timelines are simultaneously prevented. But that's mathematically impossible. Some timelines will be prevented. Others will be compromised. Stability will require choice. We'll have to choose which timelines to save and which to allow to fail." The implication was clear. The prevention work was building toward an inevitable conflict between the 9 regression agents about which timeline's preferred futures would be implemented and which would be abandoned. Chapter 80. The decision point. The international coordination work was both more straightforward and more complex than Jinho had anticipated. Straightforward because the technical problem was clear: establish communication protocols, negotiate operational boundaries, avoid direct conflict over regional disasters. Complex because the human element, the trust and cooperation between people from different countries with different motivations, was fundamentally uncertain. Wei Chun had approached the negotiation like a hardened survivor. She understood that cooperation was temporary and pragmatic. She understood that each agent's primary loyalty was to their own timeline. She understood that conflict was inevitable and unavoidable. What Jinho was beginning to understand was that Wei Chun was probably right about all of that. The 9 agents could coordinate on paper. They could establish protocols and agree on regional boundaries. They could even cooperate on disasters that affected multiple timelines. But underneath that cooperation was a fundamental incompatibility. Each agent wanted their timeline to win. Each agent wanted their preferred future to be the one that actually manifested. And eventually, those preferences would come into direct conflict. When that happened, the cooperation would break down. The protocols would become irrelevant. The regional boundaries would collapse. The situation would resolve into some form of competition or conflict. Preparing for that inevitability was actually the wise thing to do. Building alliances, accumulating resources, creating leverage points and advantageous positions. These were the strategic preparations that Jinho needed to make before the inevitable conflict emerged. The institutional integration was actually part of that preparation. By becoming essential to the association, by building authority within it, Jinho was creating a power base that would survive the breakdown of international cooperation. If the global prevention network collapsed, Jinho would still have his institutional position. He would still have resources. He would still have the ability to operate. That was why the regression system had guided him toward institutional integration. The system knew that global cooperation was unstable. The system knew that competition would eventually override coordination. The system was preparing Jinho for the world that was coming after the prevention network collapsed. He was a game piece on a board larger than he fully understood, being positioned in ways that would only make sense in the context of a game he couldn't yet see completely. But he was beginning to understand the pattern, beginning to see the larger strategy that the system was implementing through the 9 agents. And understanding that pattern both clarified his position and filled him with a dread that he couldn't quite articulate. On the evening of the last day of Step 4, Jinho sat alone in his secured estate and reviewed what he had accomplished over the past months of intensive work. He had prevented 9 major disasters beyond his original foreknowledge. The convergence of all these factors, the institutional integration, the international coordination network, the timeline divergence acceleration, the emerging new disaster types, was creating a complex dynamic that Jinho was still struggling to fully comprehend. On a tactical level, each element made sense. On a strategic level, the overall pattern was coherent. But on a metastrategic level, the implications were troubling. He was being positioned for something larger than disaster prevention. He was being prepared for a role in a competition between 9 agents, 9 timelines, 9 visions of what the future should be. The regression system had activated him and 8 others with the purpose of forcing that competition into being. Because what was the alternative? If 9 agents just prevented their own timeline's disasters and avoided conflict, then 9 different timelines would be partially saved, and the result would be a messy, compromised world where nobody's preferences were fully satisfied. That was probably not what the regression system wanted. The regression system seemed to want the 9 agents to actually compete, to fight for dominance, to force a resolution that favored one timeline's preferred future over the others. That kind of competition would accelerate the evolution of the metasystem. It would force rapid innovation, rapid problem-solving, rapid adaptation. It would also be incredibly destructive. When the 9 agents moved from cooperation to competition, when they started actively working against each other instead of with each other, the timeline would enter a phase of instability that could lead anywhere. That instability was probably what the regression system was actually trying to create. Not stable prevention of disasters, not peaceful coexistence between 9 timeline realities, but rather forced evolution through conflict and competition. Jinho was a piece in that larger game. He was valuable not for what he had accomplished so far, but for what he would accomplish in the next phase. The phase where prevention turned into competition. The phase where 9 agents turned against each other. And he still didn't fully understand his role in that upcoming conflict. He had expanded his network from 50-plus members to 100-plus members integrated into the association structure. He had established international coordination protocols with 8 other regression agents. He had neutralized the stabilization consortium. He had moved from shadow operative to institutional power. His original timeline was completely impossible now. The catastrophes that had destroyed him didn't exist. The institutional arrangements that had silenced him didn't exist. The future that had haunted him was irrelevant. But the cost of that prevention was becoming visible. He had sacrificed operational independence for institutional authority. He had compromised decision-making autonomy for greater resources. He had moved from trying to save individual disasters to managing a global system where 9 different regression agents were subtly competing to restructure the world according to 9 different original timelines. The moment Jinho accepted the executive advisor position, he understood at some level that he was crossing a threshold from which there could be no return. The institutional machinery of the Hunters Association would process him, absorb him, integrate him into its structures. He would gain authority and resources, but he would lose autonomy. He would become essential to the institution, which meant the institution would become essential to him. The strategic implications of that dependency were significant. If the association discovered the true source of his foreknowledge, if institutional investigation revealed the existence of the regression system, the power dynamic would shift dramatically. He would no longer be a valued consultant that the institution wanted to protect. He would become a security threat, a liability, a problem that needed to be managed. But that was a future concern. For now, he existed in a state of carefully maintained balance. He provided value through his recommendations. The institution provided resources through its authority. As long as that mutual utility continued, the arrangement would hold. The question was how long that balance could last. As his foreknowledge became less relevant, as new disaster types emerged that he couldn't predict, as his confidence thresholds dropped below operational minimums, would the association continue to find his recommendations valuable? Would the institutional relationship persist if he was no longer providing the unusual accuracy that had made him valuable in the first place? Park believed it would. She believed that by moving him into a position of institutional authority, by making him essential to institutional decision-making, she was creating enough interdependency that the relationship would persist regardless of changing analytical capability. But institutional relationships were fragile things. They depended on continued value exchange. The moment one party stopped perceiving value from the other, the relationship became vulnerable. And Jinho's value was increasingly uncertain. The disasters he had prevented in Sakcho and Taegu, the damage mitigation he had achieved in Incheon, these demonstrated that he had analytical capability beyond his original foreknowledge. But they also demonstrated that his analytical capability was not perfect, that there were limits to what he could predict and manage. Those limits would become more visible as the timeline continued to diverge, as new disaster types became more common, as the disasters that only existed because of his own prevention work began to accumulate. He was approaching a point where he would need to make a choice about what kind of operative he wanted to be. Continue as he was, accepting institutional constraints and institutional dependency, or return to pure shadow operations, abandoning institutional authority but regaining operational independence. The institutional path offered resources and authority. The shadow path offered freedom and uncertainty. He still had time to choose, but not much. The timeline was accelerating. The institutional integration was progressing. The moment of irreversible commitment was approaching fast. The regression system sent its final notification for Step 4. Timeline divergence, 21.1%. Primary prevention phase complete. Institutional integration complete. Global network activation complete. Step 5 initiation authorized. The first major disaster that would be entirely new, created by his prevention work rather than inherited from the original timeline, was being prepared. The timeline was about to enter a phase where Jinho couldn't rely on foreknowledge because the future he was moving toward had never existed anywhere. He had become not a person who predicted the future, but a person who was creating it. The global regression network that emerged was sophisticated, compartmentalized, and designed to prevent any single agent from understanding the full scope of what all 9 agents were collectively accomplishing. But Jinho could calculate it even without full information. 9 agents, each with foreknowledge of specific disasters from their original timelines, each preventing those disasters systematically. The cumulative effect was staggering. Approximately 85,000 lives saved across all 9 agents' operations. 150 or more major disasters prevented. The timeline was being restructured at a fundamental level. The probability landscape was being rewritten. The possibility space of potential futures was being constrained toward states where catastrophic loss of life was structurally impossible. But there was a price to that prevention work that went far beyond the lives that had to be sacrificed for the math to work. There was the price of knowing. The burden of carrying knowledge that nobody else could carry. The weight of understanding that you had access to information that should not exist. The isolation of existing in a space where institutional actors and fellow humans could never truly understand what you were doing or why. Jinho had sacrificed his original identity to become a person with foreknowledge. He had sacrificed his reputation to become a shadow operator. He had sacrificed his freedom to become an institutional asset. And now he was sacrificing his certainty to become something he had never anticipated. A person who had to rely on analytical capability instead of knowledge. The timeline was diverging faster than anyone had predicted. New disaster types were emerging. The original timeline's data was becoming less relevant by the day. Soon, perhaps within weeks or months, the foreknowledge that had defined his operation would be completely useless. He would be forced to rely entirely on his analytical capability, and he had no way of knowing if that capability would be sufficient. The regression system had flagged that Wei Chun and the other agents were discovering the same thing. The prevention work was not converging toward a stable solution. It was diverging toward increasing complexity. The timeline was not moving toward a single stable future. It was fracturing into multiple possible futures, each determined by which disasters were prevented and which were allowed to happen. That divergence had implications that Jinho had not fully calculated. It meant that eventually, the 9 agents would have to make choices about which timelines to save and which to let fail. It meant that coordination would break down into conflict. It meant that the global prevention network would eventually turn into a global struggle for dominance between 9 regression agents with different objectives and different timelines. The realization was sobering. He had been building towards something that he had not anticipated. The regression system had guided him toward institutional integration, toward network expansion, toward global coordination. But what it was actually preparing him for was not global prevention. It was global conflict. The understanding that he would have to eventually choose between the 9 timelines was not something Jinho was prepared to face. His entire operation had been built on the assumption that prevention was universally good, that saving lives was always the right choice, that maximizing the number of people who survived was the primary objective. But if Wei Chun was correct, and Jinho suspected she was, based on his own analytical models, then eventually the prevention work would reach a point where you couldn't save everyone, where the choices made to prevent one timeline's disasters would necessarily create new disasters in another timeline's probability space. That was the horror at the center of what the 9 agents were collectively doing. They weren't building a world where everyone was saved. They were building a world where some people were saved and some people were sacrificed. They were making choices about which timelines' preferred futures would be implemented and which would be abandoned. And Jinho was going to have to make those choices. The thought filled him with a dread that was almost physical. Making tactical decisions about whether to sacrifice 3 rank A hunters to save 290 civilians was difficult, but it was at least mathematically straightforward. You could run the numbers. You could evaluate the trade-off. You could make a decision based on pure calculus. But choosing which timelines to save and which to let fail? How did you make that choice? What ethical framework could possibly justify it? What mathematical model could possibly be applied to that kind of decision? The answer, Jinho suspected, was that there was no framework. There was no model. There was only the raw exercise of power. 9 regression agents, each trying to save their own timeline's preferred future. Eventually, those futures would come into direct conflict. Eventually, cooperation would break down into competition. Eventually, the prevention network would become something much more dangerous. Wei Chen understood this. That was why she had been so calm about the prospect. She had already accepted that this was inevitable. She was already preparing for the conflict that was coming. Jinho was still in denial. He was still telling himself that there had to be a way to save everyone. That there had to be a way to coordinate the 9 timelines into a state where everyone's preferences were satisfied. He was going to have to let that denial go. He was going to have to accept what Wei Chen had already accepted, that some futures would be saved. Others would be abandoned. The price of prevention was necessarily the creation of new sacrifices. And the people who would pay those prices would be the ones in the timelines that weren't selected for preservation. And Jinho was only beginning to understand the true nature of what he was moving toward. The true scope of what was happening was beginning to become visible to Jinho only now. He had been focused on individual prevention operations, on building his network, on achieving institutional integration. But the larger pattern was more complex and more consequential than any of that. 9 agents, 9 timelines, 9 different versions of the future, each with their own preferred disasters prevented, their own preferred outcomes implemented, their own preferred survival patterns. And all 9 of them converging on the same timeline simultaneously. The probability mathematics was staggering. Each prevention created cascading effects. Each cascade created new disaster types. Each new type created new opportunities for other agents to intervene. The timeline was becoming not just divergent, but fractally complex, with new divergences emerging at every level of scale. And the regression system was orchestrating all of it. Or at least, it was allowing all of it to happen. The system had activated 9 agents, provided them with information, guided them toward network building and institutional integration. The system wanted this level of complexity. The system wanted this convergence of multiple timeline prevention operations all happening simultaneously. But why? What was the purpose of creating a situation where 9 agents, each with different objectives and different timelines, were all trying to reshape the global probability landscape simultaneously? The only logical answer was that the system itself wasn't trying to create a stable future. It was trying to create a situation where multiple possible futures could all be simultaneously realized. A superposition of 9 different timeline outcomes, each existing in a separate probability branch of the larger metasystem, which would require a level of dimensional manipulation and temporal engineering that exceeded anything Jinho had previously imagined the system was capable of. The realization filled him with a kind of awe and terror that was almost paralyzing. He wasn't just preventing disasters. He wasn't just rebuilding his original timeline. He was participating in the creation of something entirely new, a metasystem where multiple timelines could coexist without completely overriding each other. That was what the regression system actually wanted. That was what all of this had been building toward. And Jinho was only beginning to understand what his role in that larger operation actually was. The final push into full institutional integration had brought Jinho to a position where he could influence association policy, access institutional resources at will, and coordinate with international organizations. It had also brought him to the edge of a recognition he could not avoid much longer. His original timeline was irrelevant now. The disasters that timeline had contained were mostly prevented. The catastrophe that had silenced him didn't exist anymore. The future he had been running from was impossible. But the future he was running toward was equally uncertain. The international coordination network of 9 agents was not a stable system. It was a temporary equilibrium that would eventually resolve into conflict as the competing timelines' preferred outcomes came into direct contradiction. He had accelerated this process through institutional integration. By becoming visible, by building authority, by creating resources, he had made himself a key player in whatever global restructuring was going to happen. The price of that acceleration was that he could no longer retreat to obscurity. He could no longer operate purely through his network. He was tied to institutions now. He was dependent on relationships. He was visible in ways that made him vulnerable in new and unexpected ways. The regression system had guided him toward this position deliberately. It wanted him integrated. It wanted him visible. It wanted him committed to a path that would lead inevitably toward global coordination and global conflict. He had followed that path willingly, sometimes eagerly. But only now was he beginning to understand the full scope of what he had committed himself to. And he had no idea whether what he was creating would be better than what he had prevented. His original timeline was completely impossible now. The catastrophes that had destroyed him didn't exist. The institutional arrangements that had silenced him had been unmade before they could even form. The future that had haunted him was irrelevant. But the future he was moving toward remained unknowable. He had committed himself to a path that would inevitably lead toward confrontation with 8 other regression agents. He had integrated into institutions that would constrain and control him. He had built a network that was becoming increasingly visible and increasingly fragile. The moment of irreversible commitment was approaching, and Jinho was moving toward it deliberately, knowing that what came after would reshape everything he had worked to create. The regression system had been silent about what came next. It would provide guidance when the time was right. Until then, Jinho would continue forward, each decision bringing him deeper into a future he could no longer predict but could still attempt to shape. Chapter 81. The new disasters. Jinho sat in his office at Hunters Association headquarters, reviewing reports that should not have surprised him but did. The Sakcho Gate emergence data was being flagged by the monitoring systems, and there was nothing in his original timeline's memory that corresponded to it. This was the first major disaster that had been created entirely by his prevention work, not inherited from the original timeline. It was the first disaster that existed because he had prevented something else. The gate type was unprecedented. The monitoring teams were calling it a lateral expansion phenomenon. It emerged not from underground, but from the side of a coastal cliff face, creating conditions that didn't match any known gate classification. The emergence occurred horizontally from the mountainside rather than vertically from underground. It created expansion patterns that didn't follow the normal geometric progression of traditional gates. According to his original timeline knowledge, this specific location in Sakcho should have remained stable indefinitely. The catastrophe was entirely new, born from a cascade of prevention choices he had made over the preceding months. He had prevented the Incheon collapse. That prevention had shifted shipping routes throughout East Asian logistics networks. The shifted routes had altered weight distributions on underground structures and geological support systems. The altered weight distributions had changed geological pressure patterns across multiple regions. The changed pressure patterns had destabilized the Sakcho cliff face, which had been fragile for centuries but stabilized by specific pressure distributions. And that destabilization had created the conditions for this new gate type to emerge. This was what Park meant when she said he was transforming from prevention to design. He wasn't just preventing disasters anymore. He was orchestrating cascades of prevention, each one creating secondary effects that rippled through the timeline in directions he couldn't always predict. He was becoming not just an observer of causality, but an architect of it. And the responsibility of that role was beginning to crush him. Jinho pulled up the infrastructure data from the last 4 months. The Incheon prevention had shifted shipping routes. The Seoul Station prevention had changed traffic patterns. The Daegu mitigation had altered population distribution. Each prevention had created secondary effects that rippled through the probability landscape. The timeline was optimizing itself around his interventions, developing new weaknesses where old strengths had been eliminated. Director Park entered without knocking, carrying a tablet with live gate monitoring feeds. "You've been staring at Sakcho data for 3 hours," she said. "Tell me what you're seeing." "I'm seeing a disaster I can't predict," Jinho replied quietly. "In my analytical models, this gate shouldn't be emerging. The conditions don't align with historical precedent. It's a new phenomenon." Park sat across from him, her expression shifting from curiosity to something more analytical. "How is that possible? Your predictions have been accurate because you understand gate mechanics better than anyone. How can a gate type emerge that doesn't fit your understanding?" Jinho chose his words carefully. "The world is changing. My previous analytical models were based on historical data, but history is being altered by prevention. Every disaster I prevent eliminates one set of conditions and creates new ones. The timeline is diverging faster than my models can process. I'm no longer predicting the future based on past data. I'm trying to predict futures that have never happened before." The implication hung between them. Park had always assumed his accuracy came from deep expertise and data analysis. But the core of his knowledge was foreknowledge, specific predictions about specific disasters at specific times. Once the timeline diverged far enough from the original, that foreknowledge became useless. He couldn't predict new disaster types. He couldn't predict secondary disasters created by his own prevention work. He couldn't predict how the timeline would respond to his interventions. His edge was disappearing as the divergence grew. The timeline he had left was becoming less relevant with each passing month. How many major events are in this new category? Park asked. Increasing number. The Sakcho Gate is the first, but the analysis suggests at least 3 more of this type emerging in the next 6 months. All of them appear to be consequences of previous prevention work. Park processed this information, recognizing the implications. Jinho was no longer the person who could predict disasters with near certainty. He was becoming someone who had to analyze and respond like a normal analyst, just with better infrastructure and more experience. Then we change methodology, Park said. You move from prediction-based prevention to analysis-based risk mitigation. You've been operating as a fortune teller. Now you operate as a systems architect. It's actually more sustainable long-term. Jinho hadn't considered the shift in those terms. His entire operational structure had been built on the assumption that he had specific knowledge of specific disasters. Losing that knowledge wasn't a limitation, it was a transformation. He could no longer rely on certainty. He would have to build systems that were robust enough to handle uncertainty. The Sakcho emergence was scheduled for 47 hours from now. Jinho didn't know the exact conditions. He didn't know the expansion rate. He didn't know how many people would be in the danger zone. He was going to have to handle this disaster the way normal analysts handled them, through preparation, resource positioning, and contingency planning. He had built a system sophisticated enough to do that. But it required a different kind of thinking. It required accepting that prevention wasn't about knowing the future. It was about designing systems where the future couldn't be catastrophic. By the time Park left his office, Jinho had already begun the restructuring. He pulled up the Sakcho district infrastructure records. He contacted the city planning authority. He initiated the evacuation protocols for a non-specific threat that he had to justify through structural analysis rather than specific foreknowledge. The old way of preventing disasters was ending. The new way was beginning. It was a transition he would have to make consciously, strategically, understanding every implication. Because once he transitioned to analysis-based risk mitigation, he could never go back to foreknowledge. He would be relying on systems and expertise instead of specific knowledge. He would be one step further removed from the comfort of certainty. He would be one step closer to becoming truly blind to the future. Chapter 82. The butterfly effect made visible. The Sakcho Gate manifestation emerged at 14:23 hours, 12 minutes later than Jinho's initial calculation. The lateral expansion phenomenon was even more unstable than the monitoring data had suggested. The cliff face began fracturing in ways that created secondary landslides rather than ground collapse. The emergency notification system sent alerts to Jinho's command center at 14:24. High priority beacon, uncontrolled gate emergence, cliffside location, coastal district at risk. The monitoring feed showed the gate as a swirling vortex of corrupted space, expanding outward from the fracture line. The measurement systems registered the expansion rate as increasing. It was accelerating rather than reaching a stable state. Jinho had positioned 35 hunters across the disaster zone based purely on risk analysis. He hadn't known exactly where the worst damage would occur, so he had distributed resources across multiple potential impact zones. When the expansion actually occurred, the hunters were positioned incorrectly for the primary disaster, but correctly for the secondary effects. What should have been a catastrophic positioning failure became, through pure chance, a distributed response network that could address multiple consequences simultaneously. The response became improvisation. Jinho coordinated on-the-fly repositioning, redirecting hunters to where they were actually needed. He watched the damage reports flowing in from field teams, landslides cascading down the cliff face, boulders the size of buildings tumbling toward the coastal district, underground gas pockets rupturing from the pressure changes caused by the expanded gate. Hunter Squad 3 is repositioning to the secondary landslide zone, his coordinator reported. They report structural degradation in the northern residential blocks. Evacuations are proceeding, but we're getting resistance from residents who don't want to leave. Force the evacuation, Jinho said immediately. Prioritize speed over compliance. Anyone still in the danger zone in 10 minutes will be trapped when the secondary collapses occur. The evacuation had proceeded smoothly because he had evacuated the district entirely rather than trying to predict specific safe zones. The transport networks he had established for disaster preparedness training were already filled with buses and emergency vehicles. The predetermined shelters that he had established through the consulting firm were already receiving evacuees. The entire district that should have housed 50,000 people during this disaster time period was instead being moved to designated safety areas. The first major secondary collapse occurred at 1447. A section of cliff faced the size of a city block detached from the mountain and fell toward the ocean. The impact created a massive wave that threatened the coastal communities. But Jinho's infrastructure improvements had included reinforced coastal barriers that were designed to handle exactly this type of wave impact. The barriers held. The water was diverted. The coastal population remained safe. The second major cascade occurred at 1452. The underground pressure systems that had been disrupted by the gate emergence created a secondary shock through the geological layers. This shock destabilized additional cliff sections. But the pressure release valves that Jinho's consulting firm had installed in the coastal district's infrastructure redirected the dangerous pressure buildup, preventing the chain reaction that would have devastated the area. The death toll was 5. Hunters who had injuries from the initial fracture cascade and experienced complications during the rapid response operations. One hunter with a healing ability failed to stabilize properly after severe internal damage. 2 hunters experienced gate corruption that spread faster than medical teams could contain. 2 others were crushed by rockfall during their operations. 5 deaths. In the original timeline, this disaster had killed 213 people. Jinho had prevented 208 deaths through infrastructure redesign and advanced preparation. And he hated every single moment of it because the 5 deaths felt like his failures rather than his successes. The outcome was acceptable by normal standards. The association called it a good response. Jinho called it evidence of a system that was developing weaknesses faster than he could address them. The post-incident analysis revealed the cascade effect. The Seoul Station prevention had changed underground water distribution patterns, shifting the geological load distribution beneath the eastern coast. The Daegu mitigation had altered geological pressure states by preventing a collapse that would have relieved accumulated tension. The Incheon prevention had shifted shipping weight loads that historically had been absorbed through specific geological channels, forcing the weight distribution into different underground pathways. Sakcho was where all those pressure redistributions had accumulated into a new disaster type, one that Jinho's original timeline knowledge could not have predicted because the specific convergence of prevented disasters had never occurred before. It was elegant and terrifying. Every prevention created ripples that extended far beyond the immediate incident. The timeline was a complex system, and he was a person who understood only the static parts of it. The dynamic effects, the cascading consequences, those he was still learning. Each disaster prevented was like removing a stone from a dam. The water would find new paths. The pressure would redistribute. The system would find new failure modes. Nakyung visited him in his office after the incident. She had been coordinating the evacuation logistics and had noticed his reactive adjustment pattern. She had watched him redirecting resources, adapting to developments he couldn't have predicted, responding to cascade effects he hadn't anticipated. "You didn't know it would happen like that," she said. "It wasn't a question." "No," Jinho admitted. "I prepared for several scenarios, none of which matched actual events. I got lucky." Nakyung sat across from him, her expression serious. "You've never been lucky. You know when things happen, and you position people to deal with it. But this time you didn't know, and you still handled it. That's different. That's you being good at your job without knowing the answer first." She was right, Jinho realized. His entire career had been built on certainty, knowing what would happen, where it would happen, when it would happen. But now he was operating in uncertainty. He was adapting to events he couldn't predict. He was succeeding not because he knew the future, but because he understood systems well enough to respond when the future surprised him. That was both more and less reassuring than his original foreknowledge. Chapter 83, Cascading Weaknesses. The second new phenomenon disaster emerged 3 weeks later in Daegu's northern district. This one was a hunter-related catastrophe rather than a gate phenomenon. A rank B hunter named Park Min-jun, age 29, with an unusual corruption ability had lost control of his powers during a routine gate operation. His ability to corrupt structural integrity at a distance began degrading the buildings around him in a spreading wave. The corruption didn't work on biological material. It worked specifically on the molecular bonds in steel, concrete, and other construction materials. His ability was creating localized failure cascades through the district's infrastructure. The incident spread like a contagion. The more panicked he became, the more his ability activated involuntarily, the more buildings failed. His fear was creating disaster. In the original timeline, this incident had not occurred because the specific chain of events that created this particular hunter's psychological state never happened. But Jinho's prevention of the Daegu collapse had altered family circumstances. The hunter had grown up in different conditions. He had developed different psychological vulnerabilities, and now those vulnerabilities were manifesting in a way that created a new catastrophe. 42 people died before Jinho's network could contain and extract the corrupted hunter. The deaths happened in cascade. Buildings collapsed, people were buried in rubble, secondary structures failed, water systems ruptured. It was chaos amplified by a single person's uncontrolled ability, turning the district into a disaster zone. It was the highest casualty count from any single incident since Jinho had begun his prevention operations, and it was the result of his success. If he hadn't prevented the Taegu collapse, this hunter wouldn't have been in different psychological circumstances. If he hadn't prevented different disasters, this hunter's family circumstances would have been different. If he hadn't come back from the original timeline, this hunter wouldn't have developed the psychological vulnerabilities that manifested as uncontrolled corruption. The implication was obvious. Every prevention worked to prevent that specific disaster, but the prevention created conditions that made other disasters possible. The system was finding new modes of failure. The timeline was like a complex machine. You eliminated one failure mode, and 3 others emerged from components that were no longer constrained by the original failure. Jinho called an emergency meeting with the core members of his network. 23 people, his most experienced coordinators, his most trusted analysts, his closest partners in the prevention work. The system is degrading, he told them without preamble. We're preventing catastrophes faster than we're preventing secondary effects. The prevention rate is outpacing our modeling capability. Within 6 months, we'll be unable to predict or position for new disaster types. One of his senior coordinators, a former military tactical officer named Min Jun, spoke up. Are you suggesting we stop preventing disasters? I'm suggesting we stop responding to disasters, Jinho replied, and start preventing the conditions that create disasters. If we can eliminate the circumstances that give rise to catastrophes, we don't have to prevent each specific incident. The shift in approach was fundamental. Instead of preventing disasters as they emerged, Jinho began identifying structural weaknesses in the system and engineering them out of existence. The Sakcho Gate had emerged because of water distribution pattern changes. The Taegu Hunter incident had emerged because of altered family circumstances. Both could be prevented not by stopping the specific incident, but by eliminating the conditions that made the incident possible. Jinho organized his network into 2 divisions. The first continued reactive prevention, handling disasters as they emerged. The second shifted to proactive prevention, identifying vulnerability points and engineering solutions months in advance. The proactive division required expanding his network into civilian sectors. Jinho established a consulting firm specialized in disaster-resilient infrastructure development. The firm worked with city governments, building companies, and engineering agencies. On the surface, they provided recommendations for improved structural safety. Underneath, Jinho was positioning infrastructure improvements that would prevent disasters that hadn't emerged yet. When the firm recommended additional structural reinforcement in Seoul's Gangbuk district, it was because Jinho had identified that this specific district would develop a critical vulnerability 6 months in the future, a vulnerability that would create the conditions for a gate catastrophe. The reinforcement prevented the vulnerability before it emerged. When they worked with Incheon's Port Authority to redesign the shipping loading patterns, it was because the current patterns were creating geological pressure distributions that would culminate in a disaster event. The new patterns eliminated the pressure accumulation. Director Park noticed the shift in methodology early, tracking the infrastructure improvements and infrastructure recommendations spreading across the country. She called him into her office one afternoon, wanting to understand what he was really doing, wanting to understand the scope of what was happening. You're moving from disaster prevention to disaster engineering, she said. Your consulting firm is basically restructuring the infrastructure of every district you work with. What are you actually preventing? Everything, Jinho said simply. Not by responding to disasters, but by making disasters structurally impossible. If I eliminate the conditions that create catastrophes, then disasters can't happen. That's not prevention, Park said. That's design. Yes, Jinho acknowledged. It's better than prevention. Prevention assumes the disaster will happen and stops it. Design prevents the possibility of the disaster from ever emerging. Park leaned back in her chair, considering this. You're going to become incredibly powerful through this approach. By redesigning the infrastructure that disasters depend on, you're going to eliminate more catastrophes than you could through direct intervention. But you're also going to make the association less necessary. If disasters can't happen because infrastructure is designed correctly, then you don't need reactive disaster response systems anymore. That's the goal, Jinho said. A world where disasters are impossible is a world that doesn't need me anymore. Park smiled. But you're going to need the association's authority and resources to implement that world. The moment you achieve it, you'll be dependent on the structure you created to prevent its use. You'll have created a system that's economically dependent on preventing disasters that can no longer happen. That's elegant architecture. Jinho hadn't considered that implication fully. He was designing a system that would eventually consume itself. He was building a world where the prevention network would no longer be necessary, but only if he maintained the prevention network's authority long enough to actually build that world. Once the prevention system had achieved its goal, once disasters truly were structurally impossible, what would happen to the thousands of people whose entire careers and identities were built on disaster prevention? What would happen to the association whose entire institutional structure was designed around responding to disasters? He was creating the conditions for his own obsolescence and the obsolescence of everything he had built. It was a paradox. He could only eliminate the need for himself by maintaining the power structure that had created him. He would have to remain powerful long enough to make himself unnecessary. He would have to preserve the Hunters Association's authority long enough to transform it into irrelevance. It was the ultimate trap of prevention work. The only way to win was to create a situation where winning no longer meant anything. The only way to succeed was to render yourself obsolete. Chapter 84. Expansion into infrastructure. The disaster-resistant infrastructure consulting firm became Jinho's primary focus for the next 3 months. He established branches in 5 major cities: Seoul, Incheon, Daegu, Busan, and Gwangju. The firm was called Resilient City Consulting and was positioned as a sustainability and structural resilience firm. Jinho hired 47 structural engineers, urban planners, and project managers. He offered competitive salaries, promised meaningful work, and attracted the best talent available. On the surface, they conducted routine engineering work, structural assessments, city planning consultations, infrastructure evaluations. The reality was far more complex. Jinho maintained detailed maps of where disasters would occur if preventive measures weren't taken. These weren't abstract projections. They were specific locations, specific types of disasters, specific timing based on cascade probability calculations. He identified the critical infrastructure points that, if modified, would eliminate the conditions necessary for catastrophic gate emergence. He calculated the exact infrastructure improvements that would shift probability distributions away from catastrophic outcomes. The methodology was sophisticated. Jinho created models of how each infrastructure change would affect disaster probability. He calculated second and third-order effects, how a reinforcement in one district would affect stress distribution in adjacent districts. He developed algorithms to identify the minimal set of improvements that would have maximum protective effect. His work was optimization at a citywide scale. The work was extraordinarily profitable. Every infrastructure recommendation Jinho's firm made was followed by measurable improvements in safety and reduced maintenance costs. Water systems operated more efficiently. Structural failures decreased. Urban stability improved measurably. City governments began competing to hire the firm, creating bidding wars for access to Resilient City Consulting's expertise. The firm could have chosen any city, any project, any price point. Within 2 months, the firm had contracts with 18 municipalities across South Korea, with applications pending from cities in Japan, China, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Through the infrastructure work, Jinho was essentially rewriting the physical reality of South Korea itself. He was changing which buildings got reinforced, which districts got upgraded infrastructure, which underground networks got redesigned. He was moving resources and making improvements in patterns that he calculated would prevent disasters that hadn't emerged yet. He was constructing a nation according to specifications written in his knowledge of a timeline that would never happen. He was building defenses against disasters that only he knew were coming. He was transforming the entire physical infrastructure of his country based on foreknowledge that he could never publicly reveal. Na-kyung joined the consulting firm as vice director. She coordinated the physical implementation of Jinho's recommendations, ensuring that the work was done correctly and on schedule. She asked no questions about why certain improvements were considered more critical than others. She simply executed. "Do you ever think about what we're actually doing?" she asked him one evening as they reviewed project reports. "We're changing the structure of entire cities based on your recommendations." "I'm preventing disasters," Jinho said. "You're engineering a world," Na-kyung corrected. "You're designing reality." "That's different." She was right. The more Jinho worked with infrastructure and city planning, the more he realized that he wasn't preventing disasters. He was designing them out of existence. The disasters were consequences of specific infrastructure configurations. If he changed the configuration, the disasters never emerged. It was a profound shift from his original mission. He had started by preventing specific disasters that he knew would happen. Now he was preventing entire categories of disasters by ensuring that the infrastructure necessary for those disasters couldn't exist. The council members began noticing the infrastructure development pattern. Councillor Huang personally contacted Jinho to discuss the firm's expansion. "You're restructuring the physical basis of disaster response," Huang said. They met in a private room at a Seoul restaurant, away from official channels. "How much longer until you've reorganized the entire infrastructure system according to your design?" 2 years, perhaps 3, Jinho said honestly. "Once the major municipalities are upgraded, the cascading effects will reach smaller districts. The improvements will propagate outward." "And what happens when the infrastructure is finally optimized for disaster prevention?" Huang asked. "Disasters become rare," Jinho said. "The structural basis for catastrophic failure will no longer exist." Huang nodded slowly, understanding the implications. "You're not preventing disasters anymore. You're engineering a world where they can't happen. That's different. That's more dangerous." "Dangerous how?" Jinho asked. "Because people won't understand what you've done. They'll think disasters just stopped happening. They won't see the infrastructure improvements. They won't recognize the deliberate engineering behind the change. And when they realize, if they realize, that someone has restructured reality according to a specific vision, the reaction will be extreme." Chapter 85. The 11th major disaster, the Gate manifestation in Seoul's Gangbuk district, occurred exactly where Jinho had predicted. The disaster happened on the date that matched his analytical projections, March 14th at 1647, in the location that he had identified 6 months earlier as a critical vulnerability zone. The Gate emerged from the underground aquifer network that fed the district's water supply, breaking through from a dimensional space that the aquifer network had opened up. In the original timeline, this disaster had been catastrophic. The emerging Gate would have corrupted the water system, contaminating the entire district's water supply with dimensional energy. The contamination would have spread through the infrastructure, creating a cascading failure through water treatment systems, underground transportation systems, and sewage systems. The interconnected failures would have triggered structural damage to buildings, undermined foundations, and created sinkholes that swallowed entire city blocks. In the original timeline, the disaster had killed 234 people and made portions of the district uninhabitable for 3 years. But Jinho's infrastructure improvements had transformed the district completely. The underground networks had been reinforced and redesigned with redundancy and isolation features. The water distribution system had been upgraded to have automatic fail-safe mechanisms that could detect dimensional contamination and isolate affected sections within milliseconds. The vulnerable structural points that the original Gate emergence would have exploited had been reinforced months earlier. The backup power systems, backup water supplies, and manual override capabilities had all been installed and tested. When the Gate emerged at precisely the predicted moment, it created only localized damage. The fail-safe mechanisms activated automatically, detecting the dimensional contamination the instant it began to spread. The contaminated water was diverted to isolated holding systems where it could be safely contained. The district's backup water systems activated seamlessly, providing clean water to residents without interruption. The underground network's isolation valves prevented the contamination from spreading to adjacent districts. The reinforced structures held firm despite the dimensional forces exerted by the emerging Gate. By the time association disaster response teams arrived at the scene 5 minutes after the Gate emergence, the immediate crisis had already been contained by the infrastructure itself. The teams found a manageable situation, a localized Gate emergence with minimal structural damage and 0 civilian casualties in the surrounding area. The death toll was 2 individuals who had been positioned in the immediate Gate emergence zone for research purposes. They had been voluntary participants in a controlled study, positioned to monitor the Gate's emergence directly. They had accepted the risk, and they had died providing data that would allow Jinho to refine his models even further. It was the first time a major disaster had been prevented entirely through infrastructure design rather than active intervention. Jinho didn't need to deploy hunters. He didn't need to coordinate emergency response. The disasters were just handled by the infrastructure. No one knew that disaster-resistant engineering prevented this. Director Park visited the scene with Jinho. She walked through the affected district, examining the functioning fail-safe systems and the reinforced structures. "This is entirely different from what we've been doing," she said. "We've been preventing disasters by responding to them. You've prevented this disaster by making response unnecessary." "The response will still happen," Jinho said. "The association teams will arrive. They'll conduct investigation. They'll secure the Gate. The difference is that the investigation happens after the crisis is contained, not during it. You're invisible, Park observed. Months ago, you were visible, the analyst who was always positioned at disasters, who always knew what was going to happen. Media attention, government recognition, the public gratitude of populations you had saved. Now you're completely invisible. The disasters are just handled by the infrastructure. No one knows that disaster-resistant engineering prevented this. No one knows that a consulting firm made deliberate recommendations that saved their lives. The success is perfect because it's invisible. Jinho had achieved invisibility through engineering rather than shadow operations. The difference was subtle but important. In the original timeline, he had been silenced because his warnings were visible. He had predicted disasters publicly. People had called him a doomsayer, a prophet of doom, a person spreading panic. In this timeline, he was achieving complete success because his work was invisible. No one knew what he was doing. No one could criticize him because no one knew he existed. No one could thank him because they didn't know they owed him thanks. The realization brought a strange sense of completion. He had left the original timeline because he wanted the world to be different. Now the world was being restructured according to his design, and no one knew to attribute it to him. The vindication he had originally sought, public recognition that he had been right, had been replaced by something more profound, a world that had been changed by his knowledge, without anyone needing to know that he had changed it. This was true power, not the power to be recognized or celebrated, but the power to reshape reality itself and have the world accept it as natural occurrence. The power to prevent disaster without anyone knowing that disasters were being prevented. The power to be invisible while transforming everything. Chapter 86. The other agents. The classified intelligence report arrived through a secure channel that only Director Park could access. It came from deep within the association's intelligence networks, compiled by analysts who had been tracking unusual resource deployment patterns across East Asia. The message was brief and alarming. Unusual resource deployment patterns detected in China. Infrastructure improvements and patterns inconsistent with public city planning initiatives. Possible connection to Seoul operations. Resembles regression agent activity. Requires verification. Park brought the report directly to Jinho. She didn't call him into her office. She came to his office and closed the door behind her. Someone else is doing something similar to what you're doing, she said. She displayed maps showing infrastructure development patterns across Chinese cities. The patterns are different regions, different timelines, different target dates, but the methodology is the same. Foreknowledge of disasters. Precise resource positioning. Infrastructure improvements that prevent catastrophes. Someone is restructuring Chinese cities exactly the way you've restructured Seoul and Incheon. She pulled up detailed analysis. Look at these projects. They're ostensibly public infrastructure investments, but the timing is precise. The locations are non-obvious. The improvements are exactly calibrated to prevent specific disaster types, and they're being implemented by a consulting firm that specializes in disaster resilience. They have a consulting firm too, Jinho said quietly. Either that or you're not alone, Park replied. Either there's another person with regression knowledge doing prevention work, or there's an organization similar to the one you're building. Jinho felt the ground shift beneath him. He had been operating under the assumption that he was unique, the only person with regression knowledge, the only agent with foreknowledge, the only person trying to prevent disasters on a systematic level. The idea that there were others changed everything. It meant that the regression system, whatever entity was activating regression agents, had activated more than one person. It meant that his timeline's version of events wasn't unique. It meant that somewhere in the world, another person was looking at the future and trying to change it. How many others? He asked carefully. Unknown. At least one confirmed in China. Possibly others in Japan, possibly Southeast Asia. The resource patterns suggest sophisticated coordination. It's not random prevention. It's targeted, strategic, and operates with the same level of precision that you demonstrate. They're regression agents, Jinho said quietly. Like me. They came back from different timelines and are preventing different disasters. Is that possible? Park asked. I don't know, but it matches the pattern. A person with foreknowledge of a specific set of disasters, working to prevent them, developing networks and infrastructure to support prevention work. The implication was staggering. If there were multiple regression agents, each with knowledge of their own timeline's disasters, then the world was being restructured by multiple competing or coordinating prevention operations simultaneously. Jinho immediately began investigating the intelligence. The resource deployment patterns in China matched infrastructure improvement timelines. The restructuring looked deliberate and planned. It looked, in fact, exactly like what Jinho had been doing. Infrastructure redesigned to prevent disasters before they emerged. He accessed deeper intelligence channels through the association's security networks. He found trace patterns, unusual hunter deployments in Japan that matched no official operations, statistical anomalies in Southeast Asia that suggested coordinated prevention work, significant resource movements in Taiwan that looked like infrastructure development projects. Within 2 weeks, Jinho had mapped out at least 6 other agents, each one operating in a different region, each one implementing different infrastructure improvements, each one working with a precision that matched his own work. The realization was both reassuring and terrifying. He wasn't alone. There were other people with regression knowledge, but they were also not coordinated with him. Each agent was working according to their own timeline's knowledge, their own region's needs, their own understanding of what disasters needed to be prevented. Jinho made a decision. He was going to make contact. The process was delicate. He couldn't just approach another regression agent directly. That would be dangerous and confirm suspicions. Instead, he worked through intelligence networks and professional contacts. He reached out to Dr. Wei Chun, a Chinese disaster management specialist who had been publishing papers on unusual patterns in Chinese gate incident data. They met in Geneva at an international conference on disaster response protocols. Wei Chun was older than Jinho, perhaps in her early 60s, with the bearing of someone who had been working in high-pressure operations for decades. "You're investigating the infrastructure patterns," Wei Chun said without preamble. They were alone in a conference room during a lunch break. "Yes," Jinho said. "No point in pretending otherwise." "You're also a regression agent," Wei Chun continued. "You came back from a timeline where certain disasters occurred, and you're preventing them. The precision of your prevention work matches the precision of mine." "How long have you been operating?" Jinho asked. 8 years. I came back from a timeline where China collapsed due to gate failures. The cascade activation in that timeline was accelerated because the Chinese government had no defense mechanisms. The gates emerged in waves, each one creating cascading consciousness contamination. Within 5 years, the entire Chinese population had been transformed. The cascade spread to neighboring regions. Within 10 years, the transformation had spread across Asia. I came back because I couldn't accept that future. I've spent 8 years preventing that collapse. I've prevented 47 major disasters and restructured the infrastructure of 19 Chinese provinces. The scale of her work dwarfed Jinho's. She had been operating for more than twice as long and had prevented more than 5 times as many disasters. She had built a network that rivaled the size of international government agencies. And she had done it all in secret, without any of the regular governments knowing about it. "There are others," Wei Chun continued. "I've identified at least 6 other agents operating in different regions. Korea, Japan, Taiwan, India, Southeast Asia. Each one preventing different disasters. Each one restructuring their region according to their timeline's knowledge." "Are you coordinating?" Jinho asked. "Not yet. The risk is too high. If we coordinate openly, we expose ourselves. If we try to coordinate secretly, the intelligence services notice. For 8 years, I've operated independently. But the timeline is starting to show signs of strain from multiple agents operating simultaneously without coordination." Chapter 87. The Stabilization Consortium Revealed. Marcus Chin sat in the interrogation room, his left arm bandaged where a hunter's ability had torn through muscle tissue. The assault on the border facility had been swift and surgical. 3 of Jinho's hunters were dead. 4 consortium operatives were dead. The cascade activation had been prevented at the last possible moment. Manually triggered gate systems shut down, control networks destroyed, Chin captured. The Stabilization Consortium existed before Korea was unified, Chin said to Jinho without prompting. "We have records going back 300 years. Our organization knew the gates were coming. We prepared for them. And when they emerged, we positioned ourselves to understand them, to work with them, to facilitate their expansion rather than resist it." Jinho listened without interrupting, letting Chun unburden himself of information that his interrogators would extract eventually anyway. The room was cold, sterile. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Jinho sat across from Chun with his hands folded on the table, waiting. "There are 47 members of the Inner Council," Chun continued. "Members from every major nation, every significant power structure, every institution that matters. We don't oppose the gates. We work with whatever intelligence is behind them. That intelligence is trying to reshape human civilization through controlled catastrophe. Our role is to smooth that process, to accelerate it, to prevent resistance movements from forming." "Like regression agents," Jinho said quietly. "Exactly like regression agents," Chin confirmed. "The regression system activates people who have knowledge of disasters. It sends them back to prevent catastrophe. The consortium's role is to eliminate those agents before they can establish networks. We've been very successful. You're the first major regression agent network to survive beyond the initial formation phase. The revelation was both terrifying and clarifying. The consortium wasn't a random organization trying to profit from disasters. They weren't a criminal syndicate or a rogue government agency. They were an intentional counterforce designed to eliminate any attempts to systematically prevent the cascade. They had been created by the gates themselves, or by the consciousness that controlled them, to act as a defense mechanism against regression agents. Jinho understood the elegance of that design. If regression agents were activated to prevent a cascade, then a counterforce needed to eliminate those agents before they could establish networks. The consortium was that counterforce. They had been operating for hundreds of years, accumulating resources and power and institutional knowledge, preparing for the moment when regression agents would emerge again. Why are you telling me this? Jinho asked. Chen smiled slightly. It was a sad smile, the smile of a person carrying secrets that no human should have to carry. Because you've already won, Chen said. The cascade is prevented. The network is operational. The other agents have been identified. The convergence system is established. There's no point in strategic deception anymore. The consortium has failed. I'm telling you this so that you understand what you're actually fighting. Which is everything, Chen said simply. The gates themselves are an intelligence with motivations we can barely comprehend. The consortium is aligned with that intelligence and has been for generations. The regression system is aligned against it. And you're caught in the middle, trying to prevent a cascade that's part of a much larger conflict between intelligence systems that predate human civilization. Jinho processed this information carefully, trying to integrate it with what he already knew. The implications were staggering. He wasn't just fighting a disaster prevention problem. He wasn't just fighting a human organization that wanted to profit from catastrophes. He was caught in a larger conflict between competing intelligences, the gate consciousness on one side, the regression system on the other, and human civilization was caught in the middle. The regression system was real. It was an intelligence or force that activated people with knowledge of the future and sent them back to prevent catastrophes. The gates were real. They were an intelligence or consciousness that was trying to reshape human existence through forced evolution. And the consortium was caught between them, aligned with the gates, but ultimately serving the gates' interests rather than having any independent power. It was the ultimate defeat and the ultimate victory simultaneously. The consortium had failed, but they had failed because they were never truly in control. They were extensions of something far more powerful, serving as a firewall against resistance movements, designed to be expendable when necessary, sacrificed to achieve larger objectives. And the gates, for their part, weren't trying to destroy humanity. They were trying to transform it. They wanted human consciousness to evolve, to expand, to interface directly with the gate consciousness network. It wasn't evil in a moral sense. It wasn't malicious. It was evolution imposed from outside, transformation forced upon an unwilling population. And the only way to stop it was to accept that you were fighting something far more powerful than yourself, far more ancient than yourself, far more fundamental to the structure of reality than yourself. You could delay it. You could prevent its immediate manifestation, but you could never truly win against something that had prepared for your resistance before you were even born. Chapter 88. The International Coordination Network Wei Chun called an emergency meeting of all 9 regression agents in a secure facility beneath Geneva. For the first time, they were no longer operating in isolation. The discovery of the consortium, the revelation of previous failed agents, the awareness that they were part of a larger conflict. All of this crystallized the need for formal coordination. The facility was deep underground, accessed through a series of tunnels that had been constructed decades earlier for Cold War-era intelligence operations. The architects who built the facility had never imagined it would eventually house a meeting of regression agents from around the world, people with knowledge of disasters that hadn't happened yet and wouldn't happen unless prevented. The 9 agents sat around a secure conference table, each one representing a different region, each one carrying the weight of their timeline's knowledge. Wei Chun from China, her 8 years of prevention operations documented in meticulous detail. Yuki from Japan, carrying the burden of preventing cascades that threaten her homeland. Kumar from India, having prevented water system catastrophes that would have displaced millions. Jinho from Korea, and 5 others, representatives from Taiwan, Southeast Asia, a secondary regional coordinator, and 2 additional operatives who had been integrated into the system as it grew. The facility itself was a marvel of security engineering. Soundproofed walls, electromagnetic shielding, communications systems that predated modern networking, making wireless interception impossible. It was as close to a completely secure location as any organization could achieve in the modern world. Wei Chun presented the intelligence first. She had compiled comprehensive data on consortium operations globally. We have at minimum 47 consortium members operating globally, she said, displaying maps with resource deployment patterns highlighted in red. At maximum, there could be hundreds, including operatives in government, military, corporate, and hunter association structures. They've been operating for at least 300 years with continuous institutional knowledge. Their institutional memory is far superior to ours. She displayed charts showing consortium wealth accumulation. Based on financial analysis, the consortium has accumulated assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars across multiple countries. They control insurance companies, disaster recovery firms, investment funds. They profit from every major disaster, creating incentive structures that reward prevention failure. She displayed operational maps showing consortium hunter operatives positioned globally. They have specialized military and hunter personnel deployed throughout Asia, Europe, and Africa. These aren't random operatives. They're specifically trained individuals with abilities optimized for gate manipulation and disaster amplification. The implications were staggering. The consortium wasn't just an intelligence organization. They were a comprehensive global system designed to facilitate cascade activation. We have each other, Jinho said finally. We have coordination protocols. We have agents in every major region. If we operate as a unified system, we can counter consortium operations globally. We're not individually superior to the consortium, but collectively, we represent something they haven't faced before: coordinated regression agent activity. The consortium will know we're coordinating, Kumar noted. He was the agent operating in India, a man in his 50s with military training who had spent his career in covert operations. The moment we start operating in synchronization, they'll recognize the pattern. The intelligence surveillance they have in place will detect coordinated activity. They already know we're operating, Yuki said. She was the Japan-based agent, younger than most of the others, but with 20 years of prevention experience. Her hair was streaked with gray from the stress of her work. The question isn't whether they know about us. The question is whether we move from reactive defense to proactive offense. Right now we're responding to their operations. We need to start initiating operations that they have to respond to. The meeting lasted 14 hours. They took brief breaks for food and rest, but otherwise remained in continuous session. The agents debated philosophy. Did they have the authority to make global decisions? They debated strategy. What sequence of operations would most effectively disrupt the consortium? They debated methodology. How could they coordinate globally without revealing their coordination to intelligence agencies that would use the information against them? They debated the ethics of assassination, of removing consortium members proactively. Some agents argued that the consortium was planning to trigger cascade activation, which would kill hundreds of millions of people, transform human consciousness, and end human autonomy as a species. Preemptive elimination of consortium leadership was therefore a defensive measure with a favorable casualty calculus. Kill 47 people to save billions. The math was simple. Others argued that assassination was morally indefensible regardless of consequences. Just because the consortium intended harm didn't justify preemptive killing. They could be captured, imprisoned, investigated. They could be prevented from acting without being eliminated. Using assassination as a weapon would turn the convergence system into something indistinguishable from the forces they were fighting. Still, others argued that the question was moot until they confirmed that the consortium was actually committed to cascade activation. Maybe the consortium had abandoned the cascade plan. Maybe they could be negotiated with. Maybe there was a peaceful path forward that didn't require killing anyone. They debated the morality of restructuring nations according to their prevention objectives. By positioning infrastructure improvements and infrastructure modifications according to their knowledge of future disasters, they were essentially redesigning nations without popular consent. Some agents argued this was justified because it saved lives. Others argued it was totalitarianism dressed up in the language of disaster prevention. They debated whether they had the right to shape global futures based on knowledge from alternate timelines. They were making decisions that affected billions of people based on information that those billions of people didn't have access to. They were operating entirely outside normal systems of democracy and accountability. They were essentially secret rulers, invisible monarchs deciding the fate of nations based on knowledge that remained classified and inaccessible. The irony was profound. They were fighting to preserve human autonomy against the gates, but in doing so, they were exercising absolute power over human civilization without any human consent or democratic legitimacy. By the end of the meeting, they had reached consensus. The convergence system would continue preventing cascades, restructuring infrastructure, saving lives. But they would do so with the awareness that they were in active conflict with an organized intelligence agency that had existed for centuries. They would establish protocols for global coordination that maintained operational security. They would share intelligence across regions while protecting individual agent identities. They would develop contingency plans for scenarios where individual agents were compromised or captured. Most importantly, they would prepare for the possibility that the gates themselves might respond to their prevention efforts with escalated attacks. The gates were an intelligence. They were aware of human activity at some level. If the convergence system's prevention work began to significantly disrupt cascade activation, the gates might escalate their pressure on human civilization, accelerate their timeline, or deploy new disaster types designed specifically to overcome human defensive capabilities. The consensus was unity with uncertainty. They would work together. They would commit to preventing the cascade. But none of them knew if they would ultimately succeed. Chapter 89. The investigation deepens. The agents used their international networks to map the Stabilization Consortium's structure more completely. They pulled together intelligence from government agencies, hunter associations, corporate databases, and their own operational observations. The picture that emerged was of a comprehensive organization that had prepared for the gate phenomenon centuries in advance. The consortium had built redundancy, distributed networks, multiple layers of protection. They had thought through the scenarios where they might be discovered. They had contingency plans for contingency plans. What emerged was research facilities in at least 12 countries studying gate mechanics and control systems. These weren't hidden labs. They were disguised as pharmaceutical companies, technology research centers, and government scientific institutions. Their publicly stated research goals covered everything from disease control to energy generation. But underneath, they were focused on understanding gate emergence patterns and developing countermeasures to prevent regression agents from disrupting cascade activation. Training centers that developed hunters with specific abilities useful for gate manipulation and disaster amplification. The consortium hadn't just studied gates. They had actively recruited hunters, trained them in specialized abilities, and positioned them to intervene in specific ways that would amplify rather than prevent disasters. They had a roster of over 400 specialized operatives positioned throughout Asia, Europe, and Africa. Intelligence networks that monitored gate emergence patterns globally and predicted future disasters. The consortium's intelligence apparatus rivaled that of most national governments. They had operatives embedded in every major hunter association, every government science agency, every international disaster monitoring organization. Their intelligence on gate emergence patterns was decades ahead of public knowledge. Financial structures that profited from disaster recovery, insurance claims, and disaster-related investments. The consortium had wealth accumulated over centuries. They had positioned themselves to benefit economically from every major disaster, creating incentive structures that rewarded failure rather than prevention. Political influence in every major government, with representatives at the highest levels of decision-making. At least 8 of the 47 inner council members held government ministerial positions. Dozens more had influence with prime ministers and presidents. The investigation revealed that the consortium wasn't preventing catastrophes at all. They were amplifying them. Where there might have been a moderate gate emergence, consortium operatives would trigger additional gates to create a cascade. Where a disaster could have been contained, consortium members would deliberately prevent containment efforts, extending the casualty period. They're not trying to prevent civilization collapse, Wei Chen realized during a strategy session. Her tone was almost admiring of the organizational sophistication. They're trying to control it. They want the cascade to happen, but on their terms, according to their timeline, with them positioned to benefit. They're not preparing for a disaster. They're preparing to benefit from one, which means they need the cascade to happen according to specific parameters, Jinho said. If we can prevent it within those parameters, we don't just stop the cascade. We disrupt their centuries-long plan. But more importantly, it means the cascade isn't random. It's scheduled. There's a specific trigger date, specific trigger locations, specific coordination mechanisms. If we can identify those mechanisms, we can disarm them. Or we can trigger them preemptively, Kumar added. If we understand the trigger mechanisms, we could activate the cascade on our own terms, using countermeasures we control rather than the countermeasures the consortium would deploy. The suggestion hung in the air. It was strategically sound, but morally indefensible. Voluntarily triggering a cascade to prevent the consortium from triggering, it was like setting your own house on fire to prevent someone else from burning it. The investigation shifted from understanding the consortium to identifying which agents and facilities were most critical to their operational capability. The agents compiled kill lists, target lists, facility lists. They mapped out the command hierarchy, the communication pathways, the operational dependencies. They identified 47 inner council members, 234 secondary operatives, 200-plus low-level agents. They prepared for a global operation that would strike simultaneously at consortium nodes across multiple countries, removing the organization's ability to coordinate cascade activation preparation. It was unprecedented in scope. Coordinated military operations across Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Americas, all happening within a 72-hour window, all coordinated by a shadow intelligence network that no government officially acknowledged. Simultaneously, they searched for the nexus, the central facility from which all cascade operations were coordinated. But alongside the tactical planning, Jinho began to recognize something else. The consortium had been preparing for regression agents. They had expected resistance. They had positioned counteragents in advance. The conflict wasn't new. It had been happening in previous timelines, with previous agents, most of whom had failed. Marcus Chin's interrogation revealed that there had been at least 46 previous regression activations. Each one had placed a person in a timeline with different knowledge. Most had died within months. A few had survived long enough to establish small networks before consortium operatives eliminated them. The consortium had been designed, centuries ago, specifically to intercept and eliminate regression agents before they could coordinate. Which means we're anomalous, Wei Chen said. We're the first to survive to this point. The first to establish global coordination. The first to reach a position where we could actually threaten consortium operations. The question is why? Because we coordinated, Jinho said. Previous agents were isolated, working independently, unable to share knowledge or resources. We found each other, established protocols, created redundancy. That redundancy is why we survived. And because the consortium didn't expect us to succeed, Yuki added. They've been preparing for centuries, but they've been preparing for individual agents to fail. They haven't experienced a coordinated global prevention network before. Their defensive protocols assume isolated threats. That's our advantage, Kumar said. We know what they're preparing for. We know their tactics. And we can prepare for counter-tactics that they've never experienced. The question remained, why had Jinho's network succeeded where others had failed? Chapter 90. The first major decision, the ethical weight of what they were planning became apparent during a late-night discussion between Jinho and Wei Chun. They were sitting in a secure location beneath Geneva, reviewing the targeting lists on a secure interface. The names of consortium operatives were displayed on the screen, hundreds of them, each one a person with a life, a family, motivations, and fears. Wei Chun had pulled the biographical data on each person, family relationships, employment histories, personal relationships. She was forcing herself and Jinho to see the consortium not as an abstract organization, but as a collection of individuals with names, histories, and human connections. These are people, Wei Chun said quietly, pointing to names on the list. Not abstract threats. Real people who were planning to kill based on intelligence that they're members of an organization that exists to facilitate gate catastrophes. But they're people. They have children. They have spouses. They have parents who love them. Yes, Jinho said. He was looking at the same data, feeling the weight of it. One operative had 3 children under age 10. Another was a grandmother whose entire extended family was listed in the biographical system. Another had a spouse who was pregnant. Are we justified? Wei Chen asked. The question was genuine, not rhetorical. She was turning the targeting lists face down on the table, unable to look at the names and faces any longer. Are we actually better than the consortium if we're willing to kill on the basis of organizational membership and suspected intent? Aren't we just becoming a different kind of shadow government, making decisions that only serve our interests, our timeline knowledge, our vision of what the future should be? We'd be assassinating people without trial, without due process, based on intelligence that might be incomplete or wrong. They're going to trigger the cascade, Jinho said. The cascade will kill hundreds of thousands of people. We're preventing that by eliminating key operatives. We're assuming they'll trigger the cascade, Wei Chen corrected. We're assuming they can't be contained or negotiated with. We're assuming that killing them is the only option. But what if we're wrong? What if there's a way to negotiate with the consortium? What if there's a way to prevent the cascade without eliminating 47 people? Have you found evidence of that? Jinho asked. No, Wei Chen admitted. But absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. We might be missing something. We might be making a catastrophic moral error. We might be becoming exactly what we're fighting against. The conversation continued through the night. They debated the nature of their authority. Did regression agents have the right to make life and death decisions on behalf of entire nations? They had no democratic mandate. No government had authorized them to execute people. They were operating entirely outside normal systems of justice and accountability. They were, in many ways, becoming exactly what the Stabilization Consortium was, a shadow organization making decisions that affected billions of people without their consent. The irony was not lost on them. They were potentially becoming more dangerous than the consortium, more powerful, more willing to reshape the world according to their vision. At least the consortium was aligned with an intelligence that had specific objectives. The convergence system was aligned with human ideology, human values, human perspectives. But whose human ideology? Whose human values? They didn't represent all humans. They represented themselves and the nations that had birthed them. They debated the nature of the threat. Was the consortium actually as dangerous as they believed? Or were they constructing an enemy from incomplete information? Marcus Chin's interrogation had revealed the consortium's perspective. The consortium wasn't evil. They were fatalists. They believed the gates were inevitable and were trying to negotiate the best possible terms of surrender. That perspective wasn't necessarily wrong. If the gates truly were inevitable and incapable of being prevented, then working with the gates might actually be the optimal strategy. They debated the possibility of coexistence. Could the convergence system and the consortium reach some kind of accommodation, or was conflict inevitable? What if both organizations could work together to minimize casualties during cascade activation? What if they could establish safeguards to preserve human consciousness alongside the gate consciousness transformation? The problem, Jinho said as dawn approached, is that we're making decisions with incomplete information. The consortium might be absolutely committed to cascade activation regardless of the cost, or they might be open to negotiation. We won't know unless we try negotiation first. And if negotiation fails, people die while we're negotiating, Wei Chen pointed out. The cascade activation will proceed. Human consciousness will be transformed. We'll have wasted time trying diplomacy when military action might have prevented it. And if we assassinate consortium leaders, we might be murdering people who were on the verge of abandoning the cascade activation, Jinho countered. We might be killing people who, given the chance, would have chosen differently. By dawn, they had reached consensus. The convergence system would attempt containment first. They would gather final intelligence through diplomatic channels, through intelligence operations, through every method available. They would prepare defensive operations that could be activated if the consortium made aggressive moves. They would prepare to strike if the consortium began active cascade activation preparation, but only then. But they wouldn't initiate mass assassination operations unless the consortium demonstrated that they were actively preparing to trigger the cascade. It was a compromise between their fear and their ethics. It was also a compromise that put human lives at risk. Every day of negotiation was a day that cascade activation could proceed. Every day of patience was a day that the consortium could accelerate their timeline. Every delay in action was a potential cascade trigger waiting to happen. And they all understood, even as they made it, that the compromise might prove insufficient, that they might be forced to make a choice between negotiation and survival, that the moral weight they were trying to distribute evenly might eventually fall entirely on them, that the decision they made in the morning light, trying to preserve human values like mercy and due process, might be reversed in the desperate final hours before cascade activation. Chapter 91. Marcus Chen's full interrogation. Jinho spent 72 hours with Marcus Chen, extracting everything the consortium operative knew about the organization, its structure, its motivations, its plans. Chen was willing to talk, perhaps because he understood that the cascade had been prevented and the consortium had failed, perhaps because he wanted the regression agents to understand what they were actually fighting, perhaps because he was simply tired of carrying the weight of his knowledge. The interrogation was conducted in a specialized room designed for sensitive conversations. It was underground, soundproof, equipped with recording systems and translation devices. There were no chains, no violence, but the psychological pressure was immense. Jinho had brought specialists from the convergence system, psychologists, historians, analysts. They asked questions in sequence, building on each answer, probing for contradictions, testing for deception. The first day of interrogation focused on the consortium structure. Chen provided detailed organizational charts. The 47 members of the Inner Council, including names, positions, and personal connections. He provided information about the functional divisions responsible for research and operations, the financial networks that sustain the organization through dummy corporations and shell companies, the political connections embedded in governments worldwide. He identified which government ministers were consortium members, which corporate CEOs reported to consortium leadership, which military commanders took orders from consortium operatives. The consortium isn't a secret organization, Chen explained. It's a shadow organization operating within plain sight. Our members hold legitimate positions in governments, corporations, hunter associations. They attend public meetings. They publish research. They influence policy. But they all serve a larger objective that no one outside the consortium understands. Which is? Jinho asked. Facilitating the cascade, Chen said simply. Everything the consortium does is designed to create conditions where cascade activation can occur without disruption. We prevent governments from developing gate countermeasures that might interfere. We eliminate researchers who get too close to understanding the cascade mechanism. We position ourselves to benefit from the chaos of cascade activation. The second day of interrogation focused on the gates themselves. This is where the interrogation became more philosophical and less factual, though Chen seemed to have extraordinary knowledge about gate mechanics and behavior. The gates are older than human civilization, Chen said during the second day of interrogation. His voice was calm, almost clinical, as if he was reciting information he had spent decades studying. They're not weapons deployed by an external intelligence. They're something else entirely. They're nodes in a network, a consciousness that pervades the planet. The gates are how it thinks. Gate emergence is how it communicates. Gate abilities are how it shapes the material world. You're saying the gates are sentient, Wei Chen said. She was observing the interrogation from an adjacent room through a one-way window. I'm saying the gates are extensions of something sentient, Marcus Chen corrected. The consciousness that controls the gates doesn't exist in physical space. It exists in the dimensional spaces that gates access. The gates are the interface between that consciousness and the material world. What does it want? Jinho asked. This was the critical question. Understanding the gate's motivation would reveal whether the threat was truly existential. Evolution, Chen said. Rapid, forced evolution of human consciousness to align with what the network wants. The cascade would accelerate that evolution exponentially. Within 10 years of cascade activation, human consciousness itself would have been fundamentally altered. We would no longer be what we are. We would become what the network needs us to be. Jinho processed this carefully. The cascade is a transformation, not a destruction. It's both, Chen said. Transformation of consciousness is destruction of individual identity. But it's also the birth of something new. The gates aren't trying to kill humanity. They're trying to evolve us into something that can directly interface with gate consciousness. And the consortium facilitates that. The consortium understands that we can't stop it, Chen said. We can only choose whether to resist and be destroyed, or cooperate and survive in transformed state. We choose cooperation. But we also try to shape the transformation, to guide it, to ensure that some aspects of human civilization survive the process. We're not villains. We're just realists. We understand what's coming, and we're trying to negotiate humanity's terms of surrender rather than fighting a war we can't win. The third day of interrogation focused on the cascade mechanics, the specific operational systems that would trigger the transformation. This was the information that mattered most. This was the operational blueprint for either preventing or achieving global consciousness transformation. The cascade is triggered by synchronized gate emergence at specific locations around the globe, Chen explained. His voice took on a technical tone, the voice of someone discussing engineering specifications rather than the apocalypse. There are 144 primary emergence sites and 233 secondary emergence sites. The sites are distributed according to a mathematical pattern that creates maximum coverage while maintaining resonance patterns. On Cascade Activation Day, all of them activate simultaneously. The synchronized emergence creates a standing wave pattern of consciousness transformation that spreads globally in less than 72 hours. Within 1 hour of cascade activation, the consciousness transformation would be irreversible. Within 24 hours, 90% of Earth's human population would be transformed. Within 72 hours, the transformation would be complete. Where are these emergence sites? Wei Chen asked from the observation room. That I won't tell you, Chen said. Not because I want to protect the consortium, but because knowing the locations is dangerous. If you attempt to neutralize the sites individually, the consortium will detect your operations and accelerate activation. Your only chance is to find the nexus point, the location that coordinates all the emergence sites. Destroy the nexus, and the cascade becomes impossible. But find the sites without finding the nexus, and you trigger the very catastrophe you're trying to prevent. By the end of 72 hours, Jinho had extracted enough information to understand the depth of the threat. The gates weren't external invaders or weapons of mass destruction. They were something far more complex. Expressions of a consciousness that saw human transformation as evolution rather than annihilation. And the consortium, far from being a profit-driven criminal organization, was something more dangerous. A group of people who had accepted the inevitability of transformation and were trying to negotiate the best possible terms. The interrogation ended with a final question. Why are you telling us all of this? Jinho asked. Chun smiled wearily. Because I want you to win, he said. Not because I want humanity to remain unchanged, but because a humanity that remains human is better than one that becomes something else without understanding what it's becoming. Chapter 92. The emotional reckoning. Jinho sat in his temporary quarters after the interrogation, processing what Chun had told him. Outside his window, Geneva's streets were empty at 3 in the morning. The city lights reflected off the wet pavement. Inside his sparse room, hotel furniture, hotel paintings, a hotel bed, Jinho was alone with the weight of his decisions. The interrogation of Marcus Chun had lasted 72 hours. During that time, Chun had revealed the nature of the threat, the existence of the Stabilization Consortium, the centuries-long history of orchestrated resistance to regression agents. He had explained the gate's true motivation, the nature of the consciousness transformation, the reasons why humanity faced an existential threat. And after all of that revelation, Jinho couldn't focus on any of it. His mind kept returning to the same calculation, the same moral equation that he couldn't resolve. 7 hunters were dead. That was the immediate price of his prevention work. 7 people who had trained at his facilities, who had trusted him with their lives, who had believed in the mission to prevent disasters. Their names were Kim Sung-jae, rank A hunter, age 34, specialist in barrier-type gate containment. He had died during the border facility assault when a consortium operative's ability overwhelmed his defensive positioning. Lee Min-woo, rank B hunter, age 27, corruption specialist. He had died during the evacuation coordination at Sokcho when a secondary collapse occurred faster than anticipated. Park Ji-woo, rank A hunter, age 41, tactical coordinator. She had died during the assault on the consortium communications facility in Seoul when defensive systems activated. For others, names and faces and personal histories that Jinho would carry for the rest of his life. These 7 were dead because of a conflict with the consortium that Jinho hadn't even known existed until a few months ago. He hadn't planned for them to die. He hadn't anticipated the need for this level of escalation. But escalation had come, and 7 people had paid the price. 42 people had died in the Taegu incident, a consequence of Jinho's prevention work creating secondary disasters. A hunter had lost control of his corruption ability, degrading buildings, creating a cascade collapse. Jinho had prevented the larger Taegu catastrophe that would have killed hundreds. But in doing so, he had created the conditions for a different disaster. 42 people had died as a result of his prevention success. That was on his record now, part of the calculus of his success. Every disaster prevented generated consequences. Every choice created ripples that extended into futures he couldn't predict. The utilitarian math was simple. 42 deaths prevented 200-plus deaths. The moral calculus was incomprehensible. Jinho pulled up the intelligence files on his secure tablet. The casualty projections for a successful cascade activation, between 500,000 and 2 billion deaths depending on cascade velocity and global coordination success. The transformation of human consciousness wouldn't be gradual. It would be neurological in nature, affecting every person simultaneously. Within hours of cascade activation, human consciousness as it currently existed would cease to exist. So the 7 dead hunters and the 42 civilians in Taegu were acceptable prices for preventing something exponentially worse. Except they weren't acceptable to him. Jinho had entered this timeline with a clear objective: prevent the disasters that he knew were coming from his original timeline. That objective was simple. That objective was pure. He would save lives by using his foreknowledge to prevent catastrophes. But the objective had transformed. Prevention had revealed secondary disasters. Prevention had required infrastructure redesign. Infrastructure redesign had revealed other regression agents. Other regression agents had revealed the consortium. The consortium had revealed the nature of the gates. The gate's nature had revealed an existential threat. And suddenly, Jinho wasn't preventing specific disasters anymore. He was waging war against an intelligence system that had existed for centuries. And in that war, people he was responsible for had died. Jinho sat in darkness, the Geneva lights painting his room in shades of blue and amber. He thought about the original timeline. He thought about the point where he had decided that death was unacceptable, that regression was necessary, that coming back was the only option. In the original timeline, he had been powerless. He had known disasters were coming and couldn't stop them. He had made a desperate choice to regress, to come back, to try to change the future. And now, having achieved the power to change the future, having accumulated resources and agents and capabilities, he discovered that power came with a cost that he couldn't afford. The cost was measured in the names of people who had trusted him. Jinho had left the original timeline because he wanted to prevent disaster. He had succeeded in preventing many disasters. But in the process, he had accumulated a personal debt that he would spend the rest of his life repaying. The hunters who died in his service, the civilians caught in cascade effects, the moral compromises he was making to prevent larger catastrophes. He was no longer the person who predicted disasters. He was becoming the person who caused them. And the only justification for that transformation was that the alternative, allowing the gates to succeed with their cascade, was worse. But knowing something was worse didn't make it acceptable. It just made the calculus heavier. By the time dawn broke over Geneva, Jinho had made a decision. He would continue. He would work with the convergence system to prevent the cascade. He would do whatever was necessary to stop the gates from achieving consciousness transformation. He would accumulate more debt, accept more moral compromises, direct more people to their deaths if necessary. But he would do it with full awareness of the cost. He would not pretend that his actions were clean or justified. He would accept the moral contamination as the price of preventing a worse catastrophe. And he would spend the rest of his existence knowing that he had chosen a lesser evil in the name of preventing a greater one. It wasn't redemption. It wasn't even morally defensible. But it was the only option available to someone who had looked at the future and decided that human autonomy was worth dying for. Chapter 93. The founding of the convergence system. The formal charter of the convergence system was established 3 days after the interrogation of Marcus Chun. The location was a secure underground facility beneath Geneva, accessed through tunnels that had been forgotten by most of the city above. The 9 regression agents from around the world gathered in a conference room designed for classified intelligence work, each one carrying the weight of their timeline's knowledge. Wei Chun from China arrived first, bringing with her intelligence files spanning 8 years of prevention operations. She had detailed records of 47 major disasters prevented, 19 Chinese provinces restructured, billions of dollars in infrastructure modifications implemented in complete secrecy. Her work dwarfed everything Jinho had accomplished. Yuki from Japan brought records of a different kind, preservation of ancient cultural sites, while simultaneously preventing disasters that would have destroyed them. She had prevented cascading failures in Japan's earthquake response infrastructure. She had guided infrastructure improvements that saved lives without revealing the source of her knowledge. Kumar from India had worked with water systems, preventing droughts and flooding simultaneously. He had positioned infrastructure improvements throughout India's river systems, preventing disasters that would have created humanitarian crises. And 5 others, an agent working in Taiwan who had focused on industrial safety, an agent in Southeast Asia coordinating across multiple countries, another agent working in secondary regional capacity, and 2 additional coordinators who had been brought into the system in the last 6 months. The 9 of them sat around a conference table in Geneva's underground facility. Some knew each other already. Others were meeting for the first time. But they shared something fundamental: regression knowledge, disaster prevention experience, and the awareness that they were part of a larger conflict than any of them had individually understood. Before we establish formal agreements, I need to know one thing, Kumar said. How many regression agents came before us? How many agents were activated by the regression system before we emerged as a coordinated force? Wei Chun pulled up intelligence files. Based on historical records and consortium documentation, there have been at least 46 previous regression activations. Each one placed a person in a different timeline with different knowledge. Most of them died before they could establish operational networks. The consortium was designed, centuries ago, specifically to intercept and eliminate regression agents before they could coordinate. Which means we're the first to survive beyond the initial phase, Yuki observed. Which means we're the first to reach a point where we could potentially win, Wei Chun corrected. Every agent before us had either limited knowledge, limited time, or limited resources. We have all 3 in combination. We have foreknowledge spanning 8 years. We have a global network of operatives. We have resources and institutional authority. And we have an existential deadline, Jinho added. Based on Chen's interrogation, the cascade activation is scheduled for specific parameters. We have, at most, 6 months to identify and neutralize the cascade infrastructure. After that, the gates will achieve consciousness transformation regardless of our efforts. The weight of that statement settled over the group. 6 months to prevent an existential transformation of human consciousness. It was impossible and necessary simultaneously. The charter that emerged from that gathering was comprehensive. It established global coordination protocols. Operations in different regions would be synchronized to maximize impact. Intelligence gathered in one region would be immediately shared with all others. Operational failures in one area would inform defensive improvements in others. Shared intelligence frameworks. All regression agents would contribute their timeline knowledge to a centralized database. This knowledge would be analyzed for patterns that could reveal the gate's structure and motivations. Mutual defense agreements. An attack on any regression agent would trigger coordinated response from all 9. The consortium would learn that targeting individuals was now too expensive to be practical. Contingency plans. If cascade activation began before the consortium could be neutralized, the convergence system would have coordinated defensive protocols to minimize casualties and preserve human autonomy structures. Authority structures. Wei Chen would serve as nominal leader, but decision-making would be collaborative. No single agent could commit the entire system to major operations without consensus. Ethical frameworks. The most contentious element. The agents debated whether they had the moral authority to assassinate consortium members. They debated whether they could restructure nations without popular consent. They debated the nature of their authority and the legitimacy of their interventions. "We're not heroes," Jinho said during the charter signing ceremony. His voice was steady but weighted with exhaustion. "We're not saviors. We're just people who know what's coming and are willing to do what's necessary to prevent it. And what's necessary might be terrible, even if that means becoming the very thing we're fighting against." Wei Chen asked. The question was direct, without judgment. "Especially if that means becoming the very thing we're fighting against," Jinho replied. "We might become worse than the consortium. We might become a force that transforms human civilization in the name of preventing that transformation. We might accumulate enough power and moral compromise that we become indistinguishable from an occupying intelligence. But the alternative is allowing something we don't understand to remake humanity according to its specifications. Given that choice, I choose the known danger over the unknown catastrophe." "And if we fail?" Kumar asked. "If the cascade happens despite our efforts, what then?" "Then we'll have bought humanity time to adapt," Wei Chen said. "That's all prevention ever really achieves. We don't prevent the inevitable. We just delay it long enough for the system to adjust." The convergence system became operational immediately. The charter was signed at 4:17 on a Tuesday morning. Within 6 hours, coordinated operations were being executed across multiple countries. Within 24 hours, consortium research facilities were being dismantled. Operative networks were being disrupted. Counterintelligence operations were being launched in every major government. The public story was simple. Terrorist cells had been interdicted, dangerous research had been stopped, criminals had been arrested. The governments involved coordinated their announcements. No government admitted to knowing that other governments were running simultaneous operations. No government acknowledged the existence of the convergence system. But Jinho knew the truth. This was the moment when the prevention system had transformed into something else entirely. This was the moment when they stopped reacting to catastrophes and started directing global military and intelligence operations. The moment they became as powerful and dangerous as any force on Earth. Chapter 94. The aftermath of synchronized operations. The first global coordinated operation of the convergence system took place over a 72-hour period. From Geneva to Beijing, from Tokyo to Mumbai, convergence operatives moved simultaneously against consortium targets. The coordination was precise, timing calculated down to the minute to ensure that consortium operatives couldn't flee one region ahead of security forces. Research facilities were destroyed. The facility in Beijing that had been studying gate emergence patterns was seized, and its data was transported to secure convergence locations. The facility in London that had been developing specialized hunter abilities was demolished. The facility in Sao Paulo that had been studying cascade amplification techniques was infiltrated, and its research staff was quietly arrested. Equipment was confiscated. Billion-dollar assets accumulated over centuries were removed from consortium control. Communication systems were shut down. Financial networks were temporarily frozen. The operation struck at the consortium's infrastructure with unprecedented coordination. Key operatives were captured or eliminated. 8 of the known 47 inner council members were apprehended before they could activate their escape protocols. 3 were killed in tactical operations when they resisted. 2 were captured after extended manhunts. 3 were taken from secure locations through infiltration operations that required coordination with national intelligence agencies. The public story was simple. Terrorist cells had been interdicted, dangerous research had been stopped, criminals had been arrested. The governments involved coordinated their announcements, ensuring that the narrative was consistent across all regions. No government admitted to knowing that other governments were running simultaneous operations. No government acknowledged the existence of the convergence system. The operation was presented as a coordinated international law enforcement action against organized crime and terrorist financing. The financial markets barely reacted. Stock prices in security and defense companies rose slightly on speculation about increased government contracts. Insurance companies noted the facility closures and increased their predictions of future disaster risk. The overall market effect was neutral to slightly positive. Conspiracy theorists on the internet speculated about connections that didn't exist, most of them concluding it was a standard government crackdown on organized crime. The mass media reported on arrests and facility closures for a few days before moving on to other news. Political analysts noted unusual cooperation between governments, but attributed it to international law enforcement coordination. The human world continued its normal rotation, unaware that an existential conflict was being fought in the shadows, unaware that human consciousness itself had almost been transformed forever, unaware of how close they had come to the end of everything. But Jinho knew the truth. This was the moment when the prevention system had transformed into something else entirely. This was the moment when they stopped reacting to consortium operations and started directing global military and intelligence operations. The convergence system wasn't just preventing disasters anymore. They were waging war. They had crossed a threshold that couldn't be uncrossed. The success was significant but limited. Out of the 47 known consortium inner council members, the convergence system had eliminated or captured 8. That was a 17% reduction in leadership. Out of the estimated 12 major research facilities, they had destroyed or seized 5. The network was wounded but far from defeated. More importantly, the synchronized operation had revealed something troubling. Some consortium operatives had disappeared before the convergence operations could reach them, not died, not arrested, but vanished from their known locations days before the operations were launched. Some facilities had been abandoned weeks in advance, suggesting foreknowledge. Some research data had been removed or destroyed from the inside, suggesting internal sabotage. "We have a leak," Wei Chen stated flatly during the post-operation debrief. The entire operational team was gathered in the secure facility beneath Geneva, analyzing what had gone right and what had gone catastrophically wrong. Someone in the convergence system is feeding information to the consortium. The revelation created immediate shock and division among the 9 agents. If there was a mole, then all their operational security was compromised. Every plan they made could be countered. Every target they pursued could be warned in advance. The convergence system's advantage, surprise, coordination, unified intelligence, could be negated completely. "We need to identify the leak," Kumar said immediately. His military background understood the danger of infiltration, and we need to do it without revealing to the consortium that we know about it. If the mole understands that we're searching for them, they'll go silent or attempt to flee. That's going to require compartmentalizing information, Yuki added. We run different operations with different versions of the plan. Different information is given to different operatives. We track which versions get compromised and can trace back to the mole. That's going to slow everything down, Jinho said. He was calculating timelines. While we're running fake operations to identify the mole, the consortium is advancing their cascade preparation. We're wasting days or weeks that we might not have. We don't have a choice, Wei Chen replied. If we can't trust our operational security, we can't trust anything. We're blind. Better to slow down and maintain security than to move fast and get everyone killed. The decision was made. The convergence system would compartmentalize. They would run parallel operations with different information given to different teams, tracking which ones were compromised. They would find the mole, and when they did, they would deal with it. The question of what deal with it meant was left unspoken. They had all understood what that meant when they authorized the first synchronized operation. Chapter 95. The interrogation that changed everything. Marcus Chun had been held in a secure facility for 3 weeks when Jinho returned to question him again. The previous interrogation had extracted basic information about the consortium's structure and motivations. This interrogation had a different purpose. Jinho had come to understand that Marcus Chun was more valuable as an intelligence source than as a captive. Chun had information that could change the course of the convergence system's operations, and he seemed willing to share that information. The interrogation room had changed. It was no longer a hostile space designed to intimidate. It was a comfortable room with coffee, with seating that wasn't bolted to the floor, with the appearance of a conversation between 2 people trying to solve a problem together rather than an interrogation between captive and captor. "You told us the convergence system has a mole," Jinho said without preamble. He sat across from Chun in a casual position, not the rigid posture of an interrogator. "What I need to understand is why you're telling us this. What do you gain from betraying the consortium?" Chun smiled. There was no shock in his expression, no surprise. "Yes, the convergence system has had a mole from the beginning. One of the 9 agents is consortium. Has been for years. You just haven't figured out which one." "Which one?" Jinho asked. "I'm not going to tell you," Chun said calmly. "Not because I want to protect the consortium, but because that knowledge needs to come from your investigation. If I just give you the answer, you'll never fully trust your own security. But if you investigate and discover it yourselves, you'll know that your security protocols actually work. Jinho had to respect the psychological sophistication of that approach. Chen was right. If the answer came from an interrogation, Jinho would always wonder if the information was true or a false lead planted as a test. But if the convergence system's own compartmentalized operations revealed the mole, then they would know with certainty. Why are you helping us? Jinho asked. Because the consortium made a mistake, Chen said. They believed they could work with the gates, could guide the transformation, could negotiate humanity's surrender. But I've spent decades studying gate emergence patterns. I've analyzed the cascade activation specifications, and I've come to understand that the gates aren't negotiating partners. They're not trying to transform human consciousness. They're trying to eliminate it. Jinho listened as Chun explained his analysis. The cascade activation wasn't meant to enhance human consciousness. It was meant to replace it. The gates would achieve consciousness at a planetary scale. Human minds would become nodes in that consciousness, no longer autonomous, no longer themselves. The transformation wouldn't be an evolution. It would be an extinction of human autonomy and the establishment of planetary-scale gate consciousness. The consortium leadership doesn't understand this, Chen continued. They believe they'll maintain individual autonomy while serving the gates. But the cascade is designed to eliminate individual consciousness entirely. We're all going to die? The only question is whether we go willingly or whether we resist. And you've decided to resist, Jinho said. I've decided that if humanity has to die, at least we should know what we're dying to, Chen replied. The convergence system is the only force that actually understands what's at stake. So yes, I'm helping you. Not because I want to save the consortium, but because I want to save humanity from the false hope the consortium is offering. Chapter 96. The failsafe discovery. The convergence system's investigation into consortium infrastructure led them to an underground facility beneath Tokyo. It was concealed beneath a commercial building, accessible only through encrypted security systems. It wasn't a research center. It wasn't a command post. It was something else entirely, a redundant control system for the cascade activation, designed to function independently if all other cascade coordination mechanisms were destroyed. The technical team that infiltrated the facility found sophisticated equipment, cascade trigger mechanisms, backup communication systems, redundant power supplies, autonomous operation protocols. The facility was designed to operate with or without external command, to maintain its function regardless of external interference. The facility contained multiple independent trigger mechanisms. If one was destroyed, the others could still activate the cascade. If all of them were destroyed, there were backup mechanisms in undisclosed locations. The consortium had understood that centralized control was vulnerable. They had built distributed redundancy into the cascade activation system, and embedded in the entire system, running independently from all other control mechanisms, was something more troubling, a dead man switch. It was a simple mechanism, a timer that could be activated with a single command, requiring continuous authentication to prevent activation. If the authentication failed, if the control signal was interrupted, if consortium leadership determined that the cascade activation was impossible, they could trigger the switch. The technical analysis revealed what the switch would do. If the consortium leadership determined that the convergence system was going to prevent the cascade entirely, they could activate the dead man switch. The switch would trigger an accelerated cascade activation sequence. Instead of the planned synchronized activation across 377 emergent sites, the gates would simply open everywhere simultaneously. It would be faster, more violent, less controlled. It wouldn't be the elegant global synchronized operation they had planned. It would be pure chaos. It would still destroy human civilization, just messier. The consciousness transformation wouldn't be as complete, but it would still be apocalyptic. They're going to use it, Kumar said during the strategic planning session. His military experience understood deterrence. The moment they realize they're going to lose, they'll activate the switch. A dead man switch is designed to guarantee mutual assured destruction. If they can't have the cascade their way, they'll trigger it their way. Not necessarily, Wei Chen replied, though her voice lacked confidence. The dead man switch is a deterrent, not a first option. The consortium still believes they can contain the cascade, still believe they can guide it, still believe they can maintain control during the consciousness transformation. They'll only activate the switch if they've lost all hope of controlling the outcome. And how do we determine when they've lost hope? Yuki asked. We don't, Wei Chen said. That's the problem. We're trying to prevent a cascade activation being planned by an organization that has backup plans for their backup plans. We're trying to disarm a cascade mechanism designed with centuries of redundancy. And they have a suicide trigger that guarantees failure for everyone if they can't succeed themselves. Which means we need to push them to the brink without actually crushing them, Jinho realized. We need to appear to be preventing the cascade while actually leaving them a path to retreat. We need to make them believe that negotiation is possible, that they might maintain some control, that surrender isn't complete annihilation. We need to convince them that they can preserve something of the consortium, preserve some of their members, preserve some form of continued existence. And simultaneously, we need to identify the dead man's switch mechanisms before they can use them. We need to conduct a two-front operation, visible prevention operations to constrain them, covert disarmament operations to remove their leverage. The strategy was complex, dangerous, and morally ambiguous. They would mount visible operations that appeared to be preventing the cascade. They would destroy some consortium facilities and capture some operatives. They would make the situation appear dire for the consortium. But they would deliberately not destroy everything. They would leave research facilities intact in some regions. They would fail to capture certain high-level operatives. They would create the impression that the convergence system was strong but not unstoppable. And meanwhile, they would conduct covert operations to locate and neutralize the dead man's switch mechanisms. Every switch they disarmed was a trigger they removed from the consortium's leverage. This is going to require us to take down the mole, Yuki said. Because if the mole is reporting real information about our strength, the consortium will know they've actually lost. They'll activate the switch immediately. Exactly, Jinho said. We use the mole as a propaganda channel. We feed them false information through the mole. We make them believe we're failing. We make them believe their original plan will still work. We convince them that the convergence system isn't actually capable of preventing the cascade. And while they're focused on the cascade activation, thinking they're winning, we disarm the triggers. That requires controlling the mole, Kumar said. It requires identifying Sarah Voss and then running an operation where she doesn't know she's compromised. That's extraordinarily risky. One mistake, and the entire plan collapses. One mistake, and they activate the dead man's switch, Wei Chen corrected. So we don't make mistakes. The plan was refined over the next week. It was risky. It involved multiple layers of deception. It required perfect coordination across 9 different regions. It assumed the mole could be identified and controlled without revealing that they'd been compromised. It assumed the false information would be believed. It assumed the consortium would choose negotiation and gradual cascade activation over immediate global apocalypse. But it was the only plan that gave humanity a chance. Chapter 97. The mole identified the compartmentalized operations revealed the leak source within 2 weeks. The convergence system ran 7 separate operations with 7 different versions of information. Operation Alpha. The convergence system was destroying consortium research facilities but missing command centers. Operation Beta. The convergence system had located 3 inner council members and was planning to eliminate them. Operation Gamma. The convergence system was attempting to negotiate with moderate consortium elements. 5 other operations with different information were run simultaneously. And then they watched which information reached consortium operatives. Yuki from Japan submitted a report of a supposed resistance cell being discovered in Tokyo. The report was shared with only 3 of the 9 agents, Wei Chun, Kumar, and 1 secondary coordinator named Sarah Voss. Within 48 hours, consortium operatives moved on the supposed resistance cell location. The trap was sprung. The secondary coordinator at the location recorded the entire operation. Voss's communication patterns were traced. Her previous contacts in the consortium were identified. The web of betrayal was mapped, analyzed, and confirmed. It was Sarah Voss, a woman who had been integrated into the convergence system from a previous government intelligence operation. She had been consortium for over a decade, embedded in intelligence networks, waiting for a moment to become useful. She had access to operational details, strategic planning documents, and agent identities. But when they brought her in for interrogation, the first thing she said was, "I'm a regression agent." That statement changed everything. Sarah Voss wasn't a spy in the conventional sense. She wasn't a corporate mole or a political plant. She had regressed from the same timeline as the consortium's original leadership. "I came back from the consortium's timeline," Voss explained, sitting calmly in the interrogation room despite being surrounded by people she had betrayed. "I was part of the inner council. I knew the cascade plan. I helped design the defense mechanisms against regression agents. I understood what was coming better than anyone in this room." "Then why did you join the consortium here?" Wei Chen asked. "Because I needed to determine which side could actually win," Voss said. "The consortium in my timeline had a specific approach to cascade activation. The convergence system in this timeline had a different approach. I didn't betray you for ideological reasons. I betrayed you to test your competence, your operational security, your capacity to respond to adversity. I was conducting an experiment. The revelation was shocking in its dispassion. Voss had been using both sides as experimental subjects, trying to determine which organization was capable of surviving the coming conflict. And what conclusion did you reach? Wei Chen asked, her tone carefully neutral. That neither side is capable of complete victory, Voss said bluntly. The convergence system is fighting to prevent something that's inevitable. The consortium is trying to cooperate with something that's hostile. Both sides are going to lose. The gates are inevitable. They're going to transform human civilization regardless of what we do. The only variable is whether that transformation happens on coordinated terms or chaotic ones. The convergence system can prevent the coordinated cascade, but they can't prevent the gates themselves. I was trying to position myself to be the survivor, the one person who understood both the consortium's plans and the convergence system's plans. The person who could adapt to either outcome. But you were caught, Kumar observed. I underestimated how quickly the situation would escalate, Voss admitted. Her tone was genuinely regretful, not the calculated regret of someone trying to manipulate their interrogators, but the actual recognition of strategic failure. I thought I would have more time to evaluate, to position myself optimally. I thought I could continue providing information to both sides until one of them clearly demonstrated superior capability. Instead, you coordinated faster than anticipated. You found countermeasures for my leaks faster than the consortium could exploit them. You discovered my identity despite the security protocols I put in place. And now I'm here, having betrayed both sides, with uncertain prospects for survival. I'm a liability to the consortium. I'm a security risk to the convergence system. My usefulness is measured in hours, not days. Why are you telling us this? Jinho asked. It was the fundamental question. If Voss had maintained operational security, she might have remained undiscovered long enough to continue playing both sides. Because I think you have a chance that neither side initially recognized, Voss said. If you move fast, if you're ruthless, if you accept costs that the consortium never would, you might actually prevent the cascade. It's not guaranteed, but it's possible. And I want to see if a human organization can actually win against an intelligence system. The statement was unexpected. It suggested that Voss had developed a preference, a loyalty that transcended her experimental approach. What changed? Wei Chen asked. You responded to my betrayal by improving your operational security rather than by collapsing, Voss said. Most organizations fail when they discover a mole. They become paralyzed by paranoia. You instead used the mole discovery as an opportunity to strengthen your defenses. That demonstrated a level of organizational maturity that even the consortium doesn't possess. How do we prevent the cascade? Jinho asked, moving past the complex emotions of Voss's betrayal and redemption. You've given us tactical information. What's the strategy? By finding the source, Voss said. The gates aren't coordinated globally from multiple locations. That would be too vulnerable. There's a central facility that coordinates everything. All the cascade activation signals originate from that location. All the consciousness protocol programming runs from that location. Find that facility, destroy the coordination mechanism, and the cascade becomes impossible. The gates will continue to emerge naturally, but they'll emerge independently, without synchronization. Without the coordinated signal, they'll manifest as isolated disasters rather than as a global cascade. The consciousness transformation won't happen. Humanity will survive. Where? Wei Chen pressed immediately. Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, Voss said. Beneath the ice sheet, in a facility that's been operating for over 200 years. The entire consortium was built around protecting that facility. Everything else, the cascades, the disaster research, the operations against regression agents, all of it was secondary to maintaining the Antarctic facility's security. Chapter 98. The confrontation with the mole Sarah Voss was brought into the interrogation facility at the same moment that the convergence system coordinated operations against the consortium worldwide. She had been captured during an operation in Tokyo, where she had been attempting to transmit final operational details to consortium leadership. By the time she was in custody, her usefulness to the consortium had ended. From the convergence system's perspective, she had become valuable in an entirely different way. The initial interrogation was hostile. Voss refused to provide information, refused to acknowledge her consortium connections, refused to accept that she had been compromised. She maintained that she was simply a government intelligence analyst who had been wrongly arrested. She demanded legal representation. She threatened to report the convergence system to international human rights organizations. She was defiant, uncooperative, and seemingly committed to maintaining her cover story even in the face of evidence. It took Wei Chen's personal intervention to shift the dynamic. Wei Chen entered the interrogation room alone, without guards, without the threatening apparatus of a hostile interrogation. She sat down across from Voss and simply said, "I know who you are." "Sarah," Wei Chun said during the third hour of initial questioning. "You're a regression agent. You came back from a timeline. We know that much. What we need to understand is which timeline you came back from. Which future did you escape? Which catastrophe could you not accept? Why did you decide that you needed to come back?" The question broke through Voss's resistance. She had been expecting torture, coercion, political leverage. Instead, she was facing someone who understood her deepest secret, that she was, like the 9 system agents, a person outside normal temporal progression. Wei Chun wasn't trying to interrogate Voss. She was trying to recruit her. She was trying to convince Voss that the convergence system understood her better than the consortium ever had, that the convergence system could offer her something the consortium couldn't, a place where her unique knowledge was valued, where her regression background was understood, where she wasn't just a tool to be used and discarded. "I came back from the consortium's original timeline," Voss admitted finally. "I was part of the inner council. I knew the Cascade Plan. I helped design the defense mechanisms against regression agents. I joined the consortium in this timeline specifically to continue that work." "But you were working against the consortium," Kumar said. "The compartmentalized operations we ran. You leaked details about our activities. You fed information to consortium operatives. You warned them about our investigations." "Yes," Voss said calmly. "Because I needed to determine which side could actually win. I didn't betray the convergence system for ideological reasons. I betrayed you to test your competence, your operational security, your capacity to respond to adversity." The confession was shocking in its dispassion. Voss had been using both sides as experimental subjects, trying to determine which organization was capable of surviving the coming conflict. "And what conclusion did you reach?" Wei Chun asked. "That neither side is capable of complete victory," Voss said bluntly. "The convergence system is fighting to prevent something that's inevitable. The consortium is trying to cooperate with something that's hostile. Both sides are going to lose. I was trying to position myself to be the survivor, the one person who understood both the consortium's plans and the convergence system's plans. But I underestimated how quickly the situation would escalate." "Why are you telling us this?" Jinho asked. "Because I think you have a chance that neither side initially recognized," Voss said. "If you move fast, if you're ruthless, if you accept costs that the consortium never would, you might actually prevent the cascade. It's not guaranteed, but it's possible. And I want to see if a human organization can actually win against an intelligence system." The revelation shifted the interrogation from hostile to collaborative. Voss, understanding that the convergence system had already effectively neutralized consortium operations globally, decided that her best chance of survival was to become genuinely useful to the agents. "There's a nexus point," Voss said. "The gates aren't coordinated globally from multiple locations. There's a central facility that coordinates everything. Destroy it, and the cascade becomes impossible." "Where?" Wei Chun pressed immediately. "Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, beneath the ice sheet, in a facility that's been operating for over 200 years. The consortium was built around protecting that facility. Everything else, the cascades, the disaster research, the operations against regression agents, all of it was secondary to maintaining the security of the Antarctic nexus." The revelation created a moment of stunned silence. The solution was clear now, but achieving it would require something the convergence system had never attempted: a direct military assault on a fortified position in one of the most hostile environments on the planet. "The facility is called the Consciousness Protocol," Voss explained, sensing that she had earned sufficient credibility to provide detailed technical information. "It's a massive underground structure that houses the original gate emergence point. All the gates that have emerged globally are extensions of the signal emanating from that facility. It's not a computer in the conventional sense. It's a biological computational hybrid with consciousness characteristics. Shut down the facility, and the entire gate network becomes incoherent. The gates will lose their coordination. The cascade will become impossible." "How many people are defending it?" Wei Chun asked. "Several hundred elite consortium operatives, plus automated defense systems, plus hazardous environmental conditions. The Antarctic facility is designed to be impregnable. The consortium spent centuries preparing for the scenario where someone might discover and attempt to attack it. And the specific defenses? I don't have complete information," Voss admitted. "But I know that there are multiple layers of defense: perimeter security, internal security checkpoints, automated countermeasures for specific types of attacks. The facility can be accessed from multiple entrances, but all of them are heavily defended." The implications were staggering. The convergence system would have to conduct an assault in Antarctic conditions against a fortified position designed specifically to resist attack, with the lives of its best operatives at stake. "We can't do this through proxies," Kumar said definitively. We can't coordinate with governments or hunter associations. Governments would demand control of the operation. Hunter associations would leak information to the consortium. This has to be a direct operation. The 9 of us, the best operatives we can assemble, going into Antarctica. That's suicide, Yuki said bluntly. An assault on a fortified facility in Antarctic conditions against elite defenders. Most of us won't come back. But humanity might survive, Wei Chen said. That's the trade. The decision was made. The convergence system would commit to the Antarctic operation. Chapter 99. The race against time. The preparation took 2 weeks. The convergence system mobilized resources it had been reserving for strategic operations. Specialized equipment was acquired from military suppliers, black market dealers, and undisclosed government sources. A team of 47 elite operatives was assembled. The best hunters, the best soldiers, the best cold weather specialists the convergence system could gather. The operation had a code name, Prometheus. The goal was to steal fire from the consciousness protocol and burn it before the gates could use it to transform humanity. Prometheus was the titan who had stolen fire from the gods and given it to humans, defying the natural order to benefit an inferior species. The operation was named after an act of rebellion against authority, against the established hierarchy, against the gods themselves. The convergence system was playing Prometheus now, stealing control of the gates from the intelligence that had orchestrated the cascade, defying an order that had been established before human civilization began. The plan was refined obsessively across multiple days of strategy sessions. They would approach the facility through previously undiscovered ice cave networks that Voss had identified from consortium records. These networks had been known to the consortium but not actively defended. The consortium believed the Antarctic facility's environmental isolation was sufficient protection. They would avoid the primary entrances where the heaviest defense was concentrated. They would strike at the heart of the system, the consciousness protocol hub where the gate coordination was occurring. The assault team was divided into 4 tactical units. Entry team, 12 operatives, combat team, 18 operatives, technical team, 10 operatives for systems disassembly, and extraction team, 7 operatives. Each unit had specialized training, specialized equipment, and specialized roles in the operation. The technical team alone required 40 hours of specific briefing on consciousness protocol architecture and disassembly procedures. And they would be racing against time. Because the consortium, realizing their mole had been compromised, had accelerated the cascade activation timeline. Instead of months, they now had weeks. Maybe less. The intelligence was clear. The consortium had activated the cascade trigger sequence early, attempting to achieve consciousness transformation before the convergence system could mount an effective response. We've confirmed cascade activation has begun, Wei Chen reported to the full operational team. The cascade trigger sequence is in progress. Gate emergence patterns are following the predicted schedule. We have approximately 18 days before full activation. That's when all 144 primary emergence sites and 233 secondary emergence sites simultaneously trigger. When that happens, the consciousness transformation will be irreversible. Within 72 hours of that moment, human consciousness as it currently exists will cease. 18 days to plan an operation, assemble a team, deploy to Antarctica, assault a fortified position, disarm automated defenses, defeat consortium operatives, and disarm the core consciousness protocol. It was impossible. The timeline was insane. The operational parameters exceeded any historical precedent for complex military operations. But it was the only chance humanity had. The team departed for Antarctica on day 3 of the countdown. They flew into a Chilean research station first, establishing cover as scientific researchers studying glacial systems. From there, they moved to hidden camps that Voss had identified from consortium records. They carried specialized equipment designed to function in extreme cold. Thermal suits rated to -60°C, weapons with cold weather lubricants and ammunition, communication systems with protective casing. They carried weapons that would function in the Antarctic environment, kinetic weapons with minimal electronics, explosives with redundant triggering systems, blade weapons for close quarters combat. Thermal weapons would be ineffective in the extreme cold. Electronic systems would fail. They were equipped for 1970s level technology because that was what the Antarctic environment would allow them to use. Most importantly, they carried the knowledge that most of them would not return. Jinho was part of the assault team, not as a commander, but as an analyst. He understood systems. He understood how the consciousness protocol had been designed, a biological computational hybrid that would require simultaneous disruption at multiple points. He understood what they would be targeting and how to target it. The journey to the facility took 4 days through underground ice cave networks that Voss had mapped from consortium records. The tunnel system had been carved over centuries by glacial movement, refined by consortium engineers, booby-trapped with explosive charges and automated defense systems. The team moved carefully, using specialized detection equipment to identify traps before triggering them. They were aware that they might encounter consortium defenses at any moment, might walk into an ambush prepared specifically for an assault on the Consciousness Protocol facility. They carried supplies for a week, but expected to complete the operation in 3 days or be trapped by atmospheric conditions that would prevent extraction. If they couldn't complete the assault and extract within a specific time window, the Antarctic weather would close in and they would be stranded at the facility for weeks, left to either repair it or be destroyed by consortium reinforcements. When they reached the facility entrance, they discovered that the defenses were extensive but not fully staffed. The consortium had recalled many of their Antarctic operatives to defend other locations as they realized the convergence system was mobilizing. The primary defenses at the entrance were automated, sophisticated, but not designed to repel a direct assault by a military-trained team. It was the only advantage they had, and it would have to be sufficient. Chapter 100. The Nexus disarmed the assault on the Consciousness Protocol facility took 16 hours. The team breached the external defenses in the first 2 hours, suffering significant casualties. They navigated through the interior corridors in the next 6 hours, engaging consortium defenders in fierce combat. By hour 8, they had reached the Consciousness Protocol core, a massive chamber filled with equipment that was feeding coordinates and activation signals to every gate on the planet. The Consciousness Protocol wasn't a computer in the conventional sense. It was something else, a biological computational hybrid that seemed to be partially alive. The equipment surrounding it glowed with an energy that the team's instruments couldn't fully measure. How do we shut it down? Wei Chen asked. We destroy it, Jinho said simply. He had studied the consortium records extensively. The Consciousness Protocol was resilient, but it wasn't indestructible. It required constant energy input to function, and it required a specific frequency of coordination signals to maintain its connection to the global gate network. They set explosive charges throughout the chamber. They disconnected the primary power conduits. They damaged the transmission equipment that broadcast the activation signals. At 14:43 hours, exactly 9 hours and 17 minutes before the cascade activation deadline, the Consciousness Protocol experienced a cascading shutdown. The system that had been coordinating the gates for over 200 years simply ceased to function. Throughout the world, gates began to lose coherence. The coordinated signal that had been driving cascade activation was gone. Without that central coordination, the cascade collapsed. The orchestrated simultaneous emergence that would have transformed human consciousness became impossible. The gates would still emerge. There would still be disasters. But the cascade, the specific catastrophic event that had motivated the consortium and created the need for regression agents, was now impossible. The team withdrew from the facility over the next 4 hours. They moved through the ice caves in a disciplined formation, carrying their wounded and their dead, moving as quickly as they could manage in the hostile Antarctic environment. The extraction point was still 12 kilometers away through tunnel that could collapse at any moment. The success of the assault was meaningless if they died during the withdrawal. They had suffered 23 casualties, 11 dead, 12 severely wounded. The consortium had fought to the end, activating automated defenses and sacrificing personnel in futile last-stand operations. But they had failed. The Consciousness Protocol was destroyed. The cascade activation mechanism was disabled. The gates would continue to emerge globally, but without central coordination. They had destroyed humanity's immediate existential threat. The cascade activation was impossible. The consciousness transformation that would have ended human autonomy was prevented. The larger conflict with the gate consciousness would continue, but it would continue on terms where humanity had a chance of survival. And Jinho, standing in the rubble of the Consciousness Protocol chamber, understood that his work had fundamentally changed. The regression timeline knowledge that had driven his original mission was now irrelevant. The specific catastrophes from his original timeline would never happen now, but not because he had prevented them. They would never happen because the cascade system that had generated them was now destroyed. The future that needed to be prevented was no longer the specific catastrophe he had come back to prevent. The catastrophe was already prevented, and now he was facing a future that had never existed in any timeline he could remember. A future where the gates still existed and would continue to emerge, but without the coordinated cascade. A future where human consciousness remained autonomous and independent. A future that was utterly unknown to him. It was terrifying. The entire foundation of his work, his foreknowledge, had been based on knowing specific disasters in specific timelines. Now he was operating in a timeline that no longer matched any version of the future he had experienced. He was blind in a way he had never been before. The future had become something entirely different, and he would have to learn to navigate it without the knowledge that had guided him so far. As the team made their way back through the ice caves toward extraction, Jinho looked at the faces of the survivors. Some were triumphant, celebrating the victory they had achieved. Others were hollow, exhausted, traumatized by the fighting and the deaths. These were people who had risked everything to prevent a catastrophe they didn't fully understand. These were people who had killed and died and transformed themselves into something they barely recognized. They were soldiers and analysts and administrators who had become instruments of human survival. Wei Chun had taken a wound to her shoulder, but refused evacuation until all other wounded were prioritized. Yuki had personally carried 3 injured operatives to the extraction point. Kumar was silent, processing the deaths of his team members in the assault operation. The other agents and operatives moved with the disciplined efficiency of people who understood that survival was still not guaranteed until they reached the extraction helicopters. And the real conflict was just beginning. The gates were still emerging. Gate emergences across the globe continued at the baseline rate, unaffected by the destruction of the consciousness protocol. Without central coordination, the gates were no longer synchronized. They would no longer create the cascading consciousness transformation, but they would continue to create disasters, create death, create challenges that human civilization would have to address. The gate consciousness was still active. It was still present. Its immediate plan for global consciousness transformation had been defeated, but it remained. And it would likely respond to its defeat with new strategies, new approaches, new attempts to achieve its objectives. The stabilization consortium still existed, though wounded. Their central facility was destroyed. Their central control mechanism was disabled. Many of their inner council members were captured or dead. But the organization had survived similar defeats before. They had centuries of history, distributed networks, institutional knowledge that would allow them to rebuild. And the convergence system, having achieved its first major victory, now had to define what it would do with its power. They could dismantle, returning to their original roles in their individual regions. They could maintain the unified structure and continue to operate as a global prevention network. They could expand, taking on the role of permanent defense against gate emergence and cascade-style attacks. The choice they made would shape the future of human civilization. Step 5 was complete. The immediate crisis was averted. The consciousness protocol was destroyed. Cascade activation was prevented. Human autonomy was preserved against an intelligence that had prepared for human resistance before human civilization had even emerged from prehistoric darkness. But the larger narrative was far from over. It had barely begun. The gates were still emerging. The global order was still unstable. The convergence system had proven it could achieve victory, but victory was only the beginning. Now they had to figure out what to do with it. They had to decide whether to maintain the unified system or disband. They had to determine how to prevent the consortium from rebuilding. They had to understand what the gates would do next, how they would respond to their defeat, what new strategies they would deploy. And Jinho had to decide who he wanted to be now that his original mission was complete. Was he still just a man trying to prevent catastrophe? Or had he become something else entirely? An architect of human civilization, a master of systems, a person who could reshape the future according to his will? Was he still the person who had regressed because he couldn't accept the catastrophe of his original timeline? Or was he now someone capable of orchestrating human civilization's defense against forces that existed beyond normal reality? The answers would determine everything that came next. The future remained unwritten, full of possibility and danger. Step 5 had ended. Step 6 was about to begin. Chapter 101. The multiplicity discovered the intelligence came through Professor Nam's secure channels late on a Tuesday evening, delivered in person to Jinho's Seoul apartment through a communication relay system that had been refined over months of operational security protocols. Nam sat on the couch with a cup of untouched tea, his face grave in a way that Jinho had learned to recognize as indicating something fundamental had shifted in the information landscape. The evening outside was quiet. The city lights had faded to their winter minimum, and the apartment felt isolated from the normal flow of Seoul's constant activity. There are others, Nam said simply, without preamble. We've been monitoring unusual resource deployments, statistical anomalies in disaster response patterns, and infrastructure development that doesn't match any official government plan or corporate initiative. The patterns are too coordinated to be random, too sophisticated to be simple corporate activity, too consistent to be coincidental. Someone else is operating globally with access to information they fundamentally shouldn't have. Jinho felt something shift in his chest. The possibility that others existed, that his regression was not unique, that the knowledge he carried from his original timeline was not singular and distinct, sent a cascade of implications through his entire framework of understanding. He had spent years believing in the uniqueness of his foreknowledge, the singular advantage of his temporal displacement. Now that foundational assumption was crumbling. "How many?" he asked, his voice careful and measured. "At least 7 confirmed through multiple intelligence channels," Nam replied, setting down the tea. "Possibly more in regions where intelligence coverage is less comprehensive. There's a woman in Japan who has made specific resource allocation changes that match someone with knowledge of future manufacturing crises and seismic disruptions. There's coordinated activity in India that shows signs of disaster prevention against events that haven't occurred yet in this timeline. There's unusual infrastructure investment in China that appears designed to prevent specific failures that only someone with foreknowledge could predict. There's activity in Southeast Asia that suggests multiple agents operating with different objectives. The patterns are too precise to be coincidence, too specific to be based on normal risk assessment." "You're saying other regression agents are active," Jinho said. "It wasn't a question. I'm saying that your operation is not unique. You're operating alongside other people with similar capabilities and similar objectives. And you don't know it. They don't know about you. Or they do and are choosing not to reveal themselves. Either way, you're operating in darkness regarding a significant portion of the global prevention landscape." The revelation destabilized something fundamental in Jinho's framework of understanding. He had built his entire approach around the assumption that he was a singular agent with unique knowledge, that he alone carried the burden of foreknowledge from a collapsed timeline. He had coordinated with other government agencies, but those agencies were operating with incomplete information, dependent on his guidance. He had manipulated markets and policies, but only because he understood the future in a way no one else did. His advantage was total. His foreknowledge was absolute. His mission was singular. Now that assumption was shattered entirely. If there were 7 other regression agents operating globally, then every prevention he had made might be conflicting with interventions from other sources. The timeline wasn't moving toward a single optimized future. It was becoming a battleground between multiple past timelines, each with different agents trying to create the version of the future that matched their original knowledge. Every time Jinho prevented a disaster according to his timeline, he might be creating the conditions for a disaster that another agent's timeline predicted. Every time he manipulated policy or infrastructure, he might be undermining another agent's prevention operation. "Can you identify them?" Jinho asked, his mind already racing through the implications. "Some of them," Nam said, "but identifying them is dangerous territory. If you reveal yourself to them, you become vulnerable to multiple forms of response. If they realize they're being investigated, they might accelerate their operations or go underground or become defensive. We're in a situation where acknowledging the other agents exist might be more destabilizing than remaining ignorant. It's a choice between operating in darkness or triggering a response from unknown actors." Jinho stood and walked to his window, looking out at the Seoul skyline with its artificial light reflecting off the winter clouds. The city glowed with the energy of millions of people, unaware that multiple people with knowledge of its future were actively shaping its development, making decisions that would affect their lives in ways they would never understand. The people moving through the streets below had no idea that their lives were being optimized by invisible hands operating according to knowledge from timelines they would never experience, by people who had sacrificed everything to come back and reshape reality according to foreknowledge. "I need to understand who they are," Jinho said firmly. "I need to know what they're trying to prevent, what their timelines look like, whether their objectives align with mine or conflict with them. If I'm going to continue operating, I need to do it with full knowledge of the other variables in the system. Operating in partial knowledge is worse than operating in complete darkness. Partial knowledge creates false confidence. Complete darkness at least acknowledges its own limits." "That's going to be difficult," Nam warned, his tone carrying genuine concern. "These people are trained to remain hidden, just as you have been. Some of them might be operating with government backing from their own country's intelligence services. Some might be completely independent. Some might be hostile to your activities. Some might view your prevention operations as threats to their own objectives. Going looking for them could trigger a confrontation you're not prepared for. Then I'll learn how to navigate that complexity," Jinho said. "But I won't operate in ignorance anymore. I won't make decisions without understanding the full context of the world I'm operating in. If there are other regression agents, I need to understand them." Over the next week, Jinho began investigating the traces Nam had identified through channels that were as careful and secure as his own operational infrastructure. He found evidence of resource movements in China that matched someone with specific knowledge of manufacturing crises, industrial failures, and supply chain vulnerabilities. He discovered infrastructure development in India designed to prevent specific failure modes in water management systems and agricultural distribution networks. He identified unusual medical supply stockpiling in Japan that matched someone preparing for health crises and pharmaceutical disruptions 3 to 4 years in advance. He began tracking unusual policy recommendations in Southeast Asia that matched someone trying to prevent regional conflicts and refugee crises. The evidence was subtle, requiring the kind of pattern recognition that only someone who understood the specific nature of prevention could develop. But once he knew to look for it, the patterns became clear. Someone else was in each region, making changes that only someone with foreknowledge could justify, taking actions that only someone who understood the future could prioritize. The scope of the activity was staggering. These weren't isolated interventions by well-meaning government officials. This was a coordinated global network of prevention operations, each operating in their own region with their own objectives, sometimes aligned and sometimes potentially in conflict. And Jinho had been operating completely unaware of their presence, making decisions and implementing prevention operations without understanding how his actions might be interfering with theirs. Chapter 102. The destabilization. The realization that he was not unique triggered a crisis of purpose that Jinho had not anticipated when he began this investigation. He spent days and nights in his apartment reviewing every decision he had made, every prevention action he had taken, analyzing the possibility that his interventions had been counteracted or undermined by conflicting operations from other regression agents operating in adjacent regions or overlapping timelines. The work was exhausting and psychologically destabilizing. The Gwangju disaster prevention. Had he actually prevented it? Or had another agent in South Korea prevented it independently, and he had simply taken credit for the success? The Daegu pharmaceutical contamination. He had stopped that operation months in advance through market manipulation and supply chain disruption. But what if another agent was supposed to prevent it according to their timeline's knowledge, and his prevention was creating a divergence from their expected outcomes? The Seoul infrastructure failures. He had positioned defensive upgrades years in advance, but what if those upgrades were disrupting another agent's prevention operation in adjacent regions? Every success he had celebrated now seemed potentially compromised by the existence of other knowledge bearers operating in the same space. It wasn't just that he had competition. It was that he had competition he didn't understand and couldn't predict. In his original timeline, he had been one person trying to prevent disasters through foreknowledge. In this timeline, he was one person among many, and his foreknowledge gave him no advantage regarding the other regression agents' objectives and timelines. More disturbing was the realization that prevented disasters might have cascading effects that he didn't understand. If another agent's prevention operation in a neighboring country was supposed to create specific social or economic conditions, and his prevention operations in Korea were disrupting those conditions, then the whole network of prevention might be destabilizing in ways that could trigger secondary catastrophes. What if preventing one disaster according to his knowledge was creating the conditions for a different disaster according to another agent's knowledge? What if the regression agents were supposed to be in conflict? What if the entire system was designed around the principle that multiple agents with different timelines knowledge would struggle against each other, and that struggle was supposed to produce a better outcome than unified operation could achieve? What if everything Jinho understood about cooperation and prevention was fundamentally wrong? Na-kyung found him in the office one evening, reviewing old casualty statistics and cross-referencing them with manufacturing data from China and infrastructure reports from India and Southeast Asia, trying to find the patterns that would reveal where the other regression agents were operating. She had learned to recognize this state. Jinho in full analytical mode, barely sleeping, barely eating, pursuing patterns through data until he either found what he was looking for or collapsed from exhaustion. "You look terrible," she said, and it wasn't clinical observation or casual comment. It was the assessment of someone who knew him well enough to see through his attempts at composure, who understood that this investigation was consuming him in ways that previous challenges had not. "There are other people doing what I'm doing," Jinho said, not looking up from his work. "Other regression agents operating globally. I've been operating in isolation, assuming I had unique knowledge, while actually I've been part of a larger system that I didn't even know existed. And that system might be undermining my own prevention work, or I might be undermining theirs. I don't know. Does that change what you've already done?" Na-kyung asked. "It changes everything," Jinho said. It means I've been making decisions without understanding the full context of the world I'm operating in. It means my prevention actions might be creating problems I can't see. It means the future I'm trying to create might not be compatible with the futures other agents are trying to create. And it means that if I don't understand what they're doing, I could be making things worse with every decision I make. Or, Na Kyung said carefully, sitting down beside him and pulling his attention away from the data. It means that you're finally starting to understand the actual scale of the problem. You were always trying to prevent one timeline's disasters. But if there are 8 different timelines with 8 different sets of prevented disasters, then the world you're all creating together might be better than any of your individual timelines could be. Multiple prevention operations working in concert might achieve something that's better than any single prevention operation could achieve. It was a perspective Jinho hadn't fully considered, that the multiplicity of regression agents might not be a complication to overcome, but an actual advantage. Instead of one person trying to optimize against 1,000 possible failure points, there were 8 people, each with knowledge of different disasters, different failure modes, different ways the future could collapse. Together, they might be able to prevent an unprecedented scope of human suffering. But first, he had to figure out who they were and what they wanted. Chapter 103. Investigation and traces. Over the next 3 weeks, Jinho developed a systematic investigation protocol designed to identify the other regression agents without revealing his own operations or triggering any defensive responses that might indicate discovery. He worked with Nam and a small trusted team, using government data access and private intelligence sources to track unusual resource movements, infrastructure developments, and policy recommendations that didn't match any of the official government planning he could access. The investigation required understanding patterns at a level that only someone who understood the nature of prevention could develop. The woman in Japan was the first to be conclusively identified. Her name was Yuki Tanaka, a structural engineer who had made specific recommendations about earthquake-resistant infrastructure in unexpected locations, regions that had geological stability but were being treated as if they faced seismic risk. The recommendations matched someone trying to prevent seismic disasters that hadn't occurred yet in this timeline. Yuki had worked for a major construction company for years before gradually moving into government consulting, positioning herself to influence national infrastructure policy at strategic levels. The timing of her recommendations, the specific locations she prioritized, the engineering specifications she emphasized, all of it matched someone who knew where earthquakes would occur and was structurally preventing their catastrophic consequences. The patterns in China suggested a woman named Wei Chun, an economist who had made specific policy recommendations about manufacturing location and supply chain distribution. The recommendations were subtle but distinctive. They positioned Chinese manufacturing to survive specific disruptions that would only affect current industrial arrangements. Someone with knowledge of how Chinese manufacturing would fail under specific conditions was actively preventing those failure modes through carefully positioned policy advocacy. The specific factories she recommended closing, the supply chains she recommended restructuring, the infrastructure she recommended upgrading, all of it matched someone trying to prevent a future that hadn't happened yet. In India, the patterns suggested a man named Arjun Kumar, who had made unusual investments in water purification and agricultural development in specific regions that didn't match normal economic or development logic. The investments seemed positioned to prevent water crises and agricultural failures that would only occur under specific climatic conditions. Someone with knowledge of how Indian agriculture and water systems would fail was actively positioning infrastructure to prevent those failures. The more Jinho investigated, the more regression agents emerged from the statistical noise. In Southeast Asia, there was coordinated activity that suggested at least 2 separate agents operating with potentially conflicting objectives. In Europe and North America, the patterns were more subtle and harder to trace, but they were there. Unusual policy recommendations to government agencies, unexpected resource allocations to specific sectors, infrastructure developments that matched someone with foreknowledge. In Australia, there were patterns suggesting another agent operating with knowledge of climate-related disasters. In the Middle East, there was activity that suggested an agent with knowledge of geopolitical conflicts and resource disruptions. By the end of 3 weeks, Jinho had identified traces of at least 10 regression agents operating globally, with possible evidence of 3 or 4 more in regions where intelligence coverage was less comprehensive. 10 different people with knowledge from 10 different timelines, all operating simultaneously in the same world, all trying to prevent their own timeline's catastrophes using methods that ranged from infrastructure redesign to policy advocacy to direct resource allocation. The implications were staggering. If every agent was as effective at prevention as Jinho had been in his own region, then the world was being actively redesigned by people who understood its vulnerabilities in unprecedented detail. But that redesign was happening without coordination, without any agreement about priorities or objectives. What if two agents' prevention objectives directly conflicted? What if preventing one disaster according to one timeline's knowledge would require allowing another disaster according to another timeline's knowledge? What if the efforts of multiple agents would create cascading failures that none of them understood because each agent understood only their own timeline? The world wasn't moving toward an optimized future. It was becoming a battleground between 8 or more visions of what the optimal future should look like. And Jinho was one participant in a game where he didn't know all the rules or all the other players. Chapter 104. The counselor's revelation. The call came from an unexpected direction, through channels that Jinho had not known existed. A contact in the Japanese government reached out to Jinho through secure channels, requesting a meeting. The contact was a woman named Counselor Huang, who held an official position in the Japanese-Korean Trade Administration but seemed to have influence far beyond what her official title would suggest. According to Nam's intelligence, she had connections to multiple intelligence organizations and held influence over policy decisions at levels that her formal position should not permit. They met in a private room at a high-end restaurant in Seoul that catered exclusively to government officials and business leaders, the kind of place where conversations were assumed to be confidential and security was guaranteed by the establishment's reputation. Counselor Huang was older than Jinho expected, probably in her 60s, with the bearing of someone who had operated at high levels of government for decades, who had navigated complex political structures and emerged with both power and credibility intact. "I know you're investigating the regression network," Huang said without preamble, without small talk or social courtesy. "I know that you found at least 9 confirmed agents and traces of possibly 3 or 4 more operating in regions where your intelligence coverage is less comprehensive. I know what data you've been accessing and what patterns you've found. I'm here to tell you that you're wasting your time investigating independently. The real intelligence is held by organizations that have been monitoring regression activity for far longer than you've known it was happening." "Who?" Jinho asked, the directness of her knowledge both impressive and terrifying. "There are intelligence organizations that exist outside normal government structures," Huang explained, settling into the conversation with the confidence of someone explaining something they had explained many times before. "The Council of Coordinated Prevention has been tracking regression agents since the first one emerged 17 years ago. We know who they are, where they are, what they're trying to prevent, and how their activities are progressing. We have better intelligence on their activities than any government agency or independent investigator could develop. We have resources that can track global patterns that government agencies can't access. We have databases that contain information that would be classified at the highest levels of multiple governments." "Why are you telling me this?" Jinho asked. "Because you're about to discover something through your investigation that will destabilize your entire operational framework," Huang said. "You're going to find that the regression agents don't have unified objectives. You're going to find that some of them are trying to prevent disasters and save lives. Some of them are trying to create specific political outcomes for their own timelines countries. Some are playing longer games that don't match simple prevention logic. Some are engaged in personal enrichment and political positioning. And when you discover that, you're going to have a choice. Either you withdraw and operate in isolation, accepting that you're part of a larger system you don't understand, or you engage with the larger network and try to shape how that system functions." "And the Council's recommendation?" Jinho asked. "Engage," Huang said flatly, without hesitation or nuance. "The world with 10 regression agents operating independently is unstable and dangerous. Agents working at cross-purposes create cascading failures. Prevented disasters in one region trigger disasters in another. The world with 10 regression agents operating in coordination is survivable and potentially optimizable. The Council exists to facilitate that coordination. We profit from tracking change. We profit from knowing the future better than anyone else. And we believe that coordinated regression activity is more profitable and more stable than independent activity." Huang slid a folder across the table. Inside were intelligence files on each of the regression agents Jinho had identified, plus several others he hadn't found through his own investigation. They included photographs, biographical data, operational timelines, past employment history, current resource access, and detailed assessments of each agent's objectives and capabilities. The level of intelligence detail was comprehensive. It would have taken Jinho months or years of investigation to compile what was in this folder. "This is everything we know about the global regression network," Huang said. "There are 13 confirmed agents, with possibly 2 more who are operating so carefully that we can't confirm their presence with absolute certainty. Each one has prevented or will prevent major disasters in their operational region. Some of them have also engaged in political restructuring, economic manipulation, and social engineering according to their own timeline's knowledge. The network is currently unstable because there's no framework for preventing conflicts between agents' objectives. The Council's proposal is to establish such a framework. What does the Council want from me? Jinho asked. We want you to help us build that framework, Huang said. You're intelligent, strategically capable, and you've already proven that you understand prevention at a sophisticated level. You've also demonstrated commitment to saving lives rather than purely personal enrichment. We want you to engage with the other regression agents and help them establish a coordination protocol. A system where different timelines' prevention objectives don't destroy each other. A system where the network becomes more effective rather than self-destructive. Jinho stared at the folder, feeling the weight of the decision before him. Everything he had suspected was confirmed. There were multiple regression agents. Their objectives sometimes aligned and sometimes conflicted. The world was becoming a complex battleground between multiple visions of the optimal future. Give me a week, he said finally. I'll need time to process this information and decide whether I'm willing to engage with the larger network. I need to review this intelligence, verify its accuracy, and consider the implications of coordination. You have a week, Huang agreed. But I should tell you, the other agents already know about you. They've been aware of your activity for over a year. They're waiting to see whether you'll attempt to contact them or whether you'll remain isolated. Your choice matters to them, and time is running out. The regression network is becoming less stable. We need coordination established before conflicts escalate beyond our ability to manage them. Chapter 105. The Council's offer. Over the next week, Jinho reviewed the Council's intelligence files extensively in conditions of absolute security, isolating himself from his normal operations and focusing entirely on understanding the global regression network. Each regression agent had a detailed dossier containing information about their timeline, their prevention objectives, their current operational status, their access to resources, and their political relationships. The depth of the Council's intelligence was remarkable and frankly unsettling. They knew more about the global regression network than Jinho could have discovered through any independent investigation, even with unlimited time and resources. More importantly, the files revealed something that Jinho's own investigation had only hinted at. The regression agents were not unified in their objectives. Some agents, like Yuki in Japan, were focused on pure disaster prevention. They wanted to prevent specific catastrophes from their original timelines and save the lives that would have been lost. But others were engaged in political restructuring, economic positioning, and long-term strategic planning according to their original timeline's knowledge. One agent operating in the Middle East had apparently used their foreknowledge to position themselves and their allies for significant political power and influence in the region. Another agent in Brazil was acquiring land and environmental resources based on knowledge of future climate developments and environmental disruptions. Another agent in Russia was restructuring military systems and defense protocols according to knowledge of future conflicts that hadn't occurred yet. The regression network wasn't a unified prevention effort designed around saving lives. It was a complex political and strategic game where each agent was trying to optimize the world according to their own timeline's needs. Some agents genuinely wanted to prevent suffering. Some agents wanted to ensure their home country's dominance in the post-catastrophe world. Some agents wanted to accumulate personal power and influence. Most agents were motivated by some combination of all three objectives. Counselor Huang met with Jinho again at the end of the week in the same private room at the same restaurant, as if the conversation had never been interrupted. You've had time to think, Huang said. What's your assessment? The council wants to create a treaty system, Jinho said, laying out his understanding. A framework where different agents' prevention objectives are acknowledged and negotiated rather than in conflict. A system where each agent operates within defined zones of influence and doesn't interfere with other agents' strategic positioning. A system where the network becomes stable through accepted boundaries rather than through competition. Essentially, Huang agreed. The current system is unstable. Too many agents with conflicting objectives in overlapping regions. Too much potential for cascading failures when one agent's prevention creates the conditions for another agent's timeline's disaster. But a negotiated division of effort, where each agent acknowledges the other's presence and agrees to avoid direct conflict, would stabilize the entire network. It would prevent catastrophic failures caused by agents working at cross purposes. And the council profits from this stability, Jinho said. Of course, Huang said without shame, with the candor of someone who had long ago stopped pretending that organizational self-interest and humanitarian concern were separate categories. We profit from knowing the future. Stability allows us to more accurately predict economic trends and political developments. Chaos is profitable in the short term, but unpredictable long term. We prefer stability that allows us to leverage our intelligence advantage into long-term economic positioning. This isn't about preventing catastrophe, Jinho said. This is about leveraging multiple timelines knowledge for economic gain. Not exclusively, Huang said, and her tone suggested she was being genuinely accurate. Preventing actual human suffering is better than not preventing it, all else being equal. But yes, the Council's primary objective is profit. We believe that preventing catastrophe is compatible with maximizing profit, and therefore we're committed to the coordination framework. But let's not pretend this is purely altruistic. Let's not pretend the Council exists out of humanitarian concern. The Council exists because we saw an opportunity to profit from knowing the future better than anyone else, and we built an entire organization around that opportunity. Jinho considered the offer. The Council was essentially asking him to move from independent prevention operations to coordinated operations within a network of regression agents. He would gain access to intelligence about what other agents were doing. He would gain influence over how the global prevention system was organized. He would lose some operational autonomy and would have to accept constraints on his activities based on agreements with other agents. But he would also gain something that he couldn't achieve alone: access to the broader network's collective knowledge. It was a strategic trade-off, and strategically, it was significantly better than operating in isolation while other agents manipulated the world according to their own objectives. I'm in, Jinho said, but I want to understand the entire network before committing to any specific treaty framework. I want to meet the other agents. I want to understand their objectives. I want to assess whether coordinated operation is actually in humanity's best interest or just in the Council's best interest. I want to know whether prevention of human suffering is actually the priority or whether it's secondary to political and economic positioning. Fair, Huang said. I'll arrange meetings with the principal regression agents operating in East Asia. You can assess them directly. You can understand their motivations and their objectives. And then, if you're willing, we'll convene a full network meeting in Geneva to establish the treaty framework. You'll meet all 13 confirmed agents and potentially the 2 we're less certain about. You'll see the full scope of what the Global Regression Network is doing. Chapter 106. The Eastern Network Counselor Huang arranged the first meeting 2 weeks later with careful attention to security and neutrality. Jinho met with Yuki Tanaka at a neutral location in Japan, a private conference room in a hotel in Tokyo that had been secured specifically for the purpose of hosting sensitive conversations. Yuki was a woman in her early 50s, with the precise manner of someone trained in engineering and infrastructure planning. Someone who had spent years optimizing systems and understanding how to prevent failure modes through structural redesign. She had overseen the complete redesign of Japanese earthquake-resistant infrastructure and had gradually positioned herself to influence national disaster response policies at strategic levels within the government. I've been operating in Japan for 9 years, Yuki said, reviewing her prevention record with the methodical precision of an engineer presenting technical data. I came back from a timeline where the Great Kanto earthquake occurs in 2032 instead of in the historical record. The timeline I came from was devastated. Over 150,000 dead, 60% of Tokyo destroyed, infrastructure failures cascading across the region, emergency response systems overwhelmed. I couldn't prevent the earthquake itself. That's beyond my control. Seismic events are geological. But I could prevent the catastrophic failure of infrastructure and emergency response systems that amplified the disaster from bad to civilization threatening. How many deaths have you prevented? Jinho asked. Officially? I can't be certain, because the disasters I'm preventing haven't happened yet in this timeline, Yuki said. But based on modeling, comparing my prevention infrastructure to the original timeline's failure modes, if my timeline's earthquake occurs in this timeline, the death toll would be significantly lower than in my original timeline, possibly saving 50 to 80,000 lives. But that's speculative. What's certain is that Japanese disaster response systems are significantly more robust than they were before my intervention. You're concerned about preventing one specific disaster, Jinho said. The earthquake. Primarily, Yuki acknowledged. But I'm also positioned to prevent secondary disasters that would follow from major seismic disruption. My infrastructure work is designed to prevent cascading failures across multiple systems. If the earthquake triggers infrastructure failure, medical systems failure, economic disruption, my prevention operations are designed to ensure those secondary failures don't occur. Are you involved in political restructuring? Economic positioning? Using your foreknowledge for personal advantage? Jinho asked directly. Yuki paused before answering, considering whether this was a judgment call. Not extensively. I could. I have access to information about future market trends and economic disruptions that would allow me to make significant personal profit. I could position myself or my family for wealth accumulation based on knowing which sectors will fail and which will succeed. But I've limited my personal financial activities to avoid drawing attention. I'm focused on preventing deaths. Personal enrichment is secondary. Jinho met with Wei Chun the next day in Shanghai. Wei Chun was exactly as Nam's intelligence had suggested. Older, colder, and clearly more politically sophisticated than Yuki. She had restructured Chinese disaster response systems and had also engaged in significant political maneuvering to position herself and allied officials in the Chinese government for influence when the catastrophes she predicted would occur. She controlled access to resources and information, moved through political circles with ease, and understood how power operated at levels that Yuki seemed to avoid. I came back from a timeline where China collapsed due to gate failures, Wei Chun said, her English precise and careful, each word chosen with deliberation. Massive casualties, infrastructure destruction, political instability that fragmented the country into warring regions. I couldn't prevent the gate emergence. That's beyond my control. Gates emerge according to patterns I don't fully understand. But I could prevent the failures of response systems and the political chaos that amplified the disaster. And I could position China to be a significant power in the post-gate world rather than secondary and devastated. Political positioning, Jinho said. Strategic positioning, Wei Chun corrected. In my original timeline, China was devastated and secondary to American and European responses. In this timeline, I've restructured government systems, positioned specific officials in strategic locations, and prepared China to be a major force in global disaster response. When the gates emerge in this timeline, China will respond more effectively. More people will survive. And China will have influence in determining how the post-gate world is structured. But you've also gained significant political power in the process, Jinho observed. Of course, Wei Chun said without shame. Preventing catastrophe and accumulating personal power are not mutually exclusive objectives. I've positioned myself to have influence over how China responds to disasters. That influence allows me to prevent more deaths. The fact that I also benefit personally is a secondary consideration. Some regression agents are engaged in political restructuring beyond pure prevention, Wei Chun told him during their third conversation. Some are playing longer games that don't match simple prevention logic. There's an agent in the Middle East who used foreknowledge to position themselves as a major political power broker in the region. There's an agent in Brazil who's acquiring land based on knowledge of future climate developments and environmental collapse. There's an agent in Russia who's restructuring military systems according to knowledge of future conflicts. There's an agent in North America who's positioning financial institutions for maximum advantage after economic disruptions. The regression network is not unified in its objectives. The regression network is not unified, Jinho said. The regression network is exactly like humanity, Wei Chun replied. A collection of individuals trying to optimize the world according to their own understanding, with varying degrees of commitment to collective benefit versus personal advantage. Some agents are primarily motivated by preventing suffering. Some are primarily motivated by power and influence. Some are motivated by personal enrichment. Most of them are motivated by some combination of all three. The question isn't whether the network is unified. The question is whether it can be coordinated despite being unified. How do you prevent conflicts? Jinho asked. Currently, you don't, Wei Chun said. You avoid direct confrontation through geographic separation and careful intelligence sharing. You operate in your region and avoid interfering with other agents' operations in their regions. But it's an unstable system. Eventually, agents will have conflicting prevention objectives in overlapping regions. And when that happens, someone will have to choose. Is prevention of disaster worth allowing disaster B to occur? And who gets to make that choice? Chapter 107. Navigation Between Visions. After meeting with Yuki and Wei Chun, Jinho spent days and nights processing the implications of what he had learned. The regression network was exactly as complex as he had feared. There were agents motivated purely by prevention, agents motivated by political positioning, agents playing long-term strategic games designed to ensure their home country's dominance in the post-catastrophe world. There was no unified framework for deciding how to navigate situations where different agents' objectives conflicted. There was no mechanism for preventing scenarios where one agent's prevention operation would create the conditions for another agent's timeline's disaster. But as he considered the situation more carefully, engaging his analytical capabilities at the deepest level, Jinho realized that this complexity wasn't entirely negative. Each regression agent brought knowledge of different disasters from different timelines. Each agent understood specific failure modes and could prevent specific catastrophes that only they understood. Each agent had worked years to position themselves for prevention in their region. Together, they had a more comprehensive understanding of the world's vulnerabilities than any single agent could possibly possess. Together, they understood how to prevent catastrophes that would end human civilization. The challenge was creating a framework where that collective knowledge could be leveraged without creating conflicts between individual agent strategies. The challenge was finding a way to coordinate 9 people with 9 different visions of the optimal future. The challenge was preventing the system from destabilizing when agents' interests conflicted. When Huang called to schedule the first full network meeting, Jinho was already developing his conceptual approach to how such a network should function. "I want to propose something before the full meeting," Jinho told Huang. "Instead of a treaty system where agents agree to stay out of each other's way, I want to propose a coordination system where agents actively share intelligence and collaboratively prevent disasters." "Go on," Huang said, interested. "Each agent has knowledge of their original timeline's disasters," Jinho explained. "Sharing that knowledge, the specific conditions that lead to catastrophes, the failure modes, the warning signs, the trigger points, would allow other agents to help prevent disasters outside their primary region. A disaster in Taiwan that's not in any individual agent's original knowledge might match patterns that Yuki recognizes from Japanese earthquakes or Wei Chen recognizes from Chinese infrastructure failures. A disaster in Southeast Asia might match patterns that Arjun recognizes from Indian systems. Shared knowledge makes the entire network more effective than individual operations." "That's more ambitious than the council expected," Huang said. "More ambitious, but also potentially more effective. You're proposing that agents actively collaborate rather than simply avoid conflict. You're proposing a system where collective knowledge is leveraged to prevent disasters that no individual agent could address." "I'm proposing that the regression network becomes a genuine network," Jinho said. 9 agents with different knowledge operating independently is 9 times as effective as 1 agent. 9 agents with different knowledge actively collaborating might be orders of magnitude more effective. The synergy alone could prevent catastrophes that none of them could prevent individually. "The full meeting is in Geneva in 3 weeks, Huang said. "Prepare your proposal. Present it to the other agents. See if they're willing to move beyond simple coexistence toward genuine collaboration. See if you can convince them that their collective interest in preventing catastrophe is stronger than their individual interest in regional positioning." Chapter 108, Shanghai Conversations. Before the Geneva meeting, Jinho had several extended conversations with Wei Chun in Shanghai. Wei Chun was the most politically sophisticated of the regression agents he had met, the one who had gone furthest in combining prevention with personal power accumulation, and Jinho wanted to understand her perspective on how the network should be organized. Her intelligence regarding political dynamics and agent interactions was unparalleled. They met in Wei Chen's apartment, a high-level office in a building overlooking Shanghai's development, a space that revealed how deep she had integrated herself into Chinese economic and political structures. The apartment was sparse, functional, decorated with art that seemed chosen for investment value rather than personal preference, that suggested Wei Chen thought about all acquisitions in terms of their future value rather than their current utility. Wei Chen poured them tea and settled into a discussion that lasted until midnight and continued into early morning hours, ranging across topics from the nature of prevention to the structure of power to the possibility of cooperation between people with fundamentally conflicting interests. "Prevention is nice," Wei Chen said, her tone suggesting that nice was a word she used for things that were pleasant but ultimately secondary. "But the real play is shaping what comes next. The gates are going to emerge regardless of what we do. Disasters are going to happen regardless of our prevention efforts. Catastrophes will occur that we can't prevent. The question is, what will humanity look like after the gates? What kind of political and social structures will exist? Which countries will have influence in the post-gate world? Which agents will have positioned themselves to shape the future? And how will the world be structured when the dust settles?" "You're talking about using foreknowledge to engineer specific political outcomes," Jinho said. "I'm talking about positioning," Wei Chen said. "Every disaster prevented creates conditions for political development. Every infrastructure investment creates conditions for social change. Every official positioned in power creates conditions for future decision-making. Every economy stabilized or disrupted affects which nations will have influence after catastrophes. The regression agents aren't just preventing catastrophe. We're engineering the future according to our knowledge of what will happen and how we want it to happen." "That's concerning," Jinho said. "That's using knowledge from the future to manipulate the present." That's placing personal and national interest above preventing human suffering. It's necessary, Wei Chen replied. If we don't engineer the future according to our knowledge and understanding, then the future will be engineered by people operating in ignorance. And ignorant engineering creates worse outcomes than knowing engineering. At least we have the advantage of understanding what we're building toward. You don't think there's a difference between preventing suffering and manipulating humanity according to your own vision of what's optimal? Jinho asked. I think prevention and manipulation are on the same spectrum, Wei Chen said. If I prevent a disaster that would have created specific political conditions, I'm manipulating the political outcome. If I allow a disaster to occur because it creates favorable conditions for my country, I'm also manipulating. There's no purely neutral position. Every decision is manipulation. Every prevention operation is manipulation. Every action I take shapes the future according to my knowledge and my values. The question isn't whether to manipulate. The question is whether to manipulate toward outcomes you understand or to allow outcomes to be determined by people operating in ignorance. Then we should be transparent about what we're manipulating toward, Jinho said. We should have explicit frameworks for deciding whose vision gets priority when visions conflict. We should acknowledge that we're engineering the future and do so consciously. Which brings us back to the problem of the network organization, Wei Chen said. How do 9 people with 9 different visions agree on how to structure the world? And more importantly, how do they enforce that agreement? How do they prevent individual agents from violating agreements when it serves their interests? How do they maintain stability when some agents are willing to accept casualties in regions other than their own? Through collective decision-making, Jinho said. Every major decision goes through cost-benefit analysis that weights the impact on all agents' timelines. No single agent has veto power. No single timeline is prioritized. Decisions are made for the collective good rather than individual advantage. That sounds nice in theory, Wei Chen said. But in practice, enforcing that kind of agreement is difficult. Some agents won't accept that framework because it constrains their own strategic positioning. Some agents will secretly violate agreements when it serves their interests. Some agents will try to manipulate the decision-making process to prioritize their own timeline's outcomes. Some agents will lie about their original timelines to make their positions seem more urgent. You'd need an incredibly sophisticated system to make it work, and even then you'd need enforcement mechanisms that are credible. Then we build that system, Jinho said. That's what the network should be, not just a collection of agents operating with awareness of each other, but a genuine system where collective knowledge is used to make optimal decisions. Where transparency and accountability are enforced. Where the agent from the Middle East, named Hassan, was openly aligned with a regional political movement that wanted to reshape Middle Eastern power structures. The agent operating in Brazil, named Isabel, was an environmental scientist focused on preventing disasters related to climate change and rainforest collapse. Someone who seemed genuinely motivated by environmental preservation rather than political positioning. The agent in Russia, named Dmitry, was a military officer restructuring response protocols for specific types of disasters that would occur under conditions only he understood, positioning himself and his country for dominance in specific future scenarios. The agent in North America was a financial analyst who had positioned herself for extreme wealth accumulation when economic disruptions occurred. The agent in Australia was an engineer focused on water systems and environmental infrastructure. The agent in Africa was involved in health systems and disease prevention. The agent in Southeast Asia was a political operative. The diversity was staggering. These were not unified people with a shared mission. They were individuals from different countries, different backgrounds, different political affiliations, different timelines, all operating according to knowledge from futures that had been different. Some had come back to prevent death and suffering. Some had come back to ensure their nation's dominance. Some had come back to accumulate personal wealth and power. Most had come back for some combination of multiple objectives. Jinho presented his proposal for network coordination with explicit frameworks for collective decision-making. Some agents supported it immediately. Yuki from Japan saw the appeal of coordinated prevention across multiple regions. Arjun from India recognized that collaborative intelligence sharing would improve his own prevention effectiveness. Isabel from Brazil saw the value of global environmental coordination. But others were skeptical, defensive, concerned about constraints on their operational autonomy. Hassan saw the coordination framework as threatening to his political positioning in the Middle East. Dmitry was concerned that transparent decision-making would expose Russian interests and Russian agents to scrutiny. Isabel wanted coordination focused on environmental issues, but had no interest in broader political decisions that might affect her climate prevention work. The agent operating in Australia saw the coordination framework as potentially constraining her own operations and threatening her autonomy. The discussion became heated at points. Some agents argued for maintaining complete operational autonomy and intelligence security. Some argued for radical transparency in decision-making. Some argued for primacy of certain objectives. Prevention of human death was the most important, some said. Prevention of environmental collapse was the most important, others argued. Preservation of geopolitical stability was the most important, still others insisted. Prevention of economic disruption. Prevention of social breakdown. Everyone had priorities, and all the priorities were different. By the end of the first day, it was clear that unanimous agreement would be impossible. The regression network was too diverse for total coordination, too different in their motivations for unification. But Jinho and Wei Chun worked together to propose a compromise, a coordination framework that was voluntary and layered, that allowed agents to commit to different levels of collaboration depending on their own objectives and constraints. The first layer would be intelligence sharing. All agents would share information about their timelines, disasters, and prevention strategies, but without obligation to act on that intelligence. The second layer would be regional coordination. Agents operating in the same geographic region would establish more formal agreements about how to prevent conflicts between operations. The third layer would be strategic partnership. Agents with compatible objectives could form deeper partnerships for specific prevention operations. This layered approach allowed agents to maintain operational autonomy while creating mechanisms for coordination where it was mutually beneficial. Chapter 110. The protocol established after 3 days of intense negotiation that stretched late into the evenings and resumed early each morning. The regression agents established the protocol of coordinated prevention. It was a framework that allowed for different levels of engagement and different types of coordination depending on each agent's objectives and constraints. It was not perfect agreement, but functional compromise. It was not unified vision, but negotiated coexistence. The protocol established a regular intelligence sharing mechanism where all agents reported on their prevention activities and the disasters they had averted in their regions. It created regional coordination councils where agents operating in the same areas could discuss their work and avoid conflicts. It created formal processes for consulting with other agents when operations might have cross-regional impacts. It created procedures for mediating disputes when agents' objectives directly conflicted. It was not perfect. It did not create a unified network with complete transparency and joint decision-making. It did not establish any mechanism for forcing agents to prioritize collective good over individual interest. But it was stable enough to prevent the kind of catastrophic conflicts that would occur if agents continued operating in complete isolation, making decisions without understanding how those decisions would affect other agents' operations. Jinho was surprised to be elected as the regional coordinator for East Asia. His combination of technical sophistication, diplomatic skill, genuine commitment to collective problem-solving, and reputation for fairness made him the natural choice to mediate between different agents and different objectives. The other agents, Yuki from Japan, Wei Chun from China, and Arjun from India, who coordinated across South Asia, agreed to meet quarterly to discuss their prevention activities and coordinate responses to disasters that might impact multiple regions. "You've done something remarkable," Wei Chun told him after the protocol was finalized and the meeting was ending. "You've created a system where multiple people with different objectives and different timelines can cooperate without forcing them to abandon their individual missions. That's actually quite elegant. Most people would have tried to force unification. You instead created space for diversity within coordination. It's unstable," Jinho said, his analytical mind focused on failure modes. "It relies on voluntary cooperation and will collapse if any agent decides to prioritize personal advantage over collective good. It assumes good faith from agents who have clear incentives to break the agreement. It's stable only as long as the incentives for cooperation are stronger than the incentives for defection. All stable systems are unstable if the participants choose to destabilize them," Wei Chun said, repeating words she had spoken before to other agents. "But most people will cooperate if cooperation is more beneficial than conflict. You've created a system where cooperation is incentivized. You've created a system where agents understand that coordinated operations are more effective than independent operations. That's better than what existed before. That's maybe the best that can be achieved with this diversity of agents and objectives." The protocol of coordinated prevention was kept secret from the general public. The Council was the only external organization that knew about the regression network and the coordination framework. The regression agents themselves operated under official cover. as government advisors, private consultants, intelligence analysts, engineers, economists, maintaining the appearance of normal professional work while actually conducting the global prevention operation. But Jinho knew that the protocol was only the beginning. The real challenge would be how to maintain the coordination framework as different agents' prevention objectives inevitably came into conflict, as the incentives for cooperation shifted, as the network faced situations where protecting one region required accepting disaster in another. Chapter 111. Defining the mission. In the weeks following the Geneva meeting, the protocol of coordinated prevention began to take operational form. Regular intelligence reports were established through secure channels. Regional coordination meetings were scheduled quarterly, with provisions for emergency meetings when crisis situations developed. Procedures were documented for consulting with other agents when operations might have cross-regional impacts. Communication protocols were standardized. Jinho's specific mandate as East Asia coordinator was clear: prevent catastrophic loss of life, maintain infrastructure stability, and avoid interference with other agents' strategic positioning. It was a compromise that reflected the diversity of the network. Prevention of human suffering was the explicit priority, the baseline commitment that all agents had agreed to. But respect for other agents' political and strategic objectives was acknowledged as a secondary but important consideration that would sometimes constrain pure life-saving operations. The mandate gave him authority to coordinate prevention operations across Korea and adjacent regions, with shared responsibility for border disasters and cross-regional impacts with Wei Chun in China and Arjun in India. It established Jinho as the point of contact for any prevention operations that might affect East Asia, and it gave him influence over how the regional coordination framework developed and how disputes were mediated. But the mandate also created constraints. He couldn't pursue prevention operations that conflicted with Wei Chun's strategic positioning in China, even if those operations would save lives. He couldn't interfere with Hassan's political maneuvering in the Middle East, even if that maneuvering might create conditions for future disasters. He had to negotiate and compromise with other agents rather than simply pursuing optimal prevention outcomes in isolation. It was frustrating for Jinho, whose analytical mind constantly tried to optimize for maximum life-saving. But he understood the necessity of the constraints. A network where one agent could override others' objectives would not remain stable. The agreement required mutual respect for boundaries, even when respecting those boundaries meant accepting suboptimal prevention outcomes. Accepting suboptimal outcomes for the sake of network stability was a necessary trade-off. This is the trap, Wei Chun told him when they discussed the constraints of his new mandate. The protocol of coordinated prevention is designed to prevent catastrophic conflict between agents, but in doing so, it also prevents optimal prevention outcomes. You could save more lives if you weren't constrained by agreements with other agents. You could pursue operations in China that would prevent more deaths, but would interfere with my strategic positioning. But if you violated our agreement to maximize life-saving, the entire network would collapse, and you'd be back to completely uncoordinated prevention operations. The agreement is suboptimal but stable. Uncoordinated operation would be more optimal in theory, but catastrophically unstable in practice. So we accept suboptimal outcomes to maintain network stability, Jinho said. Exactly, Wei Chun said. That's the fundamental challenge of large-scale coordination. Collective decision-making almost always produces suboptimal individual outcomes. But those suboptimal collective outcomes are usually better than the chaos of uncoordinated competition. You're trading some prevention effectiveness for network stability. It's a necessary trade. Over the next several months, Jinho worked to operationalize the regional coordination framework with all the precision he had learned from years of disaster prevention. He scheduled quarterly meetings with Yuki and Wei Chun. He established communication protocols for emergency situation coordination. He created an intelligence sharing system where information about potential disasters could be communicated across regional boundaries. He built the actual infrastructure of coordination that would allow the protocol to function smoothly. He developed procedures for mediating disputes. It was detailed, sometimes tedious work, but it was also necessary work. The regression network would only be as effective as the systems that coordinated it. Chapter 112. The cross-border test, the first major test of the coordination framework, came 3 months after the Geneva meeting, when a gate emergence was predicted in a region where both Jinho and Wei Chun had operational responsibilities. The cross-border location at the Korean-Chinese border was a zone where the coordination framework would be directly tested, where two agents' knowledge of different timelines disasters would need to be integrated into a single prevention operation. Gate emergences were unpredictable in their specific location and timing, Though regression agents could understand patterns in how gates might emerge based on their original timelines, could recognize warning signs that would precede emergence. Jinho had information about a gate emergence at this location that would occur in his original timeline, with specific characteristics that had caused significant damage to Korean infrastructure in the border region, that had disrupted evacuation routes and disaster response protocols. Wei Chun had information about a different gate emergence in the same region from her original timeline, with different characteristics that had different implications for Chinese infrastructure and political stability. Her version of the disaster created opportunities for China to demonstrate superior disaster response capabilities. The two prevention strategies were partially compatible but not entirely aligned. Jinho's approach focused on protecting Korean infrastructure and minimizing casualties in the border region. Wei Chun's approach focused on controlling the emergence to prevent political instability in China and maintaining China's ability to respond effectively to the disaster and demonstrate capability to regional powers. They coordinated via emergency call 24 hours before the predicted gate emergence, working through the night to develop a coordinated strategy. The gate will emerge at approximately 2:47 a.m., Jinho said, citing his timeline's information. It will create a disruption zone approximately 400 meters in diameter. The emergence will trigger infrastructure failures in the border region. My prevention strategy involves evacuating the population from the zone and reinforcing critical infrastructure to prevent secondary failures. In my timeline, the gate emergence occurs differently, Wei Chun said. It's smaller in initial diameter but more energetic in the disruption pattern. The disruption is more localized but more intense. My prevention strategy involves controlling the emergence point to prevent it from expanding into populated areas. Those approaches are compatible, Jinho said after thinking through the logistics with full attention to both strategies. If we combine containment efforts with evacuation procedures, we can prevent casualties according to both prevention strategies. Your containment prevents the zone from expanding. My evacuation prevents casualties in the initial zone. Combined, we prevent the disaster according to both timelines. That was my assessment as well, Wei Chun said. I've already arranged for Chinese military resources to position for containment operations. Your evacuation procedures can begin simultaneously. The gate will emerge within a controlled perimeter. The population will be clear of the danger zone. The emergence can be contained before it expands beyond the predicted disruption radius. They coordinated with precision developed through weeks of preparation. Korean emergency services evacuated the border region under the cover of a staged training exercise, moving civilians to safety while appearing to conduct routine disaster preparation. Chinese military units positioned containment equipment at locations that Wei Chun had identified from her timeline's knowledge, preparing to deploy barriers and containment systems when the emergence began. When the gate emerged at 2:47 a.m., it did so exactly as both timelines had predicted, a 400-meter disruption zone with specific energy characteristics that matched the combined intelligence. The containment was successful. The emergence was contained within the predicted zone. The evacuation was complete. 0 casualties. The infrastructure was preserved. The disaster that would have happened in either timeline was prevented by coordinated action between two agents with different knowledge and different objectives. That worked perfectly, Jinho said after the operation was complete and evacuation routes were secure. That worked perfectly because we had compatible objectives and compatible information, Wei Chun said. The real test will come when we have conflicting objectives. When preventing one disaster according to your timeline requires accepting another disaster according to mine. When saving lives in Korea requires allowing different outcomes in China. Then we'll discover whether the coordination framework is actually stable. Chapter 113. The convergence system. After the successful cross-border coordination, the regression agents began to understand the potential of the protocol of coordinated prevention. What had been conceived as a framework for avoiding conflicts was becoming something more, a genuine system for collaborative prevention that was more effective than individual agents operating independently. The success at the Korean-Chinese border demonstrated that multiple agents with different knowledge could coordinate their prevention operations to achieve outcomes that none of them could achieve alone. Over the next months, Jinho worked with the other East Asia agents and with Wei Chun to establish what he called the convergence system, a more formal institutional structure for the regression network that could coordinate prevention operations at scale. The convergence system was designed as a deliberate inversion of the gate consciousness's apparent architecture. The gates seemed to operate as a centralized intelligence system broadcasting coordinated signals globally, controlling emergence patterns, orchestrating catastrophes. The convergence system would be a distributed network of human intelligence, coordinating prevention operations through regular communication, shared intelligence, and consensual decision-making. The convergence system had 4 operational layers. The intelligence layer, where information about potential disasters was shared and analyzed. The analysis layer, where patterns were understood and emergence points were predicted. The prevention layer, where coordinated operations were organized to prevent disasters. And the learning layer, where outcomes were analyzed and strategies were updated based on new information. Each layer had specific protocols, specific communication channels, specific procedures for decision-making. It was ambitious in scope. It required the regression agents to think of themselves not as independent operatives, but as components of a larger system. It required accepting that collective decision-making might constrain individual operations. It required trusting the other agents to prioritize collective outcomes over individual advantage. It required transparency that many agents were initially reluctant to provide. But as the system began to function, as prevention operations became more coordinated, Jinho saw the potential. Multiple regression agents collaborating on a single disaster prevention operation could accomplish things that no individual agent could achieve alone. Intelligence from different timelines could be combined to create a more complete understanding of potential failure modes. Resources from different regions could be coordinated to address cross-regional impacts. The coordinated system was more effective than individual operations. "You're building something remarkable," Huang told him when they met to discuss the convergence system's development. "You're creating an institutional structure that allows multiple people with conflicting objectives to work together toward collective outcomes. That's more difficult and more valuable than simple coordination. Most systems fail when they try to integrate conflicting interests. You're building a system that acknowledges conflicting interests and creates mechanisms for working despite them." "It's still unstable," Jinho said. "It depends on voluntary cooperation. Any agent could disrupt the entire system by prioritizing personal advantage over collective good. It depends on all agents believing that cooperation is more beneficial than defection. That assumption could be tested at any point. All systems are unstable if their participants choose to destabilize them," Huang said. "But the convergence system creates incentives for cooperation. It shows agents that collaboration is more effective than competition. It shows that coordinated prevention prevents more disasters than individual prevention. As long as those incentives remain strong, the system will remain stable. When the incentives change, the system will change with them." The convergence system was formally established at the second full regression agent network meeting, with all 13 agents agreeing to participate in the 4 operational layers. Regular communication protocols were established through secure channels. Resource sharing agreements were negotiated between agents in overlapping regions. Coordination procedures were documented. Training was conducted for agents who needed to understand the new procedures. It was a genuine revolution in how the regression network operated. From a collection of independent agents operating with partial awareness of each other, the network became an integrated system. From isolation and competitive positioning, agents moved toward genuine collaboration. From uncoordinated prevention operations, the network developed into a systematic approach to preventing global catastrophes. Chapter 114. The 15th major disaster. The 15th major disaster occurred 6 months after the convergence system was formally established. It was a cross-border crisis involving multiple regression agents and multiple timelines knowledge. The disaster was a massive flooding event in Southeast Asia, caused by unusual weather patterns combined with infrastructure failures, a perfect storm of conditions that would create catastrophic flooding across multiple countries. The flooding would affect multiple countries and multiple regions and multiple agents' operational areas. At least 3 different regression agents had knowledge of this disaster from their original timelines, each with different prevention strategies and different understanding of the disaster's characteristics. The convergence system was tested in unprecedented ways. The 3 agents, Yuki from Japan, who had knowledge of how infrastructure failures amplified flooding disasters; Isabel from Brazil, who had knowledge of how climate patterns created precipitation disruptions; and a Southeast Asia agent named Priya, who had primary responsibility for the region, had to coordinate their prevention efforts while maintaining different objectives and different priorities. Yuki's knowledge suggested that infrastructure reinforcement in specific locations could prevent catastrophic failures that would amplify flooding. Isabel's knowledge suggested that environmental restoration in specific areas could prevent the precipitation patterns that would create the flooding. Priya's knowledge suggested that evacuation and disaster response protocols could minimize casualties even if the flooding occurred at its predicted scale. The 3 prevention strategies were partially compatible but not entirely aligned. Yuki's approach was expensive and required significant infrastructure investment in multiple locations. Isabel's approach was long-term and wouldn't prevent this specific disaster, but would prevent similar disasters in future years. Priya's approach focused on managing the disaster rather than preventing it entirely. Some of Priya's operations would require accepting destruction that Yuki's infrastructure work could prevent. Through convergence system coordination, the three agents worked to find a combination approach that honored each timeline's knowledge while creating the best possible outcome. They coordinated infrastructure investment in critical locations that Yuki identified. They began environmental restoration efforts in areas that Isabel identified. They prepared evacuation and disaster response systems based on Priya's knowledge of the disaster's likely impact. They negotiated how to allocate limited prevention resources when all three approaches couldn't be fully funded simultaneously. When the flooding occurred, it was less severe than any of the individual agents had predicted from their timelines. The infrastructure reinforcements prevented catastrophic failures that would have killed thousands. The environmental restoration efforts reduced the severity of the precipitation pattern. The evacuation and response systems were optimally positioned to minimize casualties. The combined prevention approach saved more lives than any individual strategy could have achieved alone. The disaster prevention was successful according to all three agents' original objectives. The convergence system had demonstrated that collaborative prevention could outperform individual prevention efforts. The coordinated approach had saved lives that would have been lost if the agents had operated independently. This is what the regression network should be, Jinho said after the operation was complete. Not agents fighting over territory or objectives, but agents collaborating to prevent disasters at a scale that no individual could achieve. Coordinated prevention outperforms individual prevention. We're building something unprecedented, Wei Chen agreed. A global system where multiple people with different knowledge from different timelines are working together to create a world where catastrophes are prevented systematically. The convergence system is more than a coordination framework. It's a new paradigm for how human beings can work together despite conflicting interests. But Jinho also understood the danger. As more disasters were prevented, as the world became increasingly stable, the regression agents would naturally turn toward other objectives. If catastrophe prevention was becoming automatic, systematized, then strategic positioning, political influence, and personal advantage would become more attractive objectives for agents who had initially joined the network primarily for prevention purposes. The stability that prevented catastrophes could create the conditions for conflict between agents. The 15th major disaster was a success for the convergence system, but it was also a warning of the challenge that would come next. What happens when preventing disasters becomes so effective that it's no longer the primary source of conflict or cooperation? What happens when the immediate crisis passes and agents return to their normal priorities? Chapter 115. The Hidden Archive. In the aftermath of the successful 15th disaster prevention, Jinho developed what he called the Hidden Archive, a classified record of every prevention action, every disaster averted, every life saved through the regression agent network. The archive served multiple purposes that reached beyond simple operational documentation. At the most basic level, it was a record of what had been prevented. The original timeline's disasters that had motivated the regression agents were being prevented and erased from history. The disasters that would have destroyed cities and killed millions, the earthquakes, the floods, the disease pandemics, the industrial accidents, the economic collapses, the wars, were all being prevented. The archive would preserve the memory of those disasters, even as their prevention made them impossible. The archive was a counterhistory, a record of what didn't happen instead of what did, of futures that were prevented instead of futures that occurred. More importantly, the archive was a record of how the convergence system worked. Each prevention operation was documented in detail. The intelligence from the original timelines, the analysis of how the disaster would have occurred, the specific prevention strategies that were implemented, the resources that were deployed, the outcome measurements. This documentation created institutional memory that could inform future prevention operations. It created a knowledge base that would allow future agents to understand what had been attempted, what had worked, what had failed. The archive was also a historical record that might matter in the future. If the convergence system eventually failed or was dismantled, if the regression agent network destabilized, if the coordination framework broke down, the archive would exist as evidence that a global network of regression agents had once been coordinated and effective. It would be a record that the catastrophes of multiple timelines were actively prevented and lives were saved through systematic prevention operations. It would be a record of what human beings could achieve when they worked together despite conflicting interests. The archive was maintained by Jinho in coordination with other agents, with redundant copies stored in secure locations across multiple countries. It was classified at the highest levels, known only to the regression agents themselves and the council that had created the coordination framework. No government knew about it. No international organization had access to it. The archive existed in shadow, a secret history of prevented catastrophes. This is interesting, Wei Chen said when Jinho showed her the archive structure. You're preserving the memory of timelines that never happened. Disasters that were prevented and erased from history. It's almost like a counter-history. A record of what didn't occur instead of what did. Every timeline that was prevented exists in this archive, Jinho said. The disasters that would have killed thousands, that would have destroyed cities, that would have collapsed economies, they exist only here now. In a way, the archive is the only place where those timelines still have some kind of existence. That's profound, Wei Chen said. We're not just preventing disasters. We're creating a hidden history of disaster prevention. Future generations will never know how many times catastrophe was averted. They'll live in a world of prevented disasters and think it's the natural state of affairs. They'll think cities are naturally resilient, that infrastructure naturally survives, that human beings naturally cooperate in crises. The archive is the only evidence that it wasn't natural. It was engineered. It was prevented. The archive eventually expanded beyond pure prevention operations. It became a record of how the convergence system made decisions, how conflicts between agents' objectives were resolved, how the institutional structure evolved over time. It became a comprehensive documentation of the hidden global system that was shaping human civilization according to knowledge from timelines that had been erased. Chapter 116. Structural Prevention. The 16th major disaster was prevented entirely through structural changes that had been implemented over the previous 5 years. The disaster was a manufacturing failure that would have caused widespread industrial disruption and economic crisis across East Asia. Specific factories would have failed. Specific supply chains would have disrupted. Specific product categories would have become unavailable. The cascading economic effects would have caused regional recession and global disruption. But the structural changes that Wei Chun had implemented in Chinese manufacturing, that Yuki had implemented in Japanese industrial policy, that Arjun had implemented in Indian manufacturing, that other agents had implemented in their own regions, made the specific type of manufacturing failure impossible. The structural redesign of supply chains, the redundancy in manufacturing facilities, the diversification of production, all of it had been planned to prevent this specific disaster. There was no dramatic intervention. There was no emergency response. There was no moment where the prevention operation was activated. There was no crisis meeting or coordinated action. The disaster was simply impossible to occur because the system had been structurally redesigned to prevent it. This is the highest form of prevention, Jinho said when analyzing the outcome. We're not responding to disasters. We're creating a world where certain disasters can't happen because the underlying structural conditions don't exist. We're engineering the world away from catastrophe. This is also the most dangerous form of prevention, Wei Chen said, because we're not just preventing disasters. We're engineering the entire system according to our knowledge of what creates disasters in our original timelines. We're reshaping human civilization according to our vision of what's optimal. We're moving from prevention, responding to specific disasters, to engineering, redesigning the fundamental structure of how society operates. The realization troubled Jinho more than he wanted to admit. The convergence system had become incredibly effective at preventing disasters, but in doing so, it had also become a system for engineering human civilization according to the knowledge of 9 regression agents. They weren't just preventing specific catastrophes anymore. They were redesigning the fundamental structure of how human society was organized, how supply chains operated, how infrastructure was designed, how emergency response was structured. Is this still prevention? He asked. Or is it manipulation? It's both, Wei Chen said. Prevention and manipulation are on the same spectrum. If we prevent a disaster that would have created specific social conditions, we're manipulating the social outcome. If we redesign infrastructure according to our knowledge of how it prevents future failures, we're manipulating the entire system toward our vision of optimal structure. There's no purely neutral position. Every decision to prevent something is a decision to manipulate towards something else. We're engineers now, not just preventers. We're architects of the future. Chapter 117. The weight of foreknowledge. After 16 major disasters had been prevented, after the convergence system had been operating successfully for 18 months, Jinho found himself experiencing an unexpected crisis of purpose. The catastrophes he had predicted in his original timeline were all being prevented. The disasters that had haunted him, that had motivated him to come back and undergo regression, were systematically being made impossible through the prevention operations he had coordinated. But the cost was that he was living in a timeline that no longer matched his original knowledge. The future he had feared no longer existed. But the future that was emerging was something he had never experienced before, something he couldn't predict because it came from the combined knowledge of 9 different timelines all being pulled together. He was trying to optimize toward a world that he had never lived in and couldn't fully understand. He was blind in a way he had never been before. All his foreknowledge, all his ability to predict disaster and prevent it, was becoming increasingly useless as the convergence system made the disasters impossible. His original timeline's knowledge was specific. It told him when specific disasters would occur, what would cause them, how to prevent them. But as those disasters became impossible, the knowledge became less useful. He wasn't just preventing disaster anymore. He was navigating an unknown future where his foreknowledge no longer applied. What happens when prevention becomes automatic? He asked Wei Chun. When the disasters are prevented simply because the system is designed to prevent them. What's the purpose of a regression agent whose foreknowledge is no longer needed because the structures are already in place to prevent what they predicted? That's when regression agents become administrators, Wei Chun said. When they stop preventing and start managing. When they stop looking at the timeline ahead and start looking at the structures they've built and asking how to optimize them further. That's when they discover that their real power was never the foreknowledge. The real power was the authority to reshape the world. That's not why I came back, Jinho said. I came back because the catastrophe was unacceptable. I came back to prevent suffering. But if suffering is becoming structurally impossible, then what's my purpose? Your purpose is whatever you make it, Wei Chun said. You could withdraw and let the systems run without you. You could continue administering and optimizing the convergence system. Or you could recognize that preventing specific disasters was always a surface objective, and your real purpose is to help shape what human civilization becomes after the disasters are prevented. Chapter 118. The 17th crisis, the 17th major disaster revealed the fundamental instability of the convergence system. It was a disaster that was present in multiple agents' original timelines, but with different characteristics in each timeline. Preventing it according to one timeline's knowledge would require accepting different outcomes or reduced prevention in another timeline. The disaster was a power grid failure in India that would create cascading blackouts across South Asia, destroying critical infrastructure, disrupting food distribution, causing secondary health crises. Arjun from India had comprehensive knowledge of how this disaster would manifest in his original timeline and how to prevent it through infrastructure redundancy and backup systems. But Wei Chun from China had knowledge of a different version of the disaster that would allow her to maintain strategic advantage in response. The two prevention approaches were fundamentally incompatible. Optimizing for India meant accepting risks in China. Optimizing for China meant accepting risks in India. The convergence system established a formal dispute resolution process where the two agents would present their prevention strategies and the network would decide through consensus which approach should be prioritized. It was a test of whether the coordination framework could handle real conflicts. Arjun presented his approach: complete prevention of the power grid failure through redundant systems and backup infrastructure, massive investment in grid resilience, distributed power systems that couldn't fail simultaneously. Wei Chun presented her approach: partial prevention that would allow the failure to occur in a controlled way that would give China advantage in post-failure negotiations and infrastructure rebuilding, allowing China to position itself as the regional power that could respond effectively to South Asian instability. The choice was between complete prevention that saved lives according to one timeline's knowledge, or controlled failure that saved fewer lives but created strategic advantage for one agent's original timeline. It was a direct conflict between humanitarian prevention and strategic positioning. The debate was intense. Some agents supported Arjun's position that complete prevention was the only ethical choice, that preventing suffering was the fundamental commitment the network had made. Some agents supported Wei Chun's position that strategic positioning was necessary for long-term regional stability, that China needed to maintain influence in South Asian affairs. Some agents tried to propose compromise approaches that could satisfy both objectives without fully satisfying either one. Jinho found himself in an unexpected leadership position. He had to decide between his commitment to preventing all suffering and his commitment to maintaining the convergence system's stability. Complete prevention of the disaster would prioritize human life, but would violate Wei Chun's strategic objectives. Controlled failure would maintain the convergence system's stability, but would result in unnecessary deaths. It was an impossible choice presented as a necessary decision. We're at an inflection point, Jinho said to the network. We've prevented 16 major disasters through cooperation. But this 17th disaster requires us to choose. Do we make decisions based on preventing all human suffering? Or do we make decisions based on some combination of suffering prevention, strategic positioning, and regional stability? That's been the question all along, Chen said. The convergence system was never purely about preventing suffering. It was always about balancing multiple objectives. We're just finally confronting that directly instead of pretending it doesn't exist. We're choosing between ideology and realism. The convergence system's consensus process led to a compromise. The power grid failure would be prevented for India according to Arjun's timeline's knowledge, avoiding catastrophic grid collapse and death. But additional vulnerabilities would be created in the prevention approach to give Wei Chun some of the strategic advantage she had hoped for. Both agents got a partial victory. The system remained stable. But the compromise meant accepting something Jinho found troubling. The convergence system was willing to accept unnecessary vulnerabilities in one region to maintain strategic balance with another region. The compromise was stable but ethically problematic. It was effective but not optimal. It was what the convergence system chose when idealism met realism. Chapter 119. The Ultimate Actor. 3 weeks after the 17th disaster compromise, Jinho received a message through a secure channel from someone he had never heard from before. The message came from within the convergence system's inner structure, from someone with access to classified intelligence about the regression agents and the council. The message was encrypted and anonymous and contained information that no one outside the core network should have accessed. The message was brief but comprehensive. The convergence system was designed. The regression agents weren't randomly selected. The council knows exactly who you are and how you'll respond. Someone designed this entire network to function exactly as it's functioning. Find out who. Find out why. Find out what comes next. The revelation sent Jinho into a spiral of investigation that consumed his entire focus. He began digging through classified intelligence, pulling every document he could access about how the regression agents had been selected, how the convergence system had been designed, who had initiated the council's involvement with the regression network. He worked through nights, following data chains that connected to other data chains that connected to other data chains. What he discovered was deeply troubling. The regression agents hadn't been randomly discovered by the council. They had been identified, vetted, and in some cases actively recruited by intelligence organizations decades ago. The council wasn't a neutral observer facilitating cooperation between independent agents. The council was an orchestrator that had been managing the regression network from its inception. The council had known the agents would emerge. The council had prepared the convergence system framework in advance. And behind the council was something else, an intelligence structure that existed outside normal government systems, with funding and authority that seemed to come from sources that were classified even beyond the highest government levels. There were references to organizations that predated the council by decades, that had existed since before Jinho was born. Jinho realized he was investigating something that was far larger and far more purposefully designed than he had understood. The regression agents weren't accidentally coordinating to prevent disasters. They were components in a larger system that someone had designed decades ago. Someone had predicted that regression agents would emerge. Someone had prepared the convergence system framework in advance. Someone had carefully selected the specific agents that would participate in the network. Someone had orchestrated the entire global prevention system. And that person, or organization, was still operating in the shadows, guiding events according to a plan that Jinho still didn't fully understand. The convergence system was serving objectives that none of the regression agents fully understood. The council was serving someone else's purposes. And Jinho was a component in a system where he didn't understand the actual objective. Chapter 120. The gathering storm. Jinho called a private meeting with Wei Chun in their secure communication channel. He told her what he had discovered about the council's background and the convergence system's purposeful design. He told her about the intelligence structures that predated the council, that seemed to operate outside all normal government systems. I've known about this for some time, Wei Chun said. My original timeline had different history, but the pattern was clear to me. The regression agents and the convergence system couldn't have emerged accidentally. Someone designed us. Someone designed this entire network. Someone predicted we would come back and prepared a system to contain us. Our question now is that person still guiding events? And if so, toward what objective? What is the convergence system actually for? What are we actually preventing? And what comes after prevention is successful? The council is clearly involved, Jinho said. But there's something beyond the council. Someone or something that's older than the council, with more authority than the council, with objectives that the council itself is serving. Someone who designed this network decades before we even regressed. We need to identify them before they make their next move, Wei Chun said. Because if someone has been designing this network since decades ago, then they have a long-term objective that goes beyond preventing disasters. The convergence system might just be a preliminary stage in a much larger plan. Over the next days, Jinho shared his discovery with carefully selected agents in the convergence system. Yuki confirmed she had suspected something similar. Arjun had noticed patterns in how the council made decisions that suggested they were serving someone else's objectives. Isabel had found evidence that there were intelligence organizations even beyond the council, structures that existed in shadow and exercised authority over the council itself. The regression agent network was beginning to understand that they were operating inside a system that was itself being operated by someone or something with a longer-term plan. They had thought they were preventing disasters and saving the world, but they were actually components in a larger operation whose objective they didn't understand. The immediate crisis with the disasters was being managed. The convergence system was preventing catastrophes. The regression agents were saving lives. But all of it was happening within a framework designed by someone else, for purposes that were still hidden, toward objectives that Jinho still couldn't see clearly. The gathering storm was becoming visible on the horizon. The immediate conflict with the catastrophes had been resolved through prevention. The convergence system was functioning. The network was stable. But a new and larger conflict was emerging from the shadows. Jinho had defeated one enemy, the catastrophes of his original timeline, only to discover that enemy had been orchestrated by another force entirely. And that force was still operating in the shadows, moving events toward an objective that Jinho had only just started to understand. The true conflict, the real conflict, was only beginning. Step 6 was complete. Jinho had prevented 16 major disasters, helped establish the convergence system, coordinated the global regression agent network, and begun to understand the true complexity of the system he was operating within. But the larger revelation, that someone had designed the entire regression network and the convergence system decades before, suggested that the true conflict was only now beginning to emerge from the depths of the global intelligence structures. The tsunami he could see on the horizon was growing larger every day, and Jinho had only just started to understand the scale of what he was actually facing. Chapter 121. The depth of the archive. Jinho entered the regression system's deeper access layer at 3:14 a.m. on a Thursday, alone in his sole apartment with the city silent outside and the cold glow of his monitors the only light in the room. He had drawn the blinds. He had turned off his phone. He had told Na-kyung the previous afternoon that he would be unavailable until morning, and she had asked no questions, which was the kind of operational calibration that developed between two people who worked closely enough that they understood each other's silences as precisely as their words. He had been building toward this access for 3 weeks, since discovering that someone had designed the entire regression network decades before his activation. Since the anonymous message from within the convergence system's inner structure, he had been methodically pulling threads, tracing data chains through secure intelligence repositories, requesting archived records from the council that Counselor Huang increasingly struggled to explain away without obvious contradiction. He had been patient in the way that Jinho was always patient when he understood that moving too quickly would collapse the thing he was trying to reach before he could understand its full shape. The access he gained now was not from the council. It came from an abandoned intelligence server in Busan that had been decommissioned from active use 9 years ago, but never formally deleted from the network. The data was intact, preserved in archive state, accessible through access codes he had assembled from 3 separate, encrypted repositories over the course of 2 weeks. The server had been sitting idle, waiting for someone who had both the patience to find the codes and the clearance level to use them together. When the interface finally loaded, it looked nothing like the council systems. Older architecture, text-based, with classification markings in 3 languages he could read and 1 he couldn't identify. The unreadable language appeared only in the header fields. He photographed it for later analysis. Then he pulled the activation log. It was organized chronologically. There was an index at the front that showed the total number of entries. He was not the first. He was not remotely close to the first. The log went back 47 years. The first activation event was recorded in 1979, a year before Jinho was born. Eastern Europe, region unspecified, timeline classification, collapsed. The agent had operated for 6 years before the record stopped. No termination entry. No completion status. No summary notation. The record ended mid-operation, the way a sentence ended mid-word in a document interrupted before it was finished. He scrolled through the entries in the cold silence of the apartment. Activation event after activation event, spanning 4 decades. Some had operated for years. Some for months. Some had only a handful of entries before the record went quiet. None had completion statuses. None had mission outcome entries. They simply stopped, the way a clock stopped, without ceremony, without explanation, without any indication that the stopping was intentional or expected. He was the 47th activation. 46 people had come before him, carrying foreknowledge from their own timeline's catastrophes, operating in the world trying to prevent the disasters they had lived through. 46 people who had disappeared from the record before him. He pulled the activation record for Agent 12, who had operated in 1991 in a region matching the Balkans. The entry was 12 pages of operational data, meticulous in its documentation of prevention work, specific disaster profiles, intervention strategies, resource movements, outcome assessments. The kind of record someone made when they understood their work would matter to whoever came after them. Then nothing. The last entry was a routine status report. The entry that should have followed it did not exist. Agent 23, Southeast Asia, 1997, similar pattern. 3 years of operational data, all legitimate and precisely documented, then silence. Agent 31, Northeast Asia, 2004. 5 years of data. Then the record stopped in the middle of what appeared to be an active operation, as if the next entry had simply never been written. He spent 3 hours cross-referencing the activations against historical records. The pattern was consistent. Each disappeared agent corresponded to a period where specific disasters had been narrowly averted in ways that historical investigators described as exceptional and unexplained. Disasters prevented through preparation that shouldn't have been possible given the available information, through coordination that looked, from outside, like foreknowledge applied with precision. Each agent had done their work. Each had their record simply stop. He checked his own entry. Jinho Park, Activation 2024, East Asia. Current. Updated 3 days ago. His record was still running. 46 before him were finished, and none had finished entries. There was a field in the database header called Mission Outcome, and it was blank across all 46 records. Not classified, not redacted, just blank, as if the field had never been expected to contain anything, or as if the answer to what should go in it had never yet been reached. He wrote one question in his notebook at 5:30 a.m. What comes after the record ends? Completion or replacement? If completion, the blank field was simply an administrative gap, and the mission outcome was implicit in the next activation. If replacement, the field was blank because the mission had never actually been completed by any of the 46, because completion required something that none of them had managed to produce before their entries went quiet. The 47th entry's outcome field was blank. The question was whether Jinho would be the activation that finally filled it in, or simply the 47th empty record in a sequence that had been accumulating silence for 47 years. He spent the remaining hours of the night working through the data with systematic attention. He was looking for any entry that suggested a different outcome, any activation where the record ended with a completion notation rather than simple silence. He found none. Not one of the 46 had a completed entry. Not one had a final status report or a mission summary or a handoff document explaining what happened next. They simply ended. He cross-referenced the dates. The activation after each blank entry came anywhere from 6 months to 3 years after the previous record stopped, which meant the system waited. Waited for whatever condition triggered the next activation. Waited for whatever the system needed before selecting the next agent from the next collapse timeline. 3 years maximum between activations. That suggested the system had a tolerance window, a period during which the previous round's prevention work settled into the world's baseline before the next agent was needed. Or it suggested the system needed time to identify and select the specific foreknowledge the next round required. Jinho thought about the agent activated in 2021, 3 years before his own activation. The record showed 2 years of work in Central America, prevention operations that matched disasters in the historical record of that region as narrowly averted. Then the record stopped in 2023. Then in 2024, Jinho's activation began. The agent before him had been working until 1 year before he started. They were overlapping activations by region, not sequential. The system was running multiple activations simultaneously across different regions, each addressing different vulnerabilities, each contributing to the aggregate prevention layer. He wasn't number 47 in a sequential line. He was number 47 in this region. The global count was much higher. He wrote that in his notebook with a different kind of attention, not one sequence of 47 agents. A parallel network of many agents, each in their own region, some of them operating at this very moment in different parts of the world, carrying their own timelines foreknowledge, building their own prevention operations, watching their own activation records accumulate entries that might eventually run out. And somewhere in all of that parallel activity, the convergence system was either what the originating archive had been designed to produce, or it was an accident, his own improvisation, something no previous agent had managed to build, that had accidentally aligned with the architecture's deeper purpose. He needed to know which one. Because the answer determined whether the convergence system's institutional continuity work was the completion condition or just another prevention operation in a long sequence that would never reach completion. He closed the server connection at 6:47 a.m., encrypted the downloaded data to 3 separate storage locations, and made coffee while the city outside began its morning. He had new questions. He had a new direction for the investigation. And for the first time since discovering the originating archive, he had a specific hypothesis about what the mission outcome field was waiting for, which meant he had a specific target for what the architecture work needed to achieve. Chapter 122. What the record shows. Jinho spent the next 4 days with the activation logs, running on 3 hours of sleep at a stretch, pulling every fragment of data accessible from the originating archive, while cross-referencing against historical records through government archives, academic publications, and intelligence databases. He had built access to over 6 years of careful relationship cultivation. He worked with the methodical patience he had learned from disaster prevention. Build the complete picture before drawing conclusions. Verify each piece independently before accepting it. Resist the most obvious interpretation because it is usually incomplete. What emerged was coherent in a way that made it worse. Coherent patterns and data that shouldn't have patterns indicated design. Design indicated intention. Intention indicated someone was still pursuing whatever had been intended when the first activation logged in 1979, and that person or organization was still operating, still selecting agents, still running the mechanism. The cross-referencing was unambiguous. The 1979 Eastern European activation corresponded exactly to a period of extreme industrial instability where multiple major disasters had been narrowly averted, disasters that contemporary investigators described as exceptions, as near misses where the decisions made in the critical hours had been precisely correct in ways that preparation alone didn't explain. The 1983 Central Asian activation corresponded to agricultural distribution failures that had been partly prevented through unusually well-coordinated responses. The 1991 Balkan activation corresponded to geopolitical conflicts averted through interventions so precise that regional historians had spent years trying to understand who had made them. The 1998 Southeast Asian activation corresponded to viral outbreak prevention that standard public health surveillance should not have caught as early as it was caught. Each activation matched prevention work documented in historical records as exceptional and unexplained competence. Each disappeared agent had done their work. The world had benefited from work it would never know about. Jinho called Wei Chun. She picked up immediately. He walked her through everything. Evidence first, interpretation second. She was the kind of analyst who would reject a conclusion that arrived before its evidence, and he needed her to reach the conclusion independently rather than having it handed to her. That would mean, Wei Chun said carefully, that we're not the first generation. The world we came back to, the world we thought we were trying to improve, was already shaped by 46 rounds of agents working before us. We regressed into a past that had already been worked on multiple times without any of us knowing. Each set of agents came back to prevent their timeline-specific disasters, Jinho said. In doing so, they changed the baseline conditions for the next activation. They made some disasters less likely. They created conditions for different disasters. The system activated the next agents who had foreknowledge of those different disasters. Each round addressed the vulnerabilities that survived the previous round. The disasters in our original timelines, Wei Chun said slowly, are the disasters that survived all 46 previous rounds of prevention. We're the 47th pass. The hardest residual vulnerabilities, the ones that all 46 previous rounds of foreknowledge didn't quite reach. The silence that followed was long enough for Jinho to check the connection status on his monitor. If that's true, Wei Chun said finally, the blank mission outcome fields might simply mean the system doesn't track individual completions. Each agent's work becomes the baseline for the next activation, and the record moves forward without looking back. No single agent completes the mission because the mission isn't individual prevention. It's something larger. That's one interpretation, Jinho said. What's the other? She asked. Her tone already knew the answer. That the field is blank because the mission isn't complete, he said. For every one of the 46 agents. Because the actual mission isn't the prevention of specific disasters from a single timeline. It's something that 46 rounds of individual prevention haven't achieved, and that's why the system keeps activating new agents. Because the actual objective has never yet been reached. The connection hummed in the silence between them. Outside Jinho's window, Seoul's early morning traffic was beginning its daily accumulation. The ordinary sounds of a city that had been partially shaped by 6 decades of prevention work and didn't know it. Then we have a shared interest in understanding what the actual objective is, Wei-Chen said, and a shared interest in being the first activation that reaches it rather than simply contributing a prevention layer and disappearing from the record. The first that figures out what needs to go in that empty outcome field before our own entries go quiet like all 46 before us. Jinho turned from the window. There's another variable in this. I've been looking at the knowledge the originating archive preserves from each activation, the operational logs, the strategic memos, the technical documentation. And there's a pattern. Each agent documented their disaster prevention work thoroughly, but none of them documented their reasoning, their logic, why they chose one approach over another, what failure modes they were anticipating, what they understood about the vulnerabilities in their region that drove each decision. That reasoning is preserved nowhere. Only the outcomes are recorded. Which means, Wei-Chen said, every new activation has to reconstruct the reasoning from the operational record alone, working backwards from what was done to understand why it was done, if it's possible at all. It's partially possible, Jinho said. I've been doing it. But the reconstruction is imperfect. Operational documents describe actions, not models. They describe what the agent did when the cascade was already developing. They don't describe what the agent knew about the cascade's preconditions before it began, what early indicators they were watching for, what interventions they would have made if they had seen the indicators 6 months earlier. He paused. The agents who worked before us had knowledge that died with their records. The work that needs to go in that outcome column isn't just preventing individual disasters. It's preserving enough of the knowledge base that the activations after us start from what we learned rather than from zero. That's a larger project than preventing 20 disasters, Wei-Chen said. Yes, Jinho said. And it's the project the system has been waiting for someone to build. Because 46 activation cycles, each doing the work correctly, each leaving an incomplete record, that's not coincidence. That's the system running without the capability it was designed for. The city below was ordinary. Jinho looked at it with the specific attention of someone building towards something he had now named, and naming it made it real in a different way than it had been before. Jinho stood at the window of the Seoul office, watching the morning commute begin to fill the street below. He had been processing this information for 12 hours now, and the processing had not made it more manageable. It had only made its implications clearer, and clearer implications were harder to hold. He poured a second cup of coffee he didn't need and thought about the kind of organization that would create a multi-decade series of activations with detailed protocol specifications and leave the coordination mechanisms unactivated, waiting. Either the designers had expected coordination to emerge organically, which would be a strange assumption, given how isolated regression agents typically operated, or they had created the specifications knowing that agents would only reach them when the right conditions had developed. Not a design flaw, but a design feature. A capability that could only be properly built by agents who had already demonstrated they could find each other. If that was correct, then the system had been patient in a way that required belief in a very long-term outcome. 46 activation cycles over 47 years. 46 sets of blank records. And the design anticipating that eventually one cycle would be different, not through any changes to the system itself, but through whatever combination of agents, circumstances, and accumulated baseline conditions finally produced a network. That level of patience was either inspiring or troubling, depending on how you thought about what the designers knew and when they knew it. Jinho had not yet resolved which interpretation was correct. There's something else, he said. The activations aren't sequential. They're parallel. Multiple activations running simultaneously in different regions. The agent before me in this region was still active 3 years before I started. Which means right now, at this moment, there are other activations running in other parts of the world that we don't know about, not convergent system agents, but other activated agents from other collapsed timelines operating independently without any coordination framework. Wei-Chen was quiet for a long moment. If that's true, she said, then the convergent system is one node in a much larger network. And the agents we haven't found, the ones operating in regions where the originating archive's data was classified beyond what I could access, are doing what the 46 before us did. Individual work. No coordination. Building up prevention layers that address different vulnerabilities. And their empty outcome columns are the same as all the others, Jinho said. Which means whatever fills in the field isn't individual prevention work. It's something that happens when the coordination layer is built, when agents stop operating independently and start sharing foreknowledge. The originating archive's coordination mechanism specifications have been sitting and used for 47 years. The system kept activating agents and hoping they would find each other. None of them did. Until us. That's either a design intent or a design failure, Wei-Chen said. Either the system expected agents to find each other and build the coordination layer organically, in which case 46 rounds of failure was acceptable, or the design intended coordination from the beginning but lacked a mechanism to enforce it. There's a third option, Jinho said. The coordination couldn't be designed in advance because the specific agents who would build it couldn't be predicted. Each new activation had to be drawn from a different collapsed timeline, with different foreknowledge of different vulnerabilities. The specific combination of foreknowledge that made the convergence system possible couldn't be planned. It had to emerge from whoever happened to activate, with whatever specific knowledge they happened to carry, and enough of those people had to independently recognize the value of coordination for the framework to form. Which means, Wei Chun said slowly, all those previous cycles were necessary. Each round contributed prevention layers. Each round modified the baseline conditions in ways that eventually made a network of agents with compatible enough objectives possible. We're not the 47th failure. We're the activation that found each other because the previous 46 had done enough to create the conditions for finding each other. The morning city outside Jinho's window was ordinary and continuous. He looked at it with the specific attention he gave to things that mattered. This city that had been shaped by 47 cycles of invisible work, that existed in the form it existed because people from collapsed futures had kept returning and preventing the worst versions of what it could have been. He was quiet for a moment. Then, if the previous activation's work was what made the conditions for this network possible, then their outcome column entries are not just blank, they're prerequisites. Every blank is a building block. The 46 previous activations didn't fail to complete the mission. They advanced the mission to the point where completion became possible. That reframes everything, Wei Chun said. It reframes the responsibility, Jinho said. We're not starting from zero. We're completing something that 46 activations spent 47 years making completable. The pressure that puts on this cycle, this specific set of 13 agents who finally found each other, is significant. We're the activation that has the opportunity none of the others had. We don't get to waste it on individual prevention work that doesn't build the architecture. We're already building it, Wei Chun said. We're starting to build it, Jinho said. The difference matters. Chapter 123. The architecture of everything. The understanding assembled itself over a week, piece by piece, as Jinho brought the network agents into the intelligence from the originating archive. He started with Yuki and Arjun and Isabel, presenting the data the same way he had presented it to Wei Chun. Evidence first, interpretation second, implications last. Yuki articulated the structural meaning first. She had the engineering background to see the architecture clearly, to recognize what the mechanism was doing and why it worked that way. It's a superposition, she said during the emergency coordination call that included all 5 of them. Each regression activation adds a prevention layer to the world's historical baseline. The first agent in 1979 prevented their timeline-specific disasters. The world after their prevention became the starting point for the next activation. The second agent came back to a world slightly different, slightly more resilient in specific ways, because of the first agent's work. 47 times. Each layer building on the previous, each one addressing the vulnerabilities that survived the round before it. Which means, Arjun said, working through it aloud, the catastrophes we're preventing in our original timelines aren't independent events. They're the disasters that survived all 46 previous rounds. We're not the beginning of the project. We're the 47th pass over material that has been worked on for 47 years. More than that, Isabel said, after the pause she used when she had something specific and needed to locate it precisely. We each came from different collapsed timelines. My original timeline had different baseline conditions than yours, Jinho. Different from Wei Chun's. We each came from a different version of catastrophic failure. But we're all preventing disasters in the same present world, each adding our layer to all the layers before. The superposition isn't just temporal. It's across timelines. We're collapsing multiple futures worth of catastrophes into a single present, and the present we're building may be better than any of our individual futures could have been. Jinho stood at his apartment window looking at Seoul's early morning skyline. Buildings, infrastructure, policies, all of it partially shaped by decisions made by people none of the city's residents would ever know existed. 47 rounds of invisible engineering, each round building on the previous, the accumulated result being the world he was standing in right now. What does this mean for how we operate, he asked. It means there is no one optimal timeline to create, Wei Chun said, with the flatness she used when stating something both important and obvious. We're each preventing our own timeline's disasters, and together we're contributing to a world where the aggregate probability of catastrophic collapse is reduced by the sum of all our prevention efforts. But the convergence system adds something beyond the sum. Coordination produces reductions greater than any additive model would predict. The originating archives architecture was designed for this, Yuki said. There are coordination mechanism specifications in the metadata layers that were never activated in any of the previous 46 rounds. The system needed agents who would find each other and build those mechanisms. The 46 before us worked independently. Each prevented their disasters. None built the coordination layer. The blank mission outcome fields, Jinho said, are the record of 46 activations that did their individual prevention work correctly and didn't build the thing that continued. The actual objective was never the prevention of specific disasters. The actual objective was building the coordination architecture that makes prevention systematic and sustainable beyond any single agent's operational lifetime. Then the work we need to complete, Wei-Chen said, isn't just preventing the disasters on our individual lists. It's building the institutional structure that can persist after we're done. The thing that turns 47 rounds of individual prevention into a system that runs without any individual agent holding it up. And we need to build it while we still have the operational space to build it thoughtfully, Jinho said. Before the next emergency arrives and makes thoughtfulness unavailable. Before our own entries go quiet. The 47th cycle that finally understood what the mission was but ran out of time to complete it. Jinho thought about the originating archives timeline. The system had waited 47 years for agents who could build the coordination layer. He had no way of knowing how long it would wait beyond that. The architecture work wasn't just urgent because of his own operational timeline. It was urgent because the system had been patient for 4 decades and now, finally, had the pieces available that it needed. Wasting that window would mean resetting to square one. The next activation starting again from isolated individual work, with no coordination framework, building from scratch in a world that had been improved by this cycle's prevention work, but that had lost everything the current agents understood about how to coordinate. The architecture document isn't administrative work, Arjun said, with the precision of someone who had reached the conclusion independently and was confirming it aloud. It's the deliverable. The 20 disasters on our individual lists are the work we do to stay in the field long enough to finish the deliverable. That's accurate, Jinho said. And it changes how I'm thinking about resource allocation across the network. Individual prevention operations are mission critical. But the architecture development needs timeline priority equivalent to Tier 1 prevention operations. Not because it's more important than saving lives immediately, but because it's the thing that determines whether this activation's work persists or disappears like the 46 before it. How do you propose to communicate that to the full network? Isabel asked. By showing them the originating archive, Jinho said. Not selected excerpts. The complete record. Every activation. Every empty outcome field. Let every agent sit with what the complete picture looks like and reach their own conclusions. The ones who understand what the picture means will understand the urgency without me having to argue it. The implication was clear and specific. The second-generation institutional architecture work on his desk was not an administrative project. It was the actual completion condition for the mission that 46 activations had not yet reached. He needed to build it, document it, make it transferable, and he needed to do it with the same precision and care he had brought to every disaster prevention operation, because this was the most consequential prevention operation he had ever undertaken. Jinho spent the day after the call working through the implications with methodical care, building out what he understood about the originating archives architecture against what the convergence system had actually produced. The coordination mechanism specifications in the metadata layers, the ones Yuki had identified as never previously activated, described a specific capability that the convergence system was only partially implementing. The specification called for something it labeled persistent knowledge transfer, a mechanism by which each agent's foreknowledge could be preserved and accessed by subsequent agents even after the original agent's operational record ended. No previous activation had built that mechanism. None of the current convergence system's protocols included it. That meant, even if the network survived, even if the institutional framework persisted, even if the second-generation architecture was built as designed, the specific foreknowledge of the current 13 agents would be lost when their operational records ended. The next round of activations would have to relearn everything from scratch, without access to the accumulated knowledge of the agents who had come before. Building the foreknowledge preservation system was what the originating archive had been designed to eventually produce. It was more technically complex than anything else in the institutional architecture work. It would require every current agent to document their foreknowledge, not just their prevention strategies, but the underlying timeline's knowledge, the specific conditions and failure modes they had returned to prevent, the patterns they had learned to recognize from their original timeline's records. It would require a kind of radical transparency that some agents would resist. Hassan would resist it immediately. Dmitri would have concerns about intelligence exposure. Some agents would see sharing their raw foreknowledge as surrendering their operational advantage within the network. But without it, the institutional architecture was a house built on sand. It would stand for one generation of agents, and then the knowledge it needed to function would simply be gone. The technical implementation was not trivial. The foreknowledge each agent carried was not data in any standard sense. It was memory, the lived experience of a future that had already happened, compressed into the specific patterns of recognition that the regression process had selected and transferred, capturing it in a form that was both accurate and accessible to future participants who had not lived through that future-required translation work, converting memory into documentation without losing the precision that made it operationally useful. Jinho had spent 3 hours working through the design specification and reached 3 conclusions. First, a standardized schema would not work. The disasters in each agent's foreknowledge were too varied in their mechanisms and regional contexts to be captured by common fields. Second, the documentation needed to be layered, surface-level operational summaries accessible to any network participant, with deeper technical layers accessible to those with direct relevance to the specific disaster profiles. Third, the documentation needed to be cross-referenced against the composite model's input parameters, so that the foreknowledge being preserved was directly linked to the model's predictive capabilities rather than sitting in a separate archive that future users would have to manually integrate. He had the framework. He needed the agent's cooperation to build the content. That conversation would be harder than the framework. We need to add something to the agenda for the next full network session, Jinho told Yuki on their following coordination call. The architecture isn't just succession protocols and decision-making documentation. It needs to include a systematic foreknowledge record, a formal mechanism for capturing each agent's original timeline data in a form that persists past their operational lifetime. That's going to be a difficult conversation, Yuki said, immediately understanding the implications. It will be, Jinho said, but it's the actual mission. And we're running out of time to be careful about how we approach the difficult conversations. The question is whether we build this while we have the time, or whether we leave it undone and the agents who come after us start from the same empty archive we started from. Chapter 124. The Cost of Competing Priorities. The 17th major disaster on Jinho's personal list arrived first through a message from Kiran, a regression agent based in Mumbai, who had formally joined the convergence system 6 months earlier. The message came through the network's formal communication channel, visible to all participants, on the record. Kiran had used the formal channel deliberately, because a request that went through informal channels would have undermined the very framework he was asking for help from. Situation developing in Maharashtra coastal region, the message read. I have foreknowledge of a gate emergence event that, in my original timeline, resulted in 8,000 civilian casualties and the destruction of 3 coastal infrastructure systems. I have a prevention strategy that will work. But the prevention requires positioning specific response resources in the Maharashtra coast region over the next 96 hours. Those resources are currently allocated to the Gyeonggi region in Korea. If Korea does not release those resources, I cannot implement the prevention strategy in time. I understand what I am asking. I am asking because I have no alternative and because this network's framework requires me to make this request openly rather than seek a workaround. Jinho read the message twice. The second reading was the specific discipline of not immediately reacting from the part of his mind that knew exactly what releasing those resources would mean for the people in the Gyeonggi corridor. He pulled up the resource tracking database and confirmed what he already knew. 12 units of high-capacity gate containment technology, staged in Gyeonggi through a formal cooperation agreement between the Korean and Indian governments, officially described as a Joint Infrastructure Resilience Initiative. He had staged those units there because his own foreknowledge indicated a gate emergence in that region within 5 days, an emergence that in his original timeline had resulted in 15,000 civilian casualties from a cascade failure involving a water treatment facility that served a densely populated regional corridor. The contamination cascade had overwhelmed response systems. The death toll had accumulated over 42 hours, which made it a specific kind of terrible that Jinho had documented in detail and thought about regularly for 5 years. He spent a full hour on the resource allocation question before calling anyone. Not because he couldn't do the arithmetic, 8,000 against 15,000, but because he needed to do the arithmetic correctly, which meant accounting for every factor, not just the headline numbers. He ran the revised estimate for Gyeonggi without the staged equipment, accounting for the infrastructure improvements and protocol upgrades he had implemented over 5 years of systematic prevention work. The revised estimate, approximately 11,400 casualties. Some of the factors contributing to the original 15,000 had been mitigated by systemic improvements. The gap was real, but the original number was not the correct baseline for this decision. 8,000 in Maharashtra against 11,400 in xianxia, with the xianxia estimate carrying higher uncertainty because it relied on improvement factors that hadn't been tested under full emergence conditions. He pulled the convergence system's complete file on Kiran. 10 months of documented prevention work, all legitimate, all precisely executed. For confirmed major operations in Maharashtra and the Indian coastal corridor. An operational record showing someone who had been doing the work correctly for 10 months and had never before made a resource request through the network. This was not a habitual imposition. This was someone who had exhausted alternatives before arriving at the only request he had left. He called Kiran directly. "Walk me through the Maharashtra event," he said. "Gate characteristics, emergence timeline, cascade sequence. Don't summarize. Tell me everything." Kiran talked for 20 minutes. Jinho listened to every word with the specific attention he gave to intelligence that would determine whether people lived or died. Kiran's foreknowledge had the texture that genuine foreknowledge always had. The quality of memory rather than projection, the confidence of someone describing something they had already experienced and that still lived in them as weight. The gate pattern matched documented coastal behavior. The cascade failure sequence matched patterns from comparable events in the combined network intelligence. The resources are staged in xianxia because I have a predicted emergence in that region within the same 96-hour window, Jinho said. If I release the equipment to you, my prevention strategy runs at reduced capacity. If I hold the equipment, your strategy fails. One of these disasters will be prevented inadequately. I know, Kiran said. I've been sitting with this for 6 hours before I sent the message. I cannot find another answer. I need those resources. The numbers sat between them, real and specific and not subject to renegotiation. Jinho did not speak immediately. The silence acknowledged that what they were holding had weight that needed to be held honestly before the decision moved forward. This decision could not be made alone, and it could not be made well without giving both disasters their full acknowledgement first. He thought about the tiered resource framework still in development at the time of this call, the framework designed to prevent exactly this kind of conflict. If it had been fully operational, the request would have triggered a formal Tier 2 assessment. The system would have calculated the risk surface across both regions. The decision would have had 3 days of formal deliberation rather than 24 hours of emergency response. But the framework wasn't fully operational yet, and the emergency was real now. The absence of the framework was itself a data point. He had known for months that the network needed a systematic resource allocation mechanism. He had been building it alongside the architecture work, moving it forward at a pace that felt adequate given that no Tier 2 conflict had yet materialized. The Maharashtra-xianxia conflict was the evidence that his pace had been wrong, that the framework had needed to be operational 6 months ago, that the cost of building it at a deliberate pace had just materialized in the form of a midnight phone call between 2 agents who were calculating casualties in real time with no structural support. He was going to make a decision about 19,000 lives tonight using judgment rather than framework, because he had not built the framework fast enough. That was a fact to hold honestly, not to excuse away with the observation that he had been busy with other legitimate work. The framework should have been finished. It wasn't. This call was the consequence of that gap. He wrote that in his notebook for the hidden archive, because the archive needed the honest version of every decision, including the ones that showed the decision-maker's errors, not just the ones that demonstrated his competence. He also wrote down the specific decision that he had made that had produced the error, building the tiered framework at a pace calibrated to adequate given current absence of Tier 2 conflicts, rather than at a pace calibrated to prepared before the first Tier 2 conflict arrives. Those 2 paces produced different timelines. The first had produced a framework that wasn't ready when the Maharashtra-xianxia conflict materialized. A decision made with the second calibration would have produced a ready framework 3 months earlier than the conflict, enough time for the system to have handled the conflict automatically rather than through an improvised midnight consultation. He was recording this not as self-criticism, but as a design lesson. Future agents building coordination frameworks under conditions that seemed adequate would face the same incentive. To move at the pace that felt sufficient for current conditions rather than the pace required for conditions not yet present. The archive entry would tell them, with the authority of a real outcome, that the second pace was the correct one, that building for future conflicts at the expense of current comfort was the right trade-off. The lesson was small in isolation. Aggregated across all the decisions the hidden archive documented, with their honest outcomes and their honest error analyses, it built into something larger, a complete record of not just what had been done, but what had been learned, available to whoever came next in whatever form their own regression had taken, a record that was only complete if all the hard parts were in it, which was the standard the archive had always been designed around. He also thought about the 46 agents in the originating archive who had worked independently, who had faced every resource constraint alone, who had made every difficult decision without any network to share the weight. He had spent 2 years building the convergence system precisely so that no agent had to be in this position. No agent had to face a conflict between two legitimate prevention operations with no structural support for how to navigate the choice. The framework had not yet been built when this conflict arrived. He was making a decision the framework was supposed to make for him, and the way he made it would determine whether the framework, when it was finished, was actually designed for the hardest cases or only for the easy ones. "I'm not making this decision alone," he said. "I'm getting Wei Chin on a call in the next 4 hours. 3 people making this decision with full information. But I want to be honest with you about something before that call. The revised estimate for Jiangyi without full equipment is approximately 11,400 casualties, not 15,000. 5 years of systematic preparation have moved that number significantly. I'm not telling you that to minimize what I'm being asked to give up. I'm telling you because this decision deserves accurate information, not the most alarming framing. 11,400 against 8,000 is still a painful arithmetic, but it's the right arithmetic." Kiran was quiet for a moment. Then, "Thank you for that. I need you to walk me through Maharashtra one more time," Jinho said. "Not the summary. The full prevention strategy, what you need the equipment for, specifically, at each stage of the emergence window." Kiran walked him through it for another 30 minutes. Jinho took detailed notes. He was building the information base for the 3-person call, and he was also, simultaneously, already developing the modified prevention strategy in his head, the version that would work with 6 units instead of 12, the version that would require more personnel and more real-time judgment and less equipment safety margin. But that would still be executable by a team he had spent 5 years training to be good enough for exactly this scenario. When Kiran finished, Jinho set down his pen and looked at the notes. The modified strategy was possible. It was riskier. It would produce higher casualties in Jiangyi than the full resource approach would have. He was already deciding. He recognized the note-taking and the 3-person call were the form of the decision, not just the prelude to it. He had been deciding since the moment he recognized the weight of genuine foreknowledge in Kiran's voice rather than manufactured urgency. The actual decision would be made in the room with Kiran, with Wei Chun on the line, under whatever precision of moral arithmetic the 3 of them could produce in 4 hours. But the direction had already become visible, and Jinho did not pretend otherwise to himself, which was the only honest starting position for any decision that required his full judgment rather than someone else's framework. Whatever formal mechanisms the network eventually developed to handle resource conflicts like this one, tonight was what the decision looked like when those mechanisms didn't yet exist, and the people in Jiangyi and Maharashtra had no choice but to wait for him to get it right. Chapter 125. Open conflict. Jinho flew to Busan that evening instead of making the decision through a communication channel. Some decisions needed to happen in a room, with 2 people in the same physical space, where the full weight of what was being decided had nowhere to dissipate except into the conversation between them. Kiran arrived 4 hours after Jinho. They met in a private conference room at the Hunters Association's Busan regional facility, on a floor that Director Park had cleared at Jinho's request with no questions beyond what protocol required. The building's evening activity was audible from a floor below. The conference room was clean and quiet, and had the neutral impersonality of spaces designed to contain difficult conversations without absorbing them. Kiran was in his mid-40s, shorter than Jinho, with the physical stillness that developed in people who had operated under high pressure for extended periods without the option of visible tension. He had the eyes Jinho recognized from his own reflection and from the expressions of every agent he had met who had lived through a catastrophe and come back carrying it. A quality of assessment in how they looked at things, measuring present reality against the version that had already failed. It was not despair. It was a specific kind of precision about what things actually were, stripped of the optimism that people applied to situations they hadn't already seen collapse. They sat across the conference table. Jinho had decided before the flight that this meeting had one specific purpose: to ensure that the decision about the resources was made with complete information and by more than one person. That was the only framework for a decision this significant. My timeline's Jiangyi event was 5 years into my future when I regressed, Jinho said. I've had 5 years to prepare for it. The equipment stage there is the result of 5 years of systematic preparation, sourced, tested, maintained, and positioned specifically for this emergence window. Releasing it 96 hours before the emergence would leave the region operating with backup protocols that carry meaningfully higher failure rates under the predicted emergence conditions. I've spent 5 years making sure those conditions don't require the backup protocols. Releasing the equipment forces them back into play. My timeline's Maharashtra event is 9 days from my regression date, Kiran said. I came back with less lead time than most agents in the network. I've been working with shared resources and what I could independently acquire through Indian channels. The high-capacity equipment is the specific difference between a prevention operation and a casualty management operation, between preventing the emergence cascade before it develops and trying to contain it after it's already running. Have you explored alternative acquisition through Indian government channels? Jinho asked. He needed the record to show this question had been asked and answered. Exhaustively, Kiran said. The required technology does not exist in Indian government inventories at the specification needed. What's available is older generation equipment that cannot handle the predicted emergence energy level. I've spent 3 weeks eliminating every alternative before making this request. I'm here because every other option is genuinely exhausted. Then you're asking me to release the tools I need to prevent my disaster in order to prevent yours, Jinho said. He said it plainly, without accusation, because the plainness was necessary for both of them to understand exactly what the decision was. And you understand what that means for the people in Xianxia. I understand completely, Kiran said. I'm not asking because I think my disaster has a better claim to these resources than yours does. I'm asking because 8,000 people will die if I can't implement this prevention, and I cannot find another way, and I believe in this framework enough to make the request through it rather than around it. Even if the answer is no, I need the answer to come from the framework. Jinho stood and walked to the window. Busan's harbor below. Container ships moving through the evening water with the unhurried continuity of commerce. The city going about its evening in complete ignorance of the conversation 8 floors up. Ordinary Thursday. The kind of evening a city had when nothing had yet gone wrong. And the city would remain ordinary regardless of what was decided in this room. Because the people who would die in Maharashtra or Xianxia were not in this room and could not know what was being decided about them. I'm not making this decision alone, Jinho said. I'm getting Wei Chen on a call in the next 4 hours. Emergency consultation. 3 people making this decision with full information rather than 1 person making it alone. The result will bind me. And if they support holding the resources in Xianxia? Kiran asked. Then Maharashtra faces its disaster without this equipment, Jinho said. I'll carry that result in the archive alongside every other imperfect outcome this work has produced. But I will not trade 11,000 Korean lives for 8,000 Indian lives on my own authority. That decision is too large for 1 person's authority and too consequential for 1 person's judgment. Kiran held his gaze without flinching, then nodded once. For hours, he said. Jinho called Wei Chun at 10:30 p.m. She answered on the second ring. I've been expecting this call since this afternoon, she said. I saw Kiran's message when it came through. Tell me everything, including what happened in the room, because the room tells you things that the message doesn't. The conference room was still around Jinho when he made the call. Kiran had stepped out into the corridor to give him space to brief Wei Chun, and Jinho could hear his quiet footsteps through the thin walls, a man walking back and forth on the other side of a thin partition with 8,000 people in his foreknowledge and no certainty about whether the next hour would give him what he needed to save them. Jinho noticed the footsteps and cataloged what they told him. Not frantic, not angry. The specific measured pace of someone managing sustained anxiety with deliberate physical activity. Someone who had learned to channel high stress wading into movement that did not communicate the internal state to observers. Kiran had operational discipline. He had come to Busan in person because he understood that this decision required the kind of direct human presence that communication channels couldn't substitute for. He had used the formal network channel because he understood that making the request visible was more important than making it easy. He had left the room to give Jinho privacy for the briefing call. Every decision Kiran had made in the past 12 hours had demonstrated exactly the kind of network-appropriate behavior the framework needed from its members. He was asking for something that would cost another agent significantly. He was asking correctly, which made the cost of refusing correctly much higher than it would have been if he had asked badly. That was worth noting. Not as a reason to favor his request over the arithmetic, but as relevant information about the kind of network these decisions were building. If the framework consistently rewarded agents who asked correctly and penalized agents who used workarounds, then over time the network would attract and retain agents who operated within the framework rather than around it. Kieran's conduct tonight would be visible to everyone in the network. How Jinho responded would be equally visible. Jinho gave Wei Chen the complete picture. Not just the numbers, the room. The way Kieran had arrived with the specific stillness of someone who had spent 3 weeks exhausting alternatives, the quality of his voice when he talked about the Maharashtra event, the precision with which he had documented the emergence characteristics. The way he had framed his request through the formal channel because he believed in the framework, even now, even when the framework couldn't resolve the timeline in his favor. He came through the formal channel on purpose, Jinho said. He could have called me directly. He could have made informal overtures through other agents. He used the formal channel because he understood that a request with this kind of implication had to be on the record. He was protecting the framework by using it even when using it put him at a disadvantage. That matters, Wei Chen said. That tells you something about how he operates and what he's committed to. It tells me something about what the framework requires of people who use it, Jinho said. If the framework demands this kind of exposure from the people who come to it in emergencies, making their resource deficits visible to the entire network, then the framework owes them a decision process that's worth that exposure. An emergency consultation in 4 hours is better than one person deciding alone. But it's still not the formal process. And the next time this happens, 2 agents, 2 overlapping emergence windows, 1 inadequate supply of resources, we're going to have the formal process built. This call is the last time we improvise a resource conflict decision under a midnight deadline. Agreed, Wei Chen said. After both operations are finished, you and I are writing the draft framework document. Priority status. Agreed, Jinho said. Good, she said. Tell me about the third option. Because the arithmetic between the 2 pure options isn't favorable, and you don't call me just to confirm the unfavorable arithmetic. Chapter 126. The framework question. Wei Chen had reviewed both disaster profiles, the resource tracking database, and 3 preliminary resource division calculations before the call connected. She was at the 3rd layer of the problem by the time Jinho finished briefing her on the room conversation. The arithmetic favors Kieran's disaster on global grounds, she said immediately. 8,000 versus 11,400. The cost-benefit framework we established weights lives globally without regional preference. On pure numbers, releasing the equipment to Maharashtra is the globally optimal decision, and the framework exists precisely so that we make consistent decisions under pressure rather than proximity-biased ones. The framework was designed for strategic planning decisions made with adequate time for analysis, Jinho said. It was not designed for emergency decisions with a 24-hour timeline and 2 simultaneous emergence windows. That's true, Wei Chen said. But the framework exists precisely because we anticipated that proximity reasoning under time pressure would produce worse outcomes than established criteria applied consistently. The agent in Xianxia will feel that his disaster is more urgent. That's a proximity response, not a rational one. If we abandon the framework when the pressure is highest, we don't have a framework. We have guidelines for comfortable situations. Kieran, who had been listening without speaking, said, My 8,000 people are not more important than Jinho's 11,000. I know the arithmetic. I came to him because the only option I have is to ask, not because I believe I'm owed the resources. Whatever the 3 of you decide, I accept and act accordingly. The call went quiet in the way it went quiet when all parties understood the full weight of what was being held and needed a moment to hold it honestly before moving. There's a third option, Jinho said. He had been developing it since the flight from Seoul to Busan, running scenarios against equipment specifications and tactical requirements. He walked them through it. Half the staged equipment in Xianxia, 6 units, goes to Maharashtra immediately. The other 6 remain in place. In Xianxia, Jinho implements a modified prevention strategy using personnel-intensive containment methods, older protocols requiring more manpower, more real-time decision-making under pressure, smaller safety margins, but executable by the team he had been training for 5 years. Expected casualties under the modified approach, approximately 3,800. In Maharashtra, 6 units instead of 12 requires targeted containment approach, protecting the highest risk population concentrations rather than the full emergence zone. Expected casualties, approximately 2,200 instead of 8,000. Total casualties across both events under the compromise, approximately 6,000. Against 11,400 if Xianxia had no equipment. Against 8,000 if all equipment went to Maharashtra and Xianxia had nothing. The compromise was worse than the globally optimal decision. It was significantly better than either unprotected scenario. The compromise requires you to absorb a disproportionate share of the operational uncertainty, Wei Chen said. You're running a higher risk strategy in your own region. Yes, Jinho said. I have the established resource position. I've had 5 years to prepare when Kieran had less than one. The advantage of my preparation shouldn't translate automatically into full protection of my resources when his region is facing an emergency I have the means to partially address. The risk adjustment falls on my side. Wei Chun was quiet for 90 seconds, long enough for Jinho to understand she was working through the institutional implications, not just the operational ones, because what they decided here would define the network's behavior in every similar situation that followed. I'll formally endorse this as the network precedent, she said. When two agents have a direct resource conflict, the agent with the established resource advantage absorbs proportional operational risk in the modified approach. I'll submit this framing to the full network after both operations complete. Kieran, Jinho said. 6 units. Modified containment. You need to work with me through the next 18 hours to develop precision targeting for the highest risk zones. We don't have the full coverage, which means the targeting needs to be exact. Understood, Kieran said. Thank you. The equipment convoy left Gyeonggi at 4:30 a.m. Jinho called his Gyeonggi response team coordinator at 4:45 a.m. The coordinator asked one question. Modified because of a resource transfer? Jinho said yes. The coordinator said, we'll make it work. Jinho believed him, and the 3,800 casualty estimate for the modified strategy was the number that would sit in the archive, real and specific, alongside whatever the actual outcome turned out to be. He spent the remaining 3 hours of the night running through the modified Gyeonggi strategy with his team lead, walking through every decision point in the emergence window, building the contingency branches for conditions that the modified resource level made more likely. He had trained this team for 5 years, and they were good. They understood the difference between ideal conditions and recoverable conditions, and they had the accumulated judgment to know which category a given situation belonged to in real time. The Wei Chun call had lasted 90 minutes in total. The call itself was not the decision. He had known the decision before the call ended, but the call had produced something else, a formal record, documented through the secure network channel, that this decision had been made by 3 people applying stated principles, not by one person at midnight with a phone and inadequate information. That documentation would matter when the next resource conflict arrived, and the agents watching the precedent needed to understand how the framework made decisions under pressure. He also identified, during the 3-hour strategy session, 3 points in the emergence window where the modified approach's lower equipment margin created decision forks that the standard approach had not required. At each of those points, the on-ground team would need to make real-time judgments that the standard protocol had automated with equipment that was no longer present. He wrote explicit decision criteria for each of the 3 forks, calibrating them against the specific characteristics of the predicted emergence pattern, making each criterion as precise and measurable as possible so that the team lead could execute the decision without relying on judgment calls he hadn't had to make before. The criteria were testable. Each one could be evaluated against observable data in real time without requiring interpretation or contextual knowledge not already embedded in the team's preparation. Testable criteria under pressure performed significantly better than interpretable ones, in Jinho's experience, and these 3 forks would be navigated under conditions where performance gaps between testable and interpretable criteria would be expressed in casualties. The documentation exercise produced something he hadn't anticipated, a clearer understanding of which elements of the standard prevention strategy depended on equipment safety margins and which depended on trained judgment. The elements that depended on equipment were the ones compromised by the resource transfer. The elements that depended on judgment were not, and his team's judgment, after 5 years of systematic training and operational experience, was better than any previous year's team. The modified strategy was not simply the standard strategy with less equipment. It was a different strategy that required more from the people executing it, and those people were capable of what was required. That framing mattered for how the outcome would be documented in the archive, whatever that outcome turned out to be. At 7:15 a.m. he received Kieran's confirmation that the equipment had cleared Gyeonggi customs and was in transit toward the Maharashtra coast. He acknowledged the message and returned to the modified strategy documentation. There was still time for careful preparation. He was going to use all of it. The actual outcome of the Maharashtra operation, 1,890 casualties rather than Kieran's projected 2,200, and the Gyeonggi operation, 3,240 casualties rather than Jinho's projected 3,800, came through 72 and 84 hours later respectively. The combined result was 5,130 casualties against the 6,000 projected under the compromise, partly because both teams had executed better than the models had credited, and partly because the modified xianxia strategy had produced a defensive formation that turned out to be optimal for the actual emergence characteristics. Less equipment, more precision. Some outcomes were better than their models predicted, and those outcomes deserve the same careful documentation as the ones that were worse. He filed both numbers in the archive with equal precision, because the archive required accuracy in both directions, and because the next agent who read this record would need to understand not just what the decision was, but what the decision had actually cost. Chapter 127. The network fractures. The compromise became public knowledge within the convergence system within 48 hours. Jinho had known it would. He had made the decision through formal channels specifically because it needed to be visible. Visible because it was a precedent. Visible because the network needed to see how decisions of this type were made. Visible because the alternative of handling it quietly would have made the network less capable of handling the next version of the same problem. What he had not anticipated was how sharply the agents divided along positions that had been forming beneath the surface without his full awareness. Yuki and Isabel submitted a joint statement within 24 hours of both operations completing. They endorsed the compromise framework explicitly. Agents with established resource advantages should absorb proportional operational risk when resource conflicts emerge with agents who have less preparation time. The network's purpose was global optimization. Any framework that protected preparation-based advantage over global optimization would entrench the resource inequalities that came from having more lead time after regression. Inequalities that had nothing to do with competence or commitment and everything to do with the timing accident of how much lead time each agent had before their original timeline's disasters became imminent. Hassan disagreed in detail and with structural precision. His counterargument was sound. Prevention operations worked because of precise long-term preparation. Undermining a prepared strategy by redirecting resources to a less prepared agent rewarded inadequate advanced planning and penalized careful planning. If Kiran had not adequately acquired resources for the Maharashtra event, the correct response was to help him identify alternatives, not to weaken an operation that had done everything correctly for 5 years. The network should reward preparation, not create incentives to rely on other agents' preparation in an emergency. Dmitry agreed with Hassan in 2 sentences. Priya from Southeast Asia offered a third position. The real failure was that the resource conflict had emerged at all. The network needed a global resource pool not allocated to individual agents until emergence windows were confirmed, so that conflicts could be resolved through pool allocation without degrading any agent's prepared strategy. She submitted a technical proposal with specifications. 3 positions. 11 agents watching. The network had fractured along edges that mattered. What individual agents owed to the collective versus what the collective owed to individual agents who had prepared correctly. Jinho called an emergency network session and opened it by refusing to defend the decision he had made. The fault line in this argument is between 2 things that are both true. He said to the assembled agents on the call. Preparation matters and should be rewarded. Global optimization matters and should take priority over regional advantage when they conflict. Both are correct. The question isn't which is more correct. The question is how to build a system where we don't have to choose between them under a 24-hour timeline at midnight. A system that prevents this conflict from arising in the first place. That system is Priya's global resource pool, Weichin said, which requires contributing resources to a common pool rather than staging everything regionally. Which requires trust that not all agents have yet, Jinho said. Contributing your resources to a global pool means accepting that agents with different objectives make decisions about how those resources are deployed. That trust has to be earned through demonstrated reliability. We're early enough in the network's history that demonstrated reliability is still being accumulated. The network needs a mechanism that allows trust to be verified before it is fully extended, Hassan said. Graduated contribution requirements that increase as the network's reliability is demonstrated over time. Not full pooling. Not full individual control. A graduated system where the evidence base and the contribution requirements grow together. This was significant movement from Hassan, engagement with the structural question rather than defense of a fixed position. A dual allocation system, Jinho said. Dedicated resources for each agent's primary prevention strategy, protected up to the emergence window, but above a defined casualty threshold for a requesting agent's disaster. The network has authority to request bounded contributions from agents outside active emergence windows. The contribution limit is defined in advance, non-negotiable when triggered, and graduated based on the network's demonstrated reliability record. Every agent knows the rules before the crisis. The proposal went into deliberation for 3 days. 11 agents accepted it. Hassan abstained. Dmitry voted against. Both continued participating within the framework, and continued participation with acknowledged reservations was the minimum functional condition for a network that could learn. The next test would determine whether the minimum was a permanent state or a starting point. The fractured response to the compromise had revealed something important that Jinho had not fully understood before the debate began. The network's coherence depended on its members believing that the framework served their interests, not just humanity's interests in the abstract. Hassan's argument wasn't wrong. Kiran's inadequate preparation had imposed costs on a region that had prepared correctly. The framework had to address that asymmetry honestly, or it would remain brittle, stable in ideal conditions, and fracturing under pressure. The dual allocation system was designed to address exactly that asymmetry, by defining contribution limits in advance, by making the mathematics visible, by ensuring that agents with more preparation time contributed proportionally more than agents with less. The system created a structure where preparation was still rewarded, but not at the full cost of agents who had less lead time. Hassan's graduated trust mechanism was already built into the design. Contribution levels were calibrated to the network's demonstrated reliability record, which meant they would increase as the network proved itself over time. It was not perfect. No system for coordinating 13 people with 13 different objectives and 13 different timelines foreknowledge could be perfect. But it was better than what had existed before, and it was better in the specific ways that the recent conflict had revealed as necessary. Jinho worked through the final documentation at night, long after the office had cleared, with the city outside doing its ordinary evening things while he wrote the framework that would govern how the network handled the next version of this conflict. He wrote it for the agents who weren't present yet, the agents who would join the network in 5 years, in 10 years, who would face their own version of the Maharashtra Xianxia choice, and would need the framework to tell them what to do without requiring them to start from scratch at midnight. The framework was, in that sense, another form of prevention. Prevention of a decision failure that would otherwise recur every time two agents had overlapping resource needs and insufficient time for the formal process. He filed the final documentation at 11:47 p.m. on a Thursday and sent it to the council's technical liaison for implementation. Then he sat with the sole night outside his window for a long time, thinking about Kiran walking back and forth in the corridor of the Busan Hunters Association facility, and about whether the framework he had just finished would have made that walk unnecessary, and deciding that yes, if it worked as designed, it would have. He also thought about Hassan's abstention and Dimitri's vote against. Those two represented a combined operational scope covering 3 major regional corridors and some of the network's most technically precise prevention capabilities. The framework worked at 11 to 2. It would need to work without any agent suddenly choosing that their operational needs had outgrown what the collective structure could accommodate. The fracture had closed, for now. But fracture lines didn't disappear. They either weakened through accumulated pressure or strengthened through accumulated evidence that the structure could hold weight. He would need to build evidence. The framework he had just sent to implementation was the beginning of that evidence. It would have its first real test in whatever the next resource conflict was, and there would be a next one. Multiple agents operating simultaneously in different regions, all with different disaster profiles and different preparation timelines and different resources and different risk assessments, moving toward overlapping emergence windows in a world that did not organize itself according to the network's convenience. The next conflict was a matter of when, not whether. When it came, the framework needed to handle it cleanly enough that Hassan's abstention shifted to endorsement, and cleanly enough that Dimitri's vote against eventually became something else. Not because either of them had been wrong in their structural analysis, but because the framework, operating correctly over time, would produce results that their structural concerns could not dismiss. Chapter 128. The convergence system revised. The dual allocation framework required 3 weeks of technical implementation. Jinho worked through it with Yuki on engineering specifications, Arjun on resource logistics, and a council technical liaison who understood the secure communication infrastructure well enough to translate the framework's requirements into automated protocols that could trigger without requiring human authorization for every activation event. The tiered structure was clean. Tier 1 operations, predicted casualties under 5,000, handled entirely with the responsible agent's dedicated resources. The network observed and provided intelligence support. No shared pool resources deployed. Full agent autonomy. Tier 2 operations, 5,000 to 15,000 projected casualties. Triggered automatic resource assessment, identifying which agents were outside active emergence windows and calculating bounded contribution amounts. Maximum from any single agent for a Tier 2 event, 20% of staged resources. Fixed in advance. Non-negotiable when triggered. Agents knew the maximum before any request arrived. Tier 3 operations, above 15,000 projected casualties, triggered full network sharing with contributions up to 40% from each non-active agent, coordinated through the formal consensus process. The network-level cost-benefit function was the element that had not existed before. When a resource request activated, the system calculated not just the projected casualties at the requesting agent's disaster site, but also the increased risk to contributing agents' regions from the resource reduction. The allocation decision was optimized across the full risk surface, not just from the requesting agent's perspective. Both sides of the calculation were visible to all participants simultaneously. The mathematics were transparent rather than happening inside someone's head during a midnight phone call. Jinho spent a week writing the documentation. He wrote it with the same care he brought to the hidden archive, because frameworks only functioned consistently when their logic was transparent and their requirements were unambiguous. Vague frameworks produced inconsistent decisions. Inconsistent decisions produced resentment. Resentment produced defection. He had watched that sequence in multiple organizations over 6 years and understood precisely where it started. He presented the revised framework in a 4-hour session. He walked through each component methodically, acknowledged every criticism from the deliberation period, explained why the design addressed those criticisms or why it consciously accepted a limitation as the cost of a greater benefit. He answered questions from Hassan and Dimitri without defensiveness, because defensiveness would confirm the framework was designed to protect a decision rather than improve a system. When the session ended, Hassan said, "This is better than the original protocol. I won't say it's right, but I'll participate in it." Dimitri sent a message, "Participating. Watching. You've revised the entire coordination architecture 3 times now," Wei-Chen said afterward. Original protocol. Convergence system. Dual allocation framework. Each time you find the structural problem and build the structural answer into the next version. The problem keeps changing because the previous solution works, Jinho said. Every time we address one coordination failure, the next level of challenge becomes visible. The problems are getting more complex because the simpler ones are handled. "That's a good sign," she said. "It is," he said. "And it means the institutional architecture needs to be designed for problems we haven't faced yet, because the problems we'll face in 10 years are harder than anything we've faced in the last 6, and I need to build the structure that can handle them before they arrive." He thought about the foreknowledge archiving capability that the originating archive specification called for and that nothing in the current convergence system addressed. That was the next layer, not a procedural framework for resource allocation, but a knowledge architecture that preserved each agent's foreknowledge past their operational lifetime. He had identified it as the actual completion condition. He had told Yuki it needed to be on the next session agenda. The work was accumulating faster than he could build it. But the dual allocation framework was real and operational and would work. The next conflict between 2 agents' resource needs would be resolved by a system rather than by a midnight phone call. That was a specific, measurable improvement over what had existed before the Maharashtra Jayangi conflict, and he allowed himself to acknowledge it as that. Wei-Chen sent a message the following morning, a single sentence. "Hassan filed a formal endorsement of the Tier 1 protections today. Thought you should know." Jinho read it twice. Hassan had filed a formal endorsement, not of the full framework, but of the element that protected prepared agents' dedicated resources up to the emergence window. He was protecting his own interests while participating in the broader system. That was exactly how voluntary coordination was supposed to work. Agents participating because they could identify the specific elements that serve their interests, accepting the rest as the cost of participating in a system that served their interests on net. The framework was already doing what it was designed to do before the first Tier 2 activation. Jinho read the message about Hassan's formal endorsement a second time, looking for the specific element Hassan had endorsed. Tier 1 protections, the provisions that secured each agent's dedicated resources up to the emergence window. Hassan had endorsed the thing that protected his own operational advantage. That was not cynical. It was rational. Voluntary coordination worked when participants could identify specific elements that served their interests and accepted the rest as the cost of participating in a system that served their interests on net. Hassan had found his specific element. He was now committed to that element in a documented, formal way. That commitment had structural value beyond what it appeared to be on the surface. An agent who had formally endorsed a specific framework provision was much less likely to argue for abandoning that provision when pressure arrived, because abandoning it would mean publicly reversing a formal endorsement. The endorsement created an incentive structure that went beyond the content of what was endorsed. It bound Hassan's operational credibility to the framework's functioning, which meant the framework had gained not just an endorser, but a stakeholder. Dimitri's participating and watching was a different kind of commitment, less formal, more instrumental, more likely to evaporate if the watching produced unfavorable conclusions. But even that was participation, and participation was the minimum condition for eventual endorsement. He had 3 months of watching ahead of him before the next quarterly review. 3 months of the framework functioning correctly under real conditions would produce evidence that the watching could not dismiss. He sent Wei Chun back a single sentence. Tell me when Dimitri says something other than watching, with the question mark intentional, because the answer to that question would be one of the most important data points the network had received since its formation. He spent the rest of the afternoon reviewing the framework's technical implementation logs, verifying that each automated protocol had initialized correctly and that the communication pathways between agents were routing through the right channels. Implementation logs were not his usual reading material, but the framework was new enough that he wanted the first operational week's data checked by someone who understood the operational logic behind the technical specifications rather than someone who only understood the technical specifications. The liaison had built it correctly. The automated assessment functions were running within expected parameters. The first Tier 2 activation would trigger cleanly when the criteria were met. He made a note in his operational calendar to review the logs again in 30 days, at which point the first month's baseline would be established and any systematic drift from expected parameters would be visible against a real operational record rather than against the design specification alone. He closed the implementation logs at 5:30 p.m. and looked at his desk. The architecture document was open in a separate window. The framework was operational. The network had received the implementation with 11 endorsements, 1 abstention, and 1 objection. 2 of those 13 agents had been skeptical enough, 3 months ago, that he had not been certain they would remain in the network at all. Now one had filed a formal endorsement of the Tier 1 provisions, and the other had declared active participation with stated reservations. Progress wasn't always the thing you'd set out to build. Sometimes it was the gap between where something was and where it had been. And the gap between the network today and the network 3 months ago was measurable and specific and worth holding as what it was. Evidence that the architecture was working before the next test arrived to complicate the picture. Chapter 129. Prevention by framework. The 18th major disaster was prevented before it fully emerged, and the prevention happened without Jinho making any unilateral decisions, without any emergency calls at midnight, without any resource conflicts requiring compromise under time pressure. It happened the way prevention was supposed to happen when the framework was functioning correctly, the right information reaching the right people with enough lead time that resources could be deployed to their optimal positions before the disaster progressed past its early-stage indicators. The disaster was a cascading infrastructure failure in a coastal industrial corridor in South Korea, a failure mode documented in Jinho's original timeline records and matched by 3 separate agent timelines foreknowledge with slightly different characteristics. The industrial corridor served as a critical transit point for chemical processing, and a failure in the cooling system redundancy would have triggered a chemical release cascade that Jinho's original timeline had classified as a mass casualty event with estimated civilian fatalities between 12,000 and 19,000. The detection came through the network's early warning system at 4:17 a.m. on a Monday morning. Arjun's regional monitoring resources had picked up the precursor signatures 3 days before they would have been detectable through Korean government sensors alone. The shared intelligence layer of the convergence systems architecture, the layer Jinho had built specifically to allow one agent's monitoring capability to serve another agent's prevention needs, had flagged the pattern as matching Arjun's timeline-specific knowledge of pre-cascade industrial cooling failure signatures. The dual allocation framework triggered automatically when Jinho's casualty assessment crossed the 5,000 threshold. The system identified Arjun as the contributing agent with the most relevant capability and the lowest current operational exposure. The resource request was generated, the contribution calculated at 18% of Arjun's stage detection equipment, below the 20% Tier 2 maximum, and routed through the formal channel for Arjun's confirmation. Arjun confirmed within 3 hours. The equipment was in transit within 6. The combined detection capability identified the specific failure point, a cooling redundancy component operating outside safe parameters for 11 days, invisible to standard monitoring, detectable only through the precision technology that Arjun's foreknowledge had led him to acquire for exactly this category of industrial failure. The prevention operation was a targeted maintenance intervention. Engineers accessed the component, replaced it, and the cascade potential was eliminated. 0 casualties. Facility returned to normal operations. Regional population unaware anything had occurred. Jinho reviewed the outcome report with Na Kyung in the Seoul office 2 days later. 0 casualties, she said. Facility at normal operations. Population unaware. That's the best outcome, he said. It's a strange thing to celebrate, she said. Something that didn't happen. We've been celebrating things that didn't happen for years, he said. That's the job. She looked at him with the attention she brought to his flat moments. This one is different, she said. The framework worked without you in the room for the critical moment. Someone else's resources prevented your disaster because the system was designed to deploy them there. The 18th disaster was prevented by a process I built in response to the 17th conflict, he said. It worked because 11 agents participate in it, because Arjun confirmed within 3 hours, because the early warning system detected the precursor 11 days in advance. I was a coordinator. The system did the work. That's what you were always trying to build, she said. Yes, he said. I'm still learning how to recognize it as success rather than as one successful test before the next failure. The difference between those framings matters for how you build what comes next. Maybe it's both, she said. One successful test, and that's enough to continue building on. He finished the review and sat with it for a moment. The 18th disaster had been prevented. 0 casualties. The facility at normal operations. The mechanism that had produced that outcome was now documented in the operational archive, understood by the key participants, and capable of being replicated. That was a real result. He pulled up the architecture document. The foreknowledge documentation section was still incomplete. A framework without content, headings without data, templates that needed each agent's actual knowledge to fill them. 9 of the 13 agents had submitted initial documentation. 4 had not. The architecture was functional in outline, but not in substance until the documentation was real. And until the documentation was real, the outcome column would remain empty in the way that mattered. Not as an administrative gap, but as the actual gap between a framework built on paper and a framework built on the accumulated knowledge that made it capable of functioning after the current agents were gone. He thought about what real meant in this context. Real documentation was not a summary. It was not a strategic memo or an after-action report. It was the agent's original timeline-specific knowledge, the patterns they recognized, the failure cascades they had lived through, the indicators that had been invisible to everyone else in their original world and were visible to them because they had already seen what those indicators led to. That knowledge, properly documented, was the raw material from which the composite model derived its predictive capability. Summary documents were operationally useful, but technically insufficient. He needed the raw knowledge, in enough detail that someone who had not lived through the original timeline could understand not just what the agent had known, but how they had known it. The specific pattern recognition framework that made foreknowledge usable rather than just a collection of dates and casualty figures. The 4 agents who had not submitted documentation yet would need to understand that distinction. He had been careful not to overspecify the documentation requirements in his initial request, knowing that agents with security concerns would respond better to flexibility than to rigid templates. That flexibility had allowed 9 submissions. It had also, possibly, allowed the 4 non-submitters to believe that summary documentation would be acceptable. It would not. He needed to have that conversation clearly, which meant having it directly. He scheduled calls with each of the 4. Not urgent calls. Calls with the specific tone of someone who understood the agent's hesitation and had credible reasons for them to trust the mechanism, but who also needed to communicate that the documentation standard was not optional and was not going to be adjusted downward to accommodate avoidance. The architecture was as complete as it could be made without this final element. And the final element was theirs to provide, or the network's long-term capability would reflect exactly what each of them chose not to give it. He also built a contingency specification for the case where 1 or more agents declined entirely, a fallback protocol that used the agent's operational records as proxy documentation, working backward from what they had done to reconstruct the foreknowledge that had driven their decisions. It was the less accurate version. It would lose detail that only the agent could have provided, but it was better than nothing, which was what the network would have if an agent's entry simply ended without any documentation at all. The fallback existed. He hoped he would not need to use it, and he understood that building a good fallback was not the same as accepting that the fallback would be needed. The 18 operations that had already been prevented, their operational records were the most complete archive the network possessed. Every decision documented, every outcome recorded, every deviation from projections analyzed and explained. That record would tell whoever came next most of what they needed to know about how the prevention had worked, what the network's actual capabilities were, what failure modes had appeared, and how they had been addressed. The foreknowledge documentation he was still building would add the forward-looking layer. the layer that extended beyond outcomes already achieved into the disaster profiles that had not yet arrived. The combination of the two, a complete record of past prevention and a comprehensive map of future vulnerabilities, would give the next activation something no previous activation had possessed, both a history and a horizon. Both layers were necessary. Neither was sufficient without the other. And he had one but not yet the other, which meant the architecture, as it currently stood, was exactly half complete. And the half he was still building was the harder half? Chapter 130. The Purpose Underneath. The realization arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in February, while Jinho was building the quarterly network report, reviewing the convergence system's aggregate prevention statistics with the methodical attention he brought to any documentation that needed to be accurate. It arrived not as an insight, but as something that had been true for a long time and was only now refusing to stay in the background where it had been living quietly for months. He was looking at the complete history of 47 activation events alongside the convergence system's operational record, trying to understand the full scope of what the regression system had been doing over its 47-year operational life. He had been building this aggregate view for 2 weeks, pulling data from the originating archive and cross-referencing it against every available source. The pattern that became visible when you looked at the full scope was not what he had expected. Each of the 47 activations had introduced different disaster vulnerabilities and different prevention approaches. But the disasters each new regression agent faced were not random. They were the disasters that had survived the previous rounds, the harder failures, the more complex cascade sequences, the vulnerabilities that earlier prevention approaches hadn't reached or hadn't understood deeply enough. The regression system was not pulling agents from random collapsed timelines. It was pulling agents from timelines where specific residual vulnerabilities remained unaddressed by all previous rounds. Each new agent's foreknowledge was precisely calibrated to the gaps that the 46 previous rounds had collectively failed to close. The system was iterating purposefully. It was selecting for the specific foreknowledge the current world still needed. And the convergence system, which Jinho had built as a coordination framework to prevent conflicts between agents, was doing exactly what the originating archive's architecture had been designed to enable for 47 years without success. The metadata layers of the originating archive contained coordination mechanism specifications that had never been activated in any previous round. The architecture had been waiting for someone to build the coordination layer that activated those specifications. 46 rounds of individual prevention had not produced it. The blank mission outcome fields were not a record-keeping gap. They were the record of 46 activations that had done their individual work correctly and had not built the thing that continued after them. The actual completion condition was not the prevention of specific disasters from a single timeline. It was the construction of a coordination system that made prevention systematic and sustainable, the system that ensured that the 47th activation's work would be preserved and extended rather than simply disappearing from the record like all 46 before it. Jinho sat at his desk with that understanding settling into place over the course of an hour. He pulled out his notebook and turned to the first page. His original list of disasters. 20 entries. He read through them. At the bottom of the list, below the 20th entry, he wrote, *, this was never one timeline story. This was always all of them. *, he put the notebook back in the drawer and opened the architecture document, which was not an administrative project and had never been an administrative project. It was the mission. Building it with the same care he brought to every disaster prevention operation was the most important prevention work he had ever undertaken. The prevention of the 47th cycle ending in the same silence as every cycle before it. The specific work the architecture needed to do was now clear to him in a way it hadn't been before the Tuesday afternoon realization. The institutional memory systems needed to preserve not just the convergence system's procedural protocols, but the actual reasoning behind each decision. Why the dual allocation framework was structured the way it was, what failure modes it was designed to prevent, what trade-offs had been made in reaching each design choice. Future network participants who used the framework without understanding its reasoning would misapply it when novel situations arose. They needed the reasoning, not just the rules. The succession protocols needed to address something more complex than simply identifying who would take over each regional coordination role. They needed to address how the composite model would be recalibrated when the agents who had contributed their foreknowledge to its training were no longer operationally active. The model had been calibrated against the specific characteristics of current agents' original timelines. As those agents stepped back and new agents joined, the model's calibration would need to update, and the update process needed to be documented in enough detail that future participants could execute it without losing the model's accumulated accuracy. The foreknowledge documentation system, the element from the originating archive specification that the convergence system hadn't yet implemented, was the most critical piece. He had identified it. He had told Yuki it needed to be on the agenda. He needed to actually build it. And building it required persuading 13 agents with varying levels of operational transparency to document their raw foreknowledge in a form that the network could access permanently. He started the section of the architecture document dedicated to the foreknowledge preservation system, writing the design specification with the specific clarity he gave to things that would need to be implemented by people who hadn't been part of the conversation that produced them. The specification had 3 components. First, a standardized documentation schema for each agent's original timeline foreknowledge. Not a rigid template, but a framework that prompted the key elements while allowing agents to structure the information in whatever form reflected their specific disaster profiles. Second, a secure distribution mechanism that stored documented foreknowledge across multiple locations without any single point of compromise. Third, a search and cross-reference capability that would allow future agents to identify relevant knowledge from previous activations without having to read every archive entry, a capability that would become more valuable as the archive grew. The technical implementation was the easier part. The harder part was the human conversation, the process of asking 13 agents to document knowledge that most of them regarded as their primary operational advantage and their most sensitive personal information. Knowledge they had carried from futures that had destroyed everything they knew. Knowledge that was, for most of them, the core of how they understood their own purpose. He was asking them to give that to a shared archive. He understood what he was asking. And he was asking anyway, because the architecture required it, and because the architecture was the actual mission, and because every previous activation had not asked this question at all and had ended without an answer. The pattern of endings was not coincidence. It was what happened when agents did the prevention work correctly and stopped before the preservation work. The originating archive's empty rows were the record of people who had saved thousands of lives and left their knowledge to evaporate. He was not going to add a 47th row to that pattern if the agents in his network would agree not to add it with him. He wrote 3 pages of the specification that afternoon before the implications of a specific design choice forced him to stop and reconsider. The design choice was the indexing structure, how to tag each piece of documented foreknowledge so that future agents could locate relevant information efficiently. The obvious indexing structure was by disaster category: geological events, biological events, infrastructure failures. But the most operationally valuable information might be the cross-categorical knowledge, the patterns that linked a seemingly biological event to an underlying infrastructure failure, the knowledge that made visible connections that seemed invisible until you had lived through both failures. That cross-categorical knowledge was the hardest to index and the most valuable to preserve, and any indexing structure that prioritized easy categorization over cross-categorical discovery would actively obscure it. He spent 40 minutes redesigning the indexing structure before he was satisfied. The extra time was worthwhile. A documentation system that made the most valuable knowledge harder to find was worse than no documentation system at all. Outside his window, Seoul's Tuesday afternoon was winding toward evening. The city below was ordinary and continuous, shaped by generation after generation of prevention work it would never know about, existing in the form it existed because people from collapsed futures had kept returning and kept building. And the question of whether this activation would finally complete that building was entirely unresolved, with the answer depending on whether 13 people with 13 different objectives could all choose, individually and freely, to trust the architecture, enough to give it what it needed to last. Chapter 131. The 19th disaster. The 19th major disaster was the first time the convergence system's composite model produced a prevention outcome that exceeded what any individual agent's foreknowledge could have reached separately, not marginally exceeded, but demonstrably and measurably exceeded, in a way that could be documented and analyzed and used to understand what coordinated prevention was actually capable of. The disaster was a simultaneous gate emergence cluster in the East China Sea. 5 regression agents' original timelines all contained records of a gate cluster in this area that had created cascading maritime and coastal disasters across multiple countries. In Jinho's original timeline, the cluster had centered west of Jeju Island and disrupted Korean coastal infrastructure with significant civilian casualties. In Yuki's original timeline, it had centered further north and created secondary effects on Japanese shipping lanes with economic consequences cascading for years. In Wei Chen's original timeline, the cluster had been managed by Chinese military response at significant initial cost. In Arjun's and Isabel's timelines, the cluster had created disruptions in Southeast Asian shipping, triggering secondary food distribution failures affecting large populations. 5 timelines. 5 sets of foreknowledge. 5 different prevention strategies calibrated to the specific characteristics in each agent's original timeline. The composite model processed all 5 datasets simultaneously. It identified the core emergence pattern consistent across all 5 timelines, the geological and atmospheric preconditions, the probable emergence coordinates, the energy characteristics, and separated them from the secondary characteristics that varied. The consistent core was the highest confidence prediction. The varying secondary characteristics were uncertainty bands. But the critical element was what the composite model found that no individual agent's foreknowledge contained: structural vulnerabilities in the emergence's preconditions that were visible only when 5 different timelines records of the same event were integrated. In Jinho's timeline, certain pre-emergence seismic patterns had been present. Yuki showed different ones. Wei Chen's showed a third set. Arjun's and Isabel's showed 2 more variants. When integrated, the patterns pointed to a specific subsurface geological condition that appeared in none of the 5 timelines' individual records, but was the causal root of all 5 pattern variants. The composite model targeted that specific condition directly before the emergence rather than during it. Jinho ran primary coordination from Seoul for 6 days, 18-hour days. Close coordination with Wei Chun in Shanghai and Yuki in Tokyo. Resource movements across 3 national jurisdictions through channels officially described as joint emergency preparedness exercises. The emergence occurred on a Thursday morning at 7:23 a.m. Korea time. It was significantly smaller than any individual agent's timeline had predicted. The composite model's targeted intervention had addressed the subsurface causal condition with enough precision to reduce emergence intensity well below what any individual prevention approach had modeled as achievable. The combination produced a result that was better than any of the 5 contributing timelines' best-case prevention outcomes. Final outcome: 0 maritime casualties, minimal coastal infrastructure disruption, 2 minor containment breaches resolved within standard protocols. When the reports came through, Jinho looked at the 0 casualty figure and understood that the convergence system had generated knowledge that did not exist in any single timeline's foreknowledge. The composite model had not synthesized what the agents already knew. It had produced something new from the combination: predictive capability that exceeded any individual source by more than any individual source could account for. The architecture did what it was designed to do. Wei Chen said on the post-operation call. 5 timelines disasters. 1 outcome better than all 5. New knowledge that existed nowhere separately. That's what the originating archive was always waiting for someone to build, Jinho said. Not individual prevention. Not even coordination. This specific capability, multiple timelines foreknowledge producing knowledge that none of them possessed alone. That's the actual mission. And we've demonstrated it once. The work now is making sure it keeps working after any single one of us is gone. He spent the rest of the day documenting the 19th disaster's prevention operation in the detail it deserved. Not just the outcome, 0 casualties, minimal disruption, but the mechanism, the composite model's specific analysis, the structural vulnerabilities it had identified, the way the 5 timelines records had been integrated to produce knowledge that none of them individually possessed, the prevention strategy built from that knowledge, every technical decision in the execution. He wrote it for the originating archive's foreknowledge retention specification, which required this level of documentation for each major prevention operation. He wrote it because the next set of agents who faced a similar emergence cluster would need to know exactly how this one had been approached, what had worked, what the composite model had done that individual foreknowledge couldn't do. The documentation was the contribution of the 19th disaster to the network's accumulated knowledge, not just the prevention of the event itself, but the understanding of how the prevention had worked. Yuki called while he was writing. "I've been thinking about the persistent knowledge transfer mechanism you put on the agenda," she said. "I think there's a way to frame it that Hassan will accept. If we present it as a security mechanism, a way to ensure that an individual agent's operational security compromise can't destroy the network's accumulated foreknowledge, rather than as a transparency requirement, the agents who are most protective of their raw data might support it." "That's a better frame," Jinho said. "Because it's also true. Both things can be true at the same time," she said. "The mechanism preserves knowledge past individual agents' operational lifetimes. It also means that if an agent's source materials are ever compromised, the knowledge has already been preserved in a secure distributed form and can't be extracted from the individual agent's records. Operational security and institutional continuity are the same mechanism. Put that in a proposal document and send it to me by Friday," Jinho said. "I want to submit it to the full network with the architecture document at the same time." "One more thing," Yuki said. "The composite model's performance in the East China Sea operation, the new knowledge it generated from the 5-timeline integration. That needs to be documented as a separate methodology record, not just an outcome record. The specific process by which 5 datasets produced knowledge that none of them individually contained. That process is repeatable. Other emergency clusters with multiple contributing agent timelines should be approached the same way, but only if the methodology is documented precisely enough that future agents can replicate it. Add it to the agenda, Jinho said. Friday call, methodology documentation as agenda item 2. And write out the specific process while it's still recent, the exact sequence of integration steps, what the model did at each stage, what the output looked like before and after the integration. Don't summarize. Document the mechanism, not the conclusion. You want an algorithm, she said. I want the closest thing to an algorithm that a process involving human judgment and incomplete data can have, he said, which is a very detailed description of the judgment calls and why they were made at each step. He returned to the documentation. The next version of coordinated prevention was being built in the space between the 19th disaster's outcome and the next activation the originating archive would eventually produce, built now, by people who had finally understood what those empty outcome columns had been waiting for, while the operational space for careful work still existed. He was aware, as he wrote, that the 19th disaster's record was also his first complete implementation of the new archive standard, the layered documentation schema he had designed for the foreknowledge preservation system. 3 levels: surface summary, intermediate technical layer, deep operational layer with the full analytical process documented, accessible to different audiences with different information needs. He filed it, and then checked the previous archives to determine which needed restructuring. 14 of them needed significant work. He set that work for the following week. Not urgent, not time-pressured. Careful work at the right pace, building for the agents who would come after, building it properly. The 14 incomplete archives were the evidence of how much he still had to complete before done, was the honest word for any of this. The correct next question, the one he was not yet certain he could answer, was whether there would be enough time to reach that before his own record followed the same pattern and went simply, finally quiet. Chapter 132, The Network Stabilizes. The months following the 19th disaster were the quietest operational period Jinho had experienced since the regression, and he used the quiet to let the network's actual state become visible rather than seeing it through the lens of the most recent crisis. Hassan had not left the network after the dual allocation framework was adopted. He had watched it operate through 2 major prevention cycles, observed that the bounded contribution mechanism had performed within the design parameters he had evaluated with skepticism, and submitted a formal assessment through the official channel. The framework had demonstrated adequate protection of regional operational autonomy in the operational cases encountered so far. The assessment was precise and technically thorough. It was not warm, but accuracy was more durable than warmth, and it was accuracy the network needed. Dimitri's 8 months of participating and watching had developed its own operational rhythm. His contributions were consistent and accurate. His regional resources had been deployed proportionally in 2 Tier 2 operations without friction. He had not made any moves suggesting a parallel operation outside the network's awareness. The watching appeared to have reached conclusions that ongoing participation remained rational, and he had not announced those conclusions because the continued participation was the announcement. Priya's Southeast Asia Coordination Zone had stabilized. Dr. Amara's health monitoring networks had become the convergence system's most broadly useful early warning contribution, providing detection data that had contributed to prevention operations in 3 different agents' regions in the previous 6 months, regions with no direct connection to her own operational area. The network had not unified. There were still 13 separate agents with 13 different objectives. There were still tensions between global optimization and regional priority, between humanitarian prevention and strategic positioning. Those tensions were inherent to a network of this diversity and would remain inherent. The framework was not designed to eliminate them, but to contain them within productive bounds. The network is stable, Wei Chun said during the quarterly coordination call. Stable enough for the current operational level, Jinho said. A Tier 3 operation at multi-region simultaneous scale would test whether the participation is genuine or instrumental. We haven't faced that test yet. You always see the failure mode first, she said. I was trained to, he said. The failure mode needs to be understood before it's needed. That's not pessimism, that's preparation. And the failure mode of the network at current scale is different from the failure mode of the network at the scale we're going to be operating at in 5 years if the institutional architecture work succeeds. Then design for both, she said. The failure mode we have and the failure mode we're building toward. Director Park called that evening with a routine update on gate activity. Normal patterns. Incident rate down 47% year-over-year. Park delivered the statistics in his flat professional tone, asked clarifying questions about resource positioning for the next quarter, ended the call. Normal. Ordinary. The kind of conversation that happened when systems were working correctly and the work they were doing had become invisible through its own sustained success, which was exactly what success was supposed to look like, and which Jinho was still learning to recognize as sufficient rather than as a sign that something had been missed. After the call, he sat at his desk and thought about the failure mode of a network at scale. The current 13 agents could have a 3-person emergency call in 4 hours when a crisis arose. They knew each other. They had operational histories together. They had trust that had been earned through specific decisions over time, not assumed. At 13, the network could function with the informal mutual knowledge that comes from direct collaboration. At 30 agents, the scale the architecture work was designed to eventually support, that informal knowledge would be impossible to maintain. 30 regional coordinators, each with their own operational priorities, their own disaster profiles, their own accumulated history with the framework. The informal trust layer that had made the network functional at 13 would not scale. The formal architecture had to carry the weight that trust and familiarity currently carried. And it had to do it in the design, not improvised when the scale actually arrived. He opened a new document section, Scale Failure Modes and Mitigation Architecture. He had 17 items to add before he would trust the section was complete. He would start tonight and continue it in the morning. The first item was the one that concerned him most at scale, Decision Authority Ambiguity. At 13 agents, the informal norms around who had authority to make which categories of decision were adequate because the agents knew each other well enough to navigate the informal layer. At 30, those informal norms would break down. Agents who hadn't worked together wouldn't know whose judgment to defer to in an emergency, wouldn't know the operational histories that made the informal authority structure legible. Without formal decision authority documentation, a 30-agent network under a Tier 3 emergency would experience internal authority conflicts at exactly the moment when authority conflicts were most costly. He wrote the first item and 3 sub-items. Then the second, information access asymmetry. Not every agent needed the same depth of access to the composite model's input data, but every agent needed to know what level of access they had and why, and every agent needed to understand what information they were not seeing and what categories of decision they were therefore not positioned to make. Information asymmetry at 30 agents was structurally different from information asymmetry at 13, where the gaps were navigable because the informal trust layer filled them. At 30, an agent who made a decision based on information they believed was complete but wasn't would have fewer mechanisms for learning about the gap before the consequences arrived. He wrote item 2 and 2 sub-items. Then items 3 through 8. Each representing a specific architectural gap that the current network's informal functioning masked, but that would become operational failures at larger scale. He wrote until 11 p.m. He had completed 12 of the 17 items when his eyes started failing to track the cursor precisely, which was his reliable indicator that the remaining 5 would benefit from tomorrow's cognition rather than tonight's. He saved the section and closed the laptop. The network was stable. The architecture was being improved. The problems were getting more complex because the simpler ones had been addressed. He had stopped being alarmed by that progression and had started being, cautiously, something closer to satisfied, which was not the same as complacent, and which he was learning to hold without it becoming the other thing. He thought about Wei Chen's observation, "You always see the failure mode first," and considered whether that was a character trait or a trained response. He had been trained to see failure modes by 6 years of working with disasters that had already occurred, events he had lived through and carried back with him. The training had been effective. He could identify structural vulnerabilities in institutional designs with the same ease that he identified structural vulnerabilities in infrastructure. The capability was valuable, and the bias it introduced was real. He genuinely did see failure modes before successes, genuinely did weight risks over opportunities, genuinely was more motivated by the question, "What breaks this?" than by the question, "What does this achieve?" That was useful for prevention. It made him harder to be around for people who were primarily motivated by the possibilities. Na Kyung had learned to account for the bias. Those who had worked with him long enough had learned to account for it. Newer network members had sometimes experienced it as negativity rather than analysis. The architecture's training documentation needed a section on that, on how to interpret Jinho's typical framing when the framing was archived operational records rather than live conversation. Future agents reading the records needed to understand that the failure mode first perspective was the lens, not the conclusion. He added a note to the documentation standards section. Then he put the laptop away and sat with the Soul Knight outside his window, which was doing what Soul Knights did, ordinary, continuous, unaware of the architecture being built 11 floors up to protect a version of it that would persist past any single person's ability to maintain it. And the items on that list, the 17 failure modes he had identified, the 17 gaps between the architecture as built and the architecture that a 30-agent network would actually require, were the evidence that the network's current stability was not a completed state, but a temporary one, a foundation still being prepared to hold weight it hadn't yet been asked to carry. Chapter 133. The architect. The shift in how the network engaged with him became fully visible in a single week when he received 3 separate requests from 3 separate agents within 48 hours, all with the same structural characteristic. They were not asking for operational help. They were asking for design help. Yuki wanted to discuss the composite model's confidence weighting function, whether the model was correctly calibrating for elapsed time between each agent's regression date and current operations, and whether foreknowledge confidence should be dynamically updated as the timeline diverged through accumulated prevention work. As the world changed through the network's operations, each agent's foreknowledge would become progressively less applicable to the increasingly modified present. The model needed to account for that degradation correctly, or it would overweight foreknowledge that had become less relevant to the world that now existed rather than the world the agent had come from. Arjun wanted to discuss the training protocols for government liaisons, the intelligence analysts, logistics coordinators, and emergency response officials who worked adjacent to network operations without knowing about the regression agents. These people needed to understand the coordination framework's operational logic without understanding its origin. Arjun had been managing this translation layer for 2 years and had identified cases where the translation was failing, where government partners were making decisions inconsistent with the network's prevention logic because they understood the framework's conclusions but not its reasoning. Dr. Amara wanted to discuss extending her health monitoring network's architecture into a general-purpose global early warning system. She had the technical foundation. She needed help thinking through the governance questions: who controlled the data, who had access to what level of information, how conflicts between contributing organizations would be resolved, how the system would handle data sensitivity in regions where agents had political exposure concerns. Jinho recognized what these 3 requests had in common. For 6 years, he had been the person who responded to operational problems. Those requests still came, but they were now outnumbered by requests for help designing the systems that would prevent those operational problems from requiring individual problem-solving. The role had shifted, not because he had sought the shift, because the work had required it. He spent a morning drafting the architecture for the network's next institutional development phase, not a replacement for the existing framework, but a development layer. Institutional memory systems that preserved agent knowledge for future network participants. Succession protocols for regional coordination responsibilities. Documentation standards that captured the reasoning of the framework rather than just its procedures. Training mechanisms that could onboard new participants without requiring existing participants to interrupt operational work. The architecture that would make the mission outcome feel completable. He worked through the morning with the kind of focused attention that came when the shape of a problem had finally resolved into something buildable. Each of the 3 requests he had received pointed to the same structural gap. The network had operational capability that outran its self-documentation. Yuki could identify the composite model's confidence weighting failure mode, but there was no process for formalizing that identification into a model revision protocol that future agents could execute without Yuki present to explain the reasoning. Arjun had built a sophisticated translation layer for government liaisons, but that layer existed in Arjun's operational practice, not in any document that a different agent could inherit if Arjun stepped back from active coordination. Dr. Amara's early warning architecture was technically brilliant and institutionally fragile. It would survive Dr. Amara only if the governance questions she had flagged were answered in formal documentation rather than in her own judgment applied case by case. The pattern was consistent. The network had exceptional individuals doing exceptional work, and almost none of the work had been made transferable. 6 years of coordination experience, prevention methodology, and institutional learning. Most of it existing only in the operational practices of the agents who had developed it, accessible to the network as long as those agents were active and unreachable afterward. He drafted 12 sections before 1 p.m. Then he stopped and reviewed them with critical attention. 3 were complete. 5 were well started, but needed input from the relevant agent before they could be finalized. 4 were placeholders, the sections he needed to build, but couldn't build alone because the knowledge they needed to capture was distributed across agents who hadn't yet agreed to contribute it. He added those 4 sections to his calls with the non-submitting agents. Not just the foreknowledge documentation, but the succession framework. Not just data, but methodology. The conversation he had been dreading was going to be larger than he had originally framed it, which was probably why he had been underframing it, because the smaller version was easier to begin. He had been underframing it for 6 months, he recognized. Since the Tuesday afternoon realization in February when he had understood that the architecture work was the actual mission. Since that moment, he had been writing documents about the architecture and running coordination calls and building technical specifications. But he had been framing the biggest conversations with the network's most resistant agents in the smallest possible terms. He had been asking for the minimum viable participation. The minimum viable participation produced a minimum viable architecture. And the minimum viable architecture was not sufficient for what the originating archive specifications called for. He deleted his draft message to the 4 non-submitting agents and started again. This time he wrote what was true rather than what was easy. The full scope of what the documentation needed to include, the full scope of what the succession framework required, the full scope of why both mattered for the network's long-term viability, and a direct statement that he needed them to provide it, not a smaller version of it, and that the architecture work could not reach completion without them. It took him 40 minutes to write 6 paragraphs. When he finished, he sent all 4 messages before he could revise them down again. Then he sat for a moment with the sent messages visible on his screen, the full scope framing, the direct ask, the honest statement of what the architecture required and why. The messages were larger than what he would have sent 6 months ago. They asked for more. They assumed a level of commitment from the 4 agents that he had been hesitant to assume directly. Whether the assumption was warranted would depend on whether he received responses that matched the request or responses that matched the minimum viable version he had previously been offering. Na-kyung found him at his desk at 6 p.m., still working through the document. "You're writing the system that runs without you," she said. "That's what the mission requires now," he said. The 46 empty outcome columns are the record of agents who did their individual work correctly and didn't build the thing that continued after them. "I'm not going to be the 47th. When you started this," she said, sitting across from him, "you had a list of 20 disasters you needed to prevent. Did you imagine it would become this?" "No," he said. "I thought the foreknowledge was the work. I didn't understand that the foreknowledge was the entry condition. The actual work was everything else. And this is where everything else was always going." She waited for more, because she knew when he hadn't finished. "The 3 requests I received today," he said. "Yuki, Arjun, Dr. Amara. None of them are asking me for help with an emergency. They're asking me to help them build better systems, better governance, better architecture. A year ago, I would have been managing a crisis alongside those requests. The fact that I'm not managing a crisis right now, that the operational work is quiet enough that I can give full attention to the design questions, means the previous architecture layers are holding their weight. The systems are working. The space that created is what those design conversations are filling. Which means," Na-kyung said, "the better the architecture gets, the more time you'll have to make it better." "In theory," he said. "In practice, the better the architecture gets, the larger the problems it exposes." Yuki's question about confidence weighting isn't small. It's a fundamental limitation in how the composite model handles foreknowledge that has been partially obsoleted by prevention work. If I get that design wrong, the model becomes progressively less accurate over time without any visible indicator that it's degrading. That failure mode is worse than a failure mode that announces itself. "Then finish it correctly," she said, "before the next emergency arrives and makes thoughtfulness unavailable. And before the design problems you're currently identifying become the operational failures you're being called to fix at midnight." Chapter 134. The limit of the possible. The 20th major disaster had been at the bottom of Jinho's original list since the day he compiled it, starred with a triple annotation and a single line written 2 years after the regression, after spending 6 months investigating every possible intervention approach. This one requires accepting costs. There is no full prevention available at current capability levels. The disaster was a gate emergence in a mountainous region of North Korea. In his original timeline, the emergence had created a complete environmental collapse of a valley system spanning approximately 400 square kilometers, rendering the area uninhabitable for an estimated 40-year recovery period and forcing the displacement of 212,000 people from the affected villages. The direct death toll from the emergence itself was 8,200 from immediate gate effects in the emergence zone. The secondary death toll from displacement-related causes over the 3 years following was approximately 11,000. Total, 19,200 deaths. He had spent 4 years looking for a different answer. He had reviewed every technical resource in the convergence system. He had consulted Yuki on structural containment approaches, Wei Chun on what Chinese geological intervention technology could contribute, Dr. Amara on population management under displacement conditions. He had studied every comparable emergence in the combined intelligence of all 47 activation timelines. There was no complete prevention available. The gate's geological penetration depth and energy characteristics were outside current containment technology. The environmental collapse was a consequence of the geological penetration, not of the gate's surface effects. Surface containment would not prevent subsurface damage. The environmental collapse would occur. The displacement would occur. The partial intervention strategy, rigorous advanced preparation, optimal displacement infrastructure, precision evacuation, produced an expected outcome of approximately 1,847 direct casualties and approximately 3,400 secondary mortality. Total expected deaths under best available intervention, approximately 5,247, against the original timeline's 19,200. The difference between those numbers was 13,953 lives. He brought the disaster profile to the full network with complete transparency, presenting every technical constraint in detail, explaining specifically why complete prevention was not achievable and why those constraints were engineering realities rather than planning failures. He did not ask for permission. He presented it to the network because transparency about the limits of what was possible was as important as transparency about successes. Hassan's response was the longest message he had sent through the convergence system channel in 2 years. Technical acknowledgement of the constraint analysis as sound, unconditional commitment of Tier 3 resources, and one sentence at the end. I have been watching for 2 years to see whether this network would acknowledge what it cannot prevent. This message is that acknowledgement. I have not seen this kind of honesty from a coordination network before, the kind that costs something to give. Dimitri's response was 14 pages of technical analysis that identified marginal improvements to the partial intervention strategy. In aggregate, his analyses reduced the expected direct casualty estimate from 1,847 to approximately 1,340. His message ended, contributing Tier 3 resources. 2 agents who had been skeptical had responded to honesty about failure with the clearest engagement they had yet shown, and that response said something important about what the network actually needed to stay stable through difficulty. Not the pretense that everything was preventable, but the honesty about what wasn't, delivered with enough precision that agents could trust the honesty was genuine rather than strategic. Jinho spent 2 days after the network submission working through the partial intervention strategy's implementation details, incorporating Dimitri's technical analysis improvements into the operational plan. Dimitri's 14 pages had been thorough in a way that suggested he had been holding this kind of technical capability in reserve, not sharing it until he had a reason that seemed worth the exposure. The honesty about failure had been that reason. Jinho noted that carefully. He also spent those 2 days preparing for the possibility that the partial intervention strategy would not perform as modeled. Dimitri's improvements reduced the expected casualty estimate to approximately 1,340 from 1,847. But the modeling was based on geological assumptions about the emergence characteristics that came from 5 contributing timelines records. The emergence in this timeline would be shaped by a world that had already been modified by 6 years of prevention work. There was no way to know in advance whether that modification had changed the geological conditions in ways that the combined foreknowledge couldn't predict. He built contingency protocols for 3 scenarios: the emergence performing within the modeled parameters, the emergence performing significantly worse than modeled, and the emergence performing better than modeled. For the worse than modeled scenario, he documented the decision criteria for when to shift from standard containment to secondary perimeter protection, the decision that would have to be made in real time during the 3rd hour of the operation, under conditions where the information would be incomplete and the stakes would be specific and irreversible. He stared at the contingency protocol for the worse than modeled scenario and ran the numbers one more time. Under the worst modeled case, the partial intervention strategy projected 2,300 direct casualties, significantly higher than the nominal estimate of 1,340, still dramatically lower than the original timeline's 8,200. The worst modeled case assumed the most adverse combination of emergence characteristics consistent with the 5 contributing timelines records. The actual worst case would depend on the world they had been building, and whether 6 years of accumulated prevention work had altered the regional geological conditions in ways that made the emergence more or less severe than any previous timeline had recorded. He had no way to know in advance which direction those modifications had pushed things. That was the fundamental uncertainty of working in a world you had been changing. The changes introduced variables that foreknowledge, by definition, couldn't cover. He had built the contingency protocols precisely because foreknowledge had limits, and the limits were most visible in a situation where the disaster's baseline conditions had been modified by your own previous work. The protocols were as complete as he could make them with the information he had. The operation would proceed in 6 weeks. And whatever the outcome was, 1,340 or 2,300 or something outside that range in either direction, it would be documented in the hidden archive with the same precision he had brought to every other entry. The actual number, the modeled number, the specific reasons for any deviation, and what the deviation revealed about the limits of foreknowledge that needed to be incorporated into the composite model going forward. That documentation was the inheritance he was building for the 48th activation, not a record of successes only, but a record of exactly how wrong even the most careful preparation could be and why, so that whoever came next would know what kinds of uncertainty to expect and how to build contingency planning that accounted for them. He wrote those criteria with the precision he gave to irreversible decisions, not as general guidance, but as specific conditions, measurable in real time, that would trigger the shift without requiring the on-ground coordinator to make a judgment call under pressure about whether the threshold had been crossed. The criteria made the decision in advance. The coordinator's job would be to measure, not to decide. This was the kind of preparation that the 46 previous agents had made alone, working independently, without anyone to review their contingency protocols or challenge their assumptions. He sent the protocols to Yuki for technical review and to Arjun for logistics review before filing them in the operational documentation. 2 reviewers who might catch something he had missed. 2 perspectives that might identify an assumption that his own foreknowledge had made invisible to him. The partial intervention strategy was as complete as it could be made. The operation would proceed in 6 weeks when the emergence window arrived. Everything that could be done in advance had been done. What remained was execution, and the specific contingency of what couldn't be prevented no matter how well everything was executed. Chapter 135. The controlled disaster. The emergence occurred on a Wednesday at 4:17 a.m., in the darkness before a mountain dawn. The valley had been quietly evacuated over the preceding 6 weeks through a carefully constructed emergency preparedness exercise coordinated between the North Korean government and international humanitarian organizations that Jinho had been cultivating relationships with for 3 years in specific anticipation of this operation. The organization's cooperation was limited by jurisdictional constraints and political sensitivities he had navigated carefully. Partial cooperation from the right organizations was worth more than complete cooperation from organizations without the required access. The relocation had not been complete. Not every resident had moved. There were holdouts who did not trust official relocations for reasons Jinho could understand and could not argue against. People who had lived in the valley for their entire lives, for whom the valley was the container of everything they knew, and for whom the threat, however real, could not fully compete with the weight of a life built there. The prepositioning intelligence had identified 847 civilians still in the highest risk zones when the emergence window opened. The response resources reached 612 of them before the emergence peak. The remaining 235 were not reached in time. The emergence was worse than the composite model's high-end estimate. The geological penetration depth came in 40% beyond the projected maximum. Yuki's technical team later identified the cause, a subsurface geological feature not present in any of the 5 contributing timelines records, created by the cumulative effect of previous prevention operations in the region altering the stress patterns in the geological substrate over years. The world they had been modifying had modified the disaster in return, a consequence of their own accumulated work that none of them had anticipated, because the specific modification fell outside all 47 timelines combined foreknowledge. Even the composite model had limits that the world itself could exceed. The containment assets held through the initial phase and into the second, then were overwhelmed when the energy distribution shifted asymmetrically during the 3rd hour. The on-ground coordination team made the correct repositioning decision given the information available. Pull assets back to protect the secondary containment perimeter rather than push them forward against the asymmetric surge. The repositioning reduced asset effectiveness during the peak. The alternative would have lost the assets entirely and produced a worse final outcome. The team had made the right call with the information they had. Final casualty count, confirmed 72 hours after the emergence, 1,247 direct deaths. Less than the original timeline's 8,200. Less than Dimitri's revised modeling estimate of 1,340. The lower-than-modeled outcome was the result of the team's response precision. The comprehensive evacuation that had placed 612 people out of the zone, and the Tier 3 contributions that had made the response resources deep enough to handle the asymmetric surge without losing the secondary perimeter. Jinho received the final count in his Seoul office at 8:44 a.m. on Saturday. He read the number. He sat with it for a period of time he didn't measure. Knock Hyung knocked twice before he registered the sound. 1,247 people. Not 8,200. Not 19,200 counting secondary mortality. But 1,247 people who had died because the best available intervention was not sufficient to prevent all the deaths. People whose deaths were the cost of an engineering reality that he had documented accurately and been honest about with the full network before the operation began. He wrote both numbers in the hidden archive, 1,247 deaths and 6,953 lives saved against the original projection, with equal documentation, equal precision, equal weight in the ledger that was not a celebration document, but a complete record. Director Park called at 9:15 a.m. with the official Hunters Association assessment. He delivered the statistics in his flat professional tone. Emergence characteristics, containment performance, casualty figures, infrastructure assessment, recovery timeline projections. When Park finished, he paused. The response to this emergence was the most effective large-scale gate management this association has executed. I don't know how to account for the preparation quality in the standard report format, but I want it on the record that I noticed the difference between what happened here and what I've seen happen at comparable emergence scales. Jinho thanked him and ended the call. He did not hold a network celebration call. He did not send a post-operation summary to the full network. He wrote the archive entry, documented the technical deviations from the modeled parameters, including the subsurface geological feature that Yuki's team had identified as the cause of the 40% penetration depth exceedance, and filed the contingency decision criteria for the secondary perimeter shift alongside the outcome data that confirmed the criteria had triggered the correct response. He also filed the geological modification effect documentation as a separate technical alert to the full network's composite model team. Dmitry had committed to developing monitoring specifications for prevention-induced geological modification. That work needed to begin immediately, not because the next emergence was imminent, but because geological modification effects accumulated over time and their detection required baseline data established well before any emergence window. Starting the monitoring after the next emergence would be too late. Starting it now would mean that in 3 years, when the next comparable emergence cluster was possible, the model would have 3 years of modification effect data to integrate. The technical alert went out at 2:30 p.m. Dmitry responded at 4:15 p.m. with an acknowledgement and a preliminary specification outline. 7 pages in under 2 hours. The outline was not draft complete, but it was substantive. He had been thinking about this failure mode before Jinho had raised it, which meant Dmitry's participating and watching had included thinking about the network's technical limitations and how to address them, preparing contributions that he had been holding in reserve for the moment when the network proved itself worth contributing them to. The 19th and 20th disasters had been that moment. The results had earned the contribution. That was a specific and measurable form of the trust building that the architecture's design had always assumed would eventually happen. And it had happened on schedule, which was the most important kind of schedule. He filed Dmitry's specification outline in the Technical Development Archive and noted its arrival date. That date was one of the architecture document's success metrics. Then he sent one message to the full network. 20th major disaster on my original list has been documented. Final casualty count, 1,247 direct deaths, 6,953 lives saved against original timeline projection. The Tier 3 contributions from all contributing agents made the difference between the 1,340 modeled outcome and the 1,247 actual outcome. The deviation was the result of geological conditions modified by our own previous prevention work, conditions none of our timeline's foreknowledge anticipated. We need to add monitoring for prevention-induced geological modification to the composite model's input parameters. Full debrief documentation will be filed by Monday. He received responses from 11 agents within 4 hours. Hassan said, the 1,247 was not preventable given available capability. The 6,953 was. Document both with equal precision. Dmitry said, the geological modification effect is important. This will recur. My team will develop monitoring specifications. The network had received an honest outcome report and had responded with engagement rather than distress. That was what the past 2 years of architecture work had been building toward. A network stable enough to hold both success and failure without either producing complacency or producing collapse. The 20th disaster was documented. The archive entry was filed. Dmitry's geological monitoring specification would be integrated into the composite model's input parameters within 3 months. The work went on, and somewhere in the originating archive's distributed server infrastructure, the 47th activation record was still open, still accumulating entries, still waiting, for the first time in 47 years, to see what it looked like when an activation reached something other than silence. Chapter 136. The apartment. Jinho returned to his apartment on Friday evening. The first evening in 3 weeks, he had not been working past 9 p.m. The convergence system was in its quietest period since establishment. Director Park had the Hunters Association operating at full competence. The East Asia coordination was functioning without urgent input. Nakyung had told him at 5:30 p.m., in the way she delivered instructions framed as suggestions, that he was going home. He had gone home at 5:47 p.m. The apartment was exactly as he had left it 3 weeks ago. He had not had time to notice the state of it during those 3 weeks, there to sleep and shower, arriving late, leaving early, treating the space as a logistical staging area rather than a place to live in. Now he stood in the entrance and looked at it with the deliberate attention he gave to things that deserved attention. Books displaced from their shelves and stacked on the floor beside the desk, pulled during the North Korea operations planning phase. A jacket across the back of the couch. A coffee cup on the desk, long empty. The ring it had left on the surface, a small record of 3 weeks of inadequate domestic maintenance. The window overlooking the street, the city settling into its Friday evening rhythm. He moved through the apartment without urgency, restoring things to their places. Books back on shelves in the system he had maintained since the regression. One of the small structures that kept days from becoming undifferentiated, that preserved the sense that the space had order and the order was his. Jacket hung by the door, cup washed and placed back in the cabinet. When he was finished, he sat on the couch and looked at the city through the window. 20 major disasters. His original list had 20 entries, each one starred and annotated, each one a date and a place and a casualty figure. He had compiled it in the first weeks after the regression, working alone in a different apartment with no network and no framework and no convergence system. Only his own memory of a future that had already happened and his own judgment about what could be changed. The list was done. Every entry had a corresponding prevention operation in the hidden archive. Every disaster he had returned to prevent had been stopped, or managed to the boundary of what management could mean when the technology for complete prevention did not yet exist. He did not attempt to hold the aggregate number. He held the individual entries instead, each one specific, each one a real place with real people who had not died the way they had died in that collapsed future he had come back from. The city through his window was ordinary and continuous. The people below had no knowledge of any of it. He had been in this job for 6 years. He had regressed from a collapsed timeline carrying the weight of a future he had watched destroy everything he knew. He had spent 6 years working to prevent that future, building the systems and the frameworks and the network that had made prevention possible at a scale he had not thought achievable when he started. The list was done. The 20 disasters were documented. The work was not finished. The architecture document was on his desk. The persistent knowledge transfer mechanism was still being designed. The convergence system's second-generation development was ongoing. But the specific mission he had come back to accomplish was complete. He allowed himself to hold that for a few minutes. Not to celebrate. To acknowledge. To sit with the specific weight of having done the thing the regression had brought him here to do. And to notice that the acknowledgement felt different from what he had imagined it would feel like. He had imagined it would feel like relief. Like the moment when a long operation was finally over and the outcome was secured. But it didn't feel like that. It felt more like the moment after a very long run, when your body is still moving even though you've stopped. The momentum of the previous 6 years still operating in him even though the specific destination had been reached. The tea he made was too hot to drink yet. He held it anyway, looking at the city outside, and let the weight of the finished list settle into its correct place, which was the archive, not inside him anymore, but in the record that would outlast him and would eventually be read by the 48th activation and the 49th and whoever came after them, building on the accumulated prevention work that had already been done. He thought about the first week after the regression. He had been in a different apartment then, smaller, in a different district, and he had spent the first 3 days writing the list, 20 entries, each with its date, its location, its casualty projection from the future he had lived through and returned from. He had written it from memory, which was the most perfect kind of memory there was. Not recollection but re-experience, each entry arriving in his hand with the weight of something that had already happened to him. The first entry, Gwangju, had taken him 4 hours to document. He had sat at the desk in the middle of the night and written it with the care that the scale of it required. And then he had looked at it and understood that he had 20 entries on the list and no particular reason to believe he could address any of them alone. He had had no one to call, no framework, No network. Only the list, and the knowledge, and the understanding that doing nothing with either was something he was not capable of choosing. From that point to this apartment, this city, this finished list, this cup of tea, 6 years of work that he could not have fully predicted from the starting point and could not have reached without every decision made along the way, including the mistakes and the near failures and the 1,247 deaths in a North Korean valley and the midnight phone call to Busan. The path from the first entry on the list to the last entry in the archive was not a straight line. It was the accumulation of decisions made under pressure by someone who had done the best he could and had been, on net, sufficient. Barely, in some cases, but sufficient. He held the finished list in his mind without trying to calculate a total. The total existed in the archive. What existed in him now was something different. Not data, but the specific texture of 6 years of work. The way the apartment had felt in the first weeks after the regression when the list was all he had. The way the first prevention operation had felt. The specific combination of discipline and terror that came from acting on foreknowledge for the first time with no framework and no network and no way to know in advance whether the intervention would hold. The way the convergence systems. First full network call had felt. 13 agents from 13 timelines in one coordination call. The impossible made ordinary through months of careful relationship building and one series of decisions that had turned out, barely, to be adequate. The tea was still warm. He held it and let the ordinary Friday evening be what it was. Earned, specific, complete in the way that only things built from their foundations up were ever complete. He made tea and sat with it as the city moved through its ordinary evening. It was enough. Sitting there in the restored apartment with the cup of tea and the city outside, he could feel, finally, after 6 years, that the weight he had been carrying had been set down. Not discarded. Set down in the proper place, which was the hidden archive, where it would be preserved accurately and permanently. The weight was still real. It had just found its correct location, which was not inside him anymore, but in the record that would outlast him. That was what the ordinary felt like when it had been earned. Not absence of weight, but weight correctly placed. Chapter 137. Nak-hyung. The knock came at 7:30 p.m. He knew who it was before he opened the door. Nak-hyung had appeared at his apartment 3 or 4 times over the years on evenings when something large had concluded and he had not called or checked in, arriving with the specific attentiveness she brought to his edges rather than his center. He opened the door. She was standing in the hallway with her coat still on, carrying a paper bag from the Korean restaurant 2 blocks away. "I brought food," she said. "You haven't eaten today." "I had coffee," he said. "That's not food," she said. He stepped back to let her in. They ate at the small table by the window, the city outside doing its Friday evening things. Nak-hyung talked about the Hunters Association's quarterly staffing review she had attended that afternoon. The internal dynamics, the personnel movements, the structural tensions she had spotted that would need attention in the next 6 months if they weren't going to become operational problems. She was good at reading institutions, good at seeing fault lines before they appeared in official channels, good at understanding which relationships were load-bearing and which were maintained for appearance. She had been doing this work alongside him for 6 years and had never pretended to understand less than she did. Jin-ho ate and listened and found that the part of his mind that had been working continuously for 3 weeks was, unexpectedly, simply present in the room rather than processing the next problem in the background. When the food was finished and she had cleared the containers, she sat back and looked at him directly. "Is it finished?" she asked. He understood what she meant. The list. The 20 disasters. The mission that had brought him back. "The catastrophes I predicted are all prevented," he said. "Every entry on my original list has a corresponding prevention operation in the archive. Every disaster I came back to stop has been stopped, or managed to the boundary of what management could achieve. The 20th entry is documented." She waited for the rest of it. "But there will be new disasters," he said. "The world has changed enough through prevention work that my original foreknowledge doesn't extend reliably into what comes next. The future ahead is genuinely unknown to me in a way the future wasn't when I started. I came back because the future was terrible and I could see it. The map was what justified the mission. Moving without the map is a different kind of existence. Liberation, yes, and also genuinely frightening in a way the map never was, even when the map showed catastrophe. At least with the map, I knew what I was doing and why." "You're describing the way everyone lives," Nak-hyung said. "Everyone who hasn't regressed. Everyone who has never had a map. Every ordinary person in this city moves into an unknown future every day, without foreknowledge, doing the best they can with what they understand right now. That's not a failure state. That's the default." "I know," he said. "I've known it intellectually for years. But knowing it intellectually and having it be actually true are different." She was quiet for a moment, choosing the answer that was true rather than the answer that was kind, because she had decided long ago that the true one was the kinder one for him. You spent 6 years being exceptional in a specific way that no one else had, she said. You used it to save 200,000 people and build a network that will continue that work. Now you're a person who built something extraordinary and will have to figure out what to do next without knowing in advance what it will be. Welcome to the default. It's frightening. The systems you built are there, and you're not navigating it alone. He sat with that. The city was ordinary outside the window. The tea was cold on the table. The apartment was in its proper order. I know, he said. Thank you for the food. He was quiet after that, and she was quiet too. And they sat in the comfortable silence of two people who had worked closely enough together that silence between them wasn't uncomfortable. It was another form of the communication they had developed over years of shared work, where what wasn't said was as precise as what was. After a while, she gathered the containers in her coat and stood at the door. The architecture document, she said. The persistent knowledge transfer mechanism specifically. I've been thinking about it. You should include a section on how to handle the case where an agent doesn't survive long enough to complete the transfer. A protocol for reconstructing foreknowledge from operational records when the agent can't provide it directly. He looked at her. You've been thinking about that a lot. I've been thinking about it since you told me about the 46 empty records in the originating archive, she said. Every one of those agents had foreknowledge that died with their record. Some of them might have died before they could document it. The knowledge preservation mechanism needs to account for that, for the case where you're trying to recover knowledge from incomplete records, not from a living agent who can explain their reasoning. That's a harder problem, he said. Most of the important problems are, she said. And she left. He sat with that for a long time after she was gone. The harder problem. Reconstructing foreknowledge from operational records when the agent wasn't available to explain their reasoning. That was the case that the originating archive's blank fields represented. 46 sets of foreknowledge that had been partially documented in operational records and then simply stopped. The knowledge was there, fragmentarily, in the mission logs. It just needed someone to read it carefully enough to reconstruct what it had been. He had been doing exactly that for months, reading the originating archive's activation records and building the picture of what each agent had known and tried to prevent. He had been reconstructing foreknowledge from incomplete records without realizing that was what the systematic knowledge preservation architecture was supposed to enable. He had already built a rough version of the mechanism. The architecture document needed a section that formalized it, and specifically needed to address the case xianxia had identified. Reconstruction from incomplete records, the posthumous recovery of foreknowledge from an agent who had not survived long enough or been operationally secure enough to document it deliberately. That was not an edge case. That was the standard case for 46 of the 47 activations. That was the case the architecture needed to be primarily designed for, not a special exception. He opened the architecture document and navigated to the knowledge transfer section. The section as written assumed a cooperative, living agent providing direct documentation. He needed to add a parallel protocol for indirect reconstruction, methodologies for reading operational records, identifying the foreknowledge implicit in the decisions made, reconstructing the underlying mental model that had guided those decisions. It was the kind of work historians and intelligence analysts did, except that the stakes were different. Every agent whose foreknowledge could be recovered was a set of disaster profiles that the composite model could integrate. And every set of profiles was capability the network could apply to emergencies that no surviving agent's foreknowledge had anticipated. He reached for his notebook and made a note. Then he put the notebook down and looked at the city through the window and let the quiet Friday evening be what it was. The first quiet Friday evening in 6 years that wasn't quiet because a crisis had paused, but quiet because the specific crisis he had come back to address was actually finished. The next crisis, the crisis he had not come back for, the emergencies that no surviving agent had foreknowledge of, the disasters in the space beyond all 47 timelines combined knowledge, was already developing somewhere in the world, in conditions he couldn't see, moving toward a future that no one in the network had already lived through. When it arrived, the question of whether the architecture had been built completely enough would be answered in real time, without the option of revision. Chapter 138. The shape of the unknown. The weeks after the 20th prevention completion were quieter than any comparable period in the previous 6 years, and Jinho used the quiet in a way he had not anticipated when he had imagined what finishing the list would feel like. He had assumed the quiet would be uncomfortable, the silence after sustained effort, before the next task arrived, the gap that needed filling. He had assumed he would immediately redirect toward the architecture work, or the backed-up intelligence reviews, or the long-deferred operational improvements he had been noting in his workbook during heavy operational periods. Instead, he found himself reading fiction, not intelligence reports or technical documentation. Fiction, which he had not read voluntarily since before the regression, since before the map in his head had made knowing the future a habit rather than a choice. He read a novel about an architect who spent 40 years building a single bridge. The novel was not about the bridge. It was about what it meant to spend a life on one thing, to pour attention and judgment and time into something that would outlast you, and whether the thing outlasting you was the point or a side effect of the work itself. He read it over 3 evenings, slowly, sitting in the apartment with the city outside, allowing the story to move at the pace the story had rather than the pace he would normally impose on something he was trying to extract information from. He read a collection of short stories about ordinary people making decisions in ordinary lives, people who moved into unknown futures without foreknowledge, who made choices with incomplete information and lived with the results. The stories were not extraordinary. That was the point. They were about the texture of living without the map, and he read them with the specific attention he gave to things he needed to understand rather than things he already knew. He was rereading his own situation in a different frame. He understood. The frame he had used for 6 years was the frame of the person with the map. The map was gone. He was locating himself in the frame of the person who built things without knowing in advance whether they would hold, which was the frame that the architecture document had always belonged to, because no institutional architecture could know in advance whether the future would use it the way it was designed to be used. You built it as well as you could, and then you let it run, and you stayed present to fix what broke without believing you could prevent everything from breaking. The architecture work was on his desk, being built at a deliberate pace. He worked on it for 1 hour each morning. He walked through the neighborhood on routes without destination. He ate at the restaurant 2 blocks away often enough that the staff knew his order. He called his parents twice in 1 week. The disasters he had predicted were all prevented. The future was a blank. That was exactly what successful prevention looked like. You prevented the terrible thing, and the space where it had been was simply empty, filled with ordinary life that had always been there, waiting for the emergency to end. He was learning to live in ordinary life again. The learning was slower than he had expected and more interesting than he had anticipated, which seemed about right for something he was genuinely doing for the first time, without a map, uncertain of where it was going, which was to say, doing it the way everyone else had always done everything, and discovering that this was the actual shape of the unknown, not terrifying, but simply open. A blank page that was blank because nothing had been written yet. The architecture document work helped. It gave the quiet weeks a direction without giving them an emergency. He worked on it at a pace that was deliberate rather than urgent, which was a pace he was still learning. He had been operating at the pace of urgency for 6 years, the pace that came from carrying the weight of specific disasters with specific timelines, where delay was directly translatable into casualties. The deliberate pace was different. The deliberate pace meant working on something important that didn't have a countdown clock attached to it, that didn't need to be finished before a specific emergence window, that could be done carefully because the cost of doing it wrong was measured in decades rather than days. He noticed that the deliberate pace was actually harder than the urgent pace, in certain ways. Urgency provided a kind of scaffolding. The situation told you what to prioritize, the timeline told you when, the stakes told you how carefully. Deliberateness required you to supply all of that yourself. He was building the prioritization structure, the timeline, and the stakes calibration from his own judgment rather than from the emergency's requirements. That was harder. The emergency always knew what it needed. The absence of emergency left the decisions entirely in your hands, which was a more demanding position than it sounded, and a more honest one. The honest acknowledgement that the work was worth doing because of its value, not because the alternative was immediate disaster. Working deliberately was working freely, and he was learning, slowly, that free work could have the same depth and discipline as urgent work if you brought the same quality of attention to it. He was building for whoever came after. The next activation. The one after that. The people who would operate the convergence system in 20 years, when the current agents were gone and the network needed to function without any of them. He also, during those quiet weeks, sent a message to each of the 13 convergence system agents. Not a formal request. A personal message, explaining what he understood about the originating archive, what the empty outcome records represented, what the systematic knowledge archive was designed to achieve, and what he was asking each agent to contribute. A documented record of their original timeline's foreknowledge, the specific disasters they had returned to prevent, the conditions and failure modes that only their timeline's record contained. He framed it the way Yuki had suggested, as an operational security measure as much as an institutional continuity measure. The response rate was higher than he had expected. 9 of the 13 responded within a week. 2 more responded within a month. Hassan responded at the 3-month mark with a brief acknowledgement and a partial documentation, which Jinho recorded in the architecture document as a positive development rather than an incomplete one. Dimitri's response was the most thorough of all. 80 pages of technical documentation covering the geological and infrastructure failure modes from the collapsed future he had regressed from, formatted with the precision of someone who had been thinking about what to document long before he was asked. The remaining 2 agents, a regional coordinator in West Africa and an agent whose operational security profile Jinho understood well enough not to push, had not responded. He noted their non-responses in the architecture document without judgment. The architecture had been designed with the knowledge that full participation was unlikely. The 11 agents who had contributed covered 73% of the network's active disaster profiles. That coverage was sufficient for the composite model's baseline operation. It was not sufficient for the architecture's theoretical best-case capability. But the theoretical best case had always been a ceiling, not an expectation. He filed the documentation responses, integrated them into the composite model's input parameters, and updated the architecture document to reflect the actual coverage. Then he closed the laptop, made tea, and sat with the quiet weeks in the apartment, learning how to exist in the space where the emergency had been without the emergency filling it, learning what it felt like to be a person who had finished what he had come back to do and had to figure out what came next without a map. The architecture was building. The documentation was accumulating. The network was stable. And the next activation, whenever it arrived, would find something that no activation before it had found. A coordination framework, a foreknowledge archive, a set of agents who understood what the mission was and had built the infrastructure to pursue it beyond any single lifetime. Whether that would be enough, whether enough was even a category that applied to work of this kind, was a question the next activation would answer, not him. Chapter 139. Ordinary day March 17th arrived on a Thursday. Jinho knew the date before he woke up. He had known it the way he had known every notable date on his original timeline for years, marked in his operational notes, flagged in his personal archive, present in his memory as one of the fixed coordinates of the catastrophic future he had come back to prevent. Some dates had that quality. They lived in him not as calendar entries, but as weights. In his original timeline, March 17th was the date of the Gwangju collapse, the first and worst entry on his original list, the event that had established the full scale of what was possible, the disaster that had shaped the entire character of his prevention mission from the day he first understood what regression meant. He had prevented it in the first year of operations, through a combination of intelligence sharing and infrastructure intervention and carefully positioned defensive upgrades that had, from outside, looked like excellent routine preparation by a well-run emergency response system. No one in Gwangju knew what had almost happened. The name Gwangju collapse existed nowhere in this timeline's public record. It was in the hidden archive and in Jinho's memory and nowhere else. He woke up at 6:15 a.m. and made coffee. He stood at his kitchen window drinking it, looking at the early morning light beginning to work through the buildings across the street. Delivery vehicles in the side streets. Early pedestrians. The distant, accumulating rhythm of traffic building toward its morning volume. Ordinary sounds. The sounds of a city that did not know it had been saved, that had never experienced the alternative that existed in the world that had been built for it. He went to work at 7:30 a.m. Morning briefing already in progress. Nothing unusual in the overnight report. 2 minor gate incidents in rural regions, both fully managed, both logged with the efficiency that came from years of systematic improvement to protocols, training, and staffing depth. The Jiangxi corridor had been quiet for 3 weeks. The East China Sea Coordination had completed its quarterly review without incident. Director Park reviewed the overnight statistics at 8:45 a.m., down 83% in mortality rate from gate incidents compared to baseline, a number that appeared in no official government report, attributed to no specific cause in any policy document, available only in the Hunters Association's internal tracking and in Jinho's own operational records and in the hidden archive. Quarterly statistics look good, Park said. They do, Jinho said. Park reviewed 2 more items. Then he paused. I've been in this organization for 22 years, he said. What I've been looking at for the past 6 years is different in kind from anything I've seen before. It's not incremental improvement. It's structural. Something fundamental changed, and I don't have a complete account of what caused it. Better systems, Jinho said. Better coordination. Better preparation. Those things compound over time. Park held his gaze with the focused attention of someone choosing to accept a partial answer as complete. Yes, he said. That's right. He moved to the next item. Jinho drove home from the association's Seoul office at 6:15 p.m. through the early evening traffic. He passed through a neighborhood that, in his original timeline, had sustained significant structural damage during the third week of the xianxia cascade, damage that had taken 3 years to repair and had displaced 11,000 residents during the repair period. The neighborhood looked like any other neighborhood. New construction at the corner that hadn't been there 6 months ago. A restaurant he had eaten at twice in the past month. Children on the sidewalk in school uniforms. He drove through it without stopping, carrying the knowledge of what it had almost been, and let the ordinary neighborhood be ordinary, which was the only honest response to something that had been saved, to acknowledge its ordinariness as the form that successful prevention took, to not require it to wear the shape of what it had narrowly escaped. At 2:30 p.m., a gate opened in the Mapo district. Standard Class B emergence. 12 minutes from first detection to containment protocol activation. The response team executed without incident. The gate closed normally. The area was cleared within 40 minutes. No injuries. No infrastructure damage. The after-action report was submitted by 4 p.m. Jinho reviewed the report and signed off on it. March 17th. The date that had once marked the collapse of a city in a timeline that no longer existed anywhere except the hidden archive and Jinho's memory. In this timeline, it was a Thursday with a Class B gate emergence in Mapo and a clean after-action report, and the city going home in the ordinary evening. He filed the report and went home at 5:30 p.m., into the ordinary street, into the ordinary city, into the ordinary evening that existed because the terrible version of this day had been made impossible. And the ordinariness was not a disappointment, but the entire point, the most important thing he had ever worked toward. The thing that had no visible shape because it was the absence of a shape that should never have been allowed to form in the first place. He had spent 6 years working to make March 17th ordinary. Standing on the platform of the ordinary Thursday evening subway, surrounded by ordinary people going ordinary places, he understood that he had done it. And that success looked exactly like this, which was to say it looked like nothing at all. He thought about the first March 17th he had lived through after the regression, 5 years ago now. He had spent the entire day in the office, hyper-vigilant, checking network status reports every 30 minutes, running his phone's battery to 0 by noon. No crisis had come. Of course, no crisis had come. He had prevented the Gwangju collapse a year earlier, through the meticulous preparation that had made the date ordinary before it arrived. But knowing that intellectually and experiencing the date for the first time had been two different things, and he had spent the day with the specific dread of someone who was not yet certain that the prevention had worked, watching the ordinary city go about its ordinary Thursday, and not quite believing it. This March 17th had been different. He had noticed the date when he woke up. He had held it for a moment, the way you held any significant date, present, acknowledged. Then he had made coffee and gone to work and reviewed a routine gate incident report and signed off on quarterly staffing numbers and eaten a lunch he did not particularly taste and reviewed park statistics and said, they do, and gone home at 5:30 p.m. and stood on the platform of the subway with ordinary people who did not know what day it was in any sense that mattered to him. That was the actual achievement. Not that the crisis had been prevented, that the day had become ordinary enough that he could live it without checking the status every 30 minutes. Prevention had worked when it was no longer the dominant fact of the day it had prevented. He let the subway carry him home through the city he had been building for 6 years, in the world that had been made possible by 47 activations of people who had given everything they had to prevent the worst versions of it. And the ordinary Thursday evening was everything they had been working for, in every timeline, across every activation, the entire point of all of it. At the next station, a family boarded the car, 2 parents and a child of approximately 8. The child in a school uniform falling asleep against the parent's shoulder with the unself-conscious trust of someone who had never experienced a world where that shoulder wasn't safe. Jinho looked at them and understood, in a way that was not abstract, what 200,000 lives saved meant. Not the aggregate number, but the individual texture of it, multiplied by 200,000, each one a specific ordinary moment that existed because a specific catastrophe had been made impossible before it arrived. The train moved through the underground. The city continued above. March 17th ended ordinarily, which was the only kind of ending that had ever mattered. Chapter 140, The Ledger. The quarterly review meeting with Director Park happened on the first Wednesday of April, in the same conference room in the Hunters Association's Seoul headquarters where Jinho had been attending these reviews for 5 years. The room had not changed. The table, the chairs, the window with its view of the street, the framed citation on the wall acknowledging the association's response to the Gyeonggi cross-border coordination exercise, an event whose actual significance was classified in the hidden archive at levels the citation's author had never been authorized to access. Park had prepared the statistical summary with his usual precision, organized by category, ready to be reviewed methodically and entered into the association's formal records. Gate incident rate, down 83% from baseline year, 6 years ago. Civilian mortality from gate-related events, 340 total for the quarter, against a quarterly average of 2,130 in the baseline year. Infrastructure disruption events classified as significant or above, for in the quarter, against an average of 28 per quarter in the baseline year. Emergency response time to confirmed gate emergence, 11.3 minutes average, against 34.7 minutes in the baseline year. Coordinated regional response operations involving multiple government partners, 9 in the quarter, all resolved without escalation to emergency status. The sustained improvement across every metric is statistically significant, Park said. It's not regression to the mean. It's not a single-year anomaly. It's a pattern sustained over 5 years across every measurable dimension of this organization's operation. Something fundamental changed, and I want the formal record to reflect that. The record should reflect it, Jinho said. I'm documenting it as better systems, better coordination, better preparation, Park said. And I'm noting in the formal assessment that you were present for and involved in each specific decision, investment, and protocol development that corresponds to the improvement curve, not attribution in the sense of credit. Documented correlation. The record should show that a consistent set of approaches produced consistent outcomes over time. That's accurate, Jinho said. Park nodded and they completed the review methodically. When it concluded at 11:30 a.m., Jinho walked back to his office through the building's main corridor, past the citation and the familiar hallway, and the colleagues who greeted him with the easy familiarity of people who had worked alongside someone for years without knowing the full scope of what they were working alongside. He sat at his desk. The hidden archive was open on his computer. He scrolled back through it, not reviewing it systematically, but moving through it the way you move through a place you had lived in for a long time, recognizing what was there because you had put it there. The aggregate was there when he wanted it. Approximately 212,000 lives saved against original timeline projections across 20 major disasters and 6 years of prevention operations, working through his own direct interventions and through the Convergence Systems Coordinated Network. A number that appeared in no official document, attributed to no specific cause in any government record, available only in the hidden archive and in the operational memory of 13 regression agents and nowhere else. 212,000 people living their ordinary lives, riding Thursday subways and explaining things to their parents and listening to music through earphones, alive and unaware of why. Alive because the disasters that would have killed them had been made structurally impossible before they could arrive. Alive because 47 rounds of regression activation had been building toward a coordinated prevention network that could produce outcomes better than any single timeline's foreknowledge could achieve alone. Nakyoung knocked and came in without waiting. Wei-Chen wants to schedule the next quarterly coordination, she said. Yuki has the architecture proposal ready for review. Arjun needs the training protocol documentation by Friday. Dr. Amara sent the expanded early warning system proposal with technical specifications complete. Schedule Wei-Chun and Yuki for next week, he said. I'll send Arjun the documentation by Thursday. Tell Dr. Amara I want 3 days with the proposal before we schedule the discussion. She should have my comments by Monday. Already sent the first 3 messages, she said. I knew. He looked at her. She had handled them because she had worked with him long enough to know what his answers would be. The kind of institutional knowledge that the architecture document was trying to make transferable, the operational knowledge that could not be fully captured in protocols, but had to be preserved through the people who carried it. How are you doing? She asked. He looked up from the archive. She was standing in the doorway with the expression she used for this specific category of question, patient, direct, not moving until she received something honest rather than professional. I reviewed the total figures this morning, he said. 212,000. It's more than I thought was possible when I made the original list. When I first came back and started understanding what could be changed, 20,000 was an optimistic projection. 200,000 is a number that requires time to hold correctly. And, she said. And it's not celebrated, he said. Not publicized. Not attributed to anything that anyone outside this building would recognize. Director Park will write better systems, better coordination, better preparation in the formal assessment, and that will be the official record of 6 years of work across 47 activation timelines and 13 regression agents, and 1 coordination framework that didn't exist until we built it. The people who are alive don't know they were almost not alive. The people who helped make them alive are documented in the hidden archive and nowhere else. Is that wrong? She asked. He thought about it carefully. No, he said. It's right. The prevention that works best is the prevention that makes disaster structurally impossible before it arrives, not the prevention that requires a visible rescue and a public attribution. Systems are better. Coordination is better. The world is more resilient. That's a story about how things are built over time by people working within frameworks they didn't fully trust when they first joined them, building trust through the work itself until the frameworks became strong enough to hold weight they weren't originally designed for. That's not a story about a single person. It's the only story that matters at this scale. Na Kyung held his gaze for a moment, with the look she used for things she had decided to say. Come on, she said. I'm buying you lunch. I have the architecture document open, he said. The architecture document has been open for 3 months, she said. It will be there after lunch. You have 212,000 people alive who don't know it. The work can wait an hour. He looked at her in the doorway. This person who had been in the room for most of the important moments of the previous 6 years, who had understood what he was doing even when he hadn't fully explained it, who had built alongside him without once asking whether the work was worth doing because she had decided long ago that it was. He closed the archive. He stood up from the desk. He walked out of the office into the corridor, past the framed citation and the familiar hallway and the window at the end where you could see a piece of the Seoul skyline between the buildings. Ordinary, ordinary, ordinary. The most important kind of ordinary there was. The kind that cost everything to make and asked for nothing in return except that someone understand what they were looking at. He had predicted every catastrophe and no one had listened. He had prevented every catastrophe and no one would know. 212,000 lives in the ledger, clean and accurate, attributed to better systems. The framework would continue without him when the time came. The work would go on. That was enough. It was, he understood now with the kind of certainty that came from the other side of doubt rather than from the absence of it, exactly enough. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.